Han Feng, originally a special forces agent, accidentally traveled through time to the primitive era, becoming a mere 10-year-old child. Here, not only was he constantly starving, but he didn't even have a decent pair of pants, yet he wasn't daunted at all. With the experience from his past life, surviving in this primitive place was no big deal at the moment. Several women wrapped in animal hides were curiously looking at Han Feng. He paid them no mind, took a stone knife and sliced deeply into his snake-bitten ankle. Then he pressed a red-hot burning branch into the wound. After 3 agonizing screams, Han Feng fainted and collapsed to the ground. He could only hope his instructor hadn't lied to him that high temperatures could denature the protein in the snake venom. After a night of life and death the next day, Han Feng came back to life like a resilient cockroach. He took a piece of dried meat from a woman's hand and devoured it ravenously. Seeing that he could eat normally, the woman called out to the other women to prepare to go out. Han Feng quickly stopped her. He gestured, asking for more food. The woman shook her head. Of course she couldn't give him more. This tribe only had over 50 people, and the daily food supply was limited. Moreover, it was time to store food for the coming winter, so food was prioritized for able-bodied adults. If food became scarce, disabled people like him would be the first to be abandoned. Thinking of this, Han Feng could no longer remain calm. The weather was getting colder, and he had to quickly find a way to store food. Food for the winter was a must. After careful thought, he realized the easiest source of meat right now was fish. Less than 1 kilometer away, there was a small river. But the people of the tribe didn't eat fish, so they had no fishing tools. Besides the stone knife used to cut his wound, Han Feng only had a 3 to 4 meter long snakeskin rope, which came from the very snake that bit his leg yesterday. He cursed under his breath and set off to find materials, planning to gather some vines to weave into a basket for catching fish. Since the ecosystem here was still pristine, and no one had ever fished, there must be a lot of fish. A while later, Han Feng returned to the cave entrance with a large bundle of vines and began weaving a basket. A few kids gathered around, watching him curiously babbling incoherently. Some women were drying thatch grass near the cave entrance. That was their bed and blanket for the winter. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed from a distance. Following the sound, Han Feng saw the dragonbeard chieftain and 2 other men clutching giant bird eggs. They were running and screaming. At the same time, an ear-splitting cry rang out from a terror bird. Over 3 meters tall, it was chasing closely behind the chieftain. Han Feng yelled loudly, "Throw the eggs away!" But no one understood what he was saying. The chieftain couldn't bear to throw away the bird eggs, and the terror bird wouldn't give up its prey. Before long, it caught up to the chieftain and delivered a fatal peck, killing him on the spot. The 2 men with him saw this and quickly threw the eggs away. They turned and ran into the forest, climbing trees to luckily escape. But the kids around Han Feng, being young and never having hunted, had never seen such a terrifying sight and were all wailing in fear. The terror bird lost its target, but the children's screams attracted its attention. It whipped around and charged straight towards the cave entrance. The women in the cave saw this and hastily pulled the children, including Han Feng, inside. Then they worked together to push a large round boulder to block the cave entrance. When the entrance was only about 30 centimeters from being sealed, a giant beak poked through the gap, but its large body couldn't fit through, so everyone was temporarily safe. Even so, the children were still crying hysterically in fear. Han Feng roared, "Shut up, all of you! If anyone keeps crying, I'll throw them out!" Although the children didn't understand his words, they were scared into silence by his fierce demeanor. The terror bird couldn't break through the boulder, so it cried out a few times and left. Seeing this, Han Feng tiptoed to the cave entrance. Peeking outside through the gap, the open ground in front of the cave was empty of people. The terror bird hadn't left yet. It returned to the chieftain's body and began to peck at the flesh. Han Feng gritted his teeth and decided he had to eliminate the terror bird. Now that it had tasted human flesh and knew the tribe's location, the tribe would never be safe again. But he had no weapons in his hands. Fighting it with a wooden stick would be suicide. Just then, seeing the terror bird's 2 long legs, an idea flashed in Han Feng's mind. He immediately started preparing. First, he picked up 2 fist-sized stones and untied the snakeskin rope from around his waist. He tied the stones to both ends of the rope. After finishing his creation, Han Feng held the homemade bola. He squeezed through the gap in the cave entrance and slipped outside. The people inside the cave were all astonished. They wanted to chase after him and stop him, but they were afraid of luring the terror bird back, so they could only watch worriedly, not knowing what to do. Han Feng hid behind a bush, crouched low, and advanced, stopping when he was about 5 to 6 meters from the terror bird. At this moment, the bird was still engrossed in its meal. It was completely unaware that an assassin who once struck fear into his enemies was targeting it. Han Feng silently stood up. Grasping the middle of the snakeskin rope, he quickly spun it. The 2 stones flew up, pulling the rope taut under the effect of centrifugal force. The terror bird sensed the movement and raised its head. It let out a fierce cry and charged towards Han Feng. Seeing it get closer and closer, the women and children in the cave were terrified. They screamed for Han Feng to run, but he stood still as a statue. When the terror bird was only 30 meters away from him, he suddenly threw the bola forcefully towards it. The bola flew up, and as soon as it touched the terror bird's 2 legs, it wrapped tightly around them. The terror bird, now only 10 meters from Han Feng, lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. Its two small wings flapped wildly, but it couldn't get up. The women and kids in the cave were all gaping in astonishment. They couldn't believe their eyes. Han Feng immediately called two of the kids over and told them to pin down the terror bird's neck. As for him, he lifted a large rock and smashed it hard onto its head. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The terror bird stopped struggling. The two kids, perhaps excited by the fresh blood, also picked up rocks and repeatedly smashed the terror bird's head. With a final thud, the terror bird stopped breathing. The two kids looked at Han Feng, their eyes filled with admiration. But they didn't know what to say. Han Feng untied the snakeskin rope from the terror bird's legs and tied it back around his waist. Then he gestured for the two kids to help him carry the terror bird back to the cave. The two kids were now very obedient to Han Feng, acting like his underlings. The three of them dragged the terror bird back to the cave together. Seeing the three of them capture such large prey, the people in the cave couldn't hold back any longer. They quickly pushed the boulder aside and ran out to help. The two men who had been hiding in the trees earlier also climbed down. They had witnessed the entire process of Han Feng killing the terror bird all by himself. They were all incredibly impressed. This was the first time the tribe had ever caught such large prey. Arriving back at the cave, Han Feng told the women to save the bird feathers for him, and they could handle the rest as they saw fit. The danger had passed, so he had to continue weaving his basket. About an hour later, 2 baskets were completed. Han Feng put the terror bird's innards into a basket and headed towards the riverbank. On the way, a woman saw him heading to the river alone and followed him. In her heart, he was very capable, so she had to watch over him carefully. The 2 boys who had just accepted him as their boss saw him making another strange object and preparing to go out, so they tagged along behind. The 4 of them quickly reached the riverbank. Han Feng stood on the bank and observed for a while. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. In just a few short minutes, he had witnessed several instances of big fish eating smaller fish. There were even carnivorous fish in this river, but he had to admit the ecosystem here was excellent. The river water was crystal clear, and you could see right to the bottom. There were also a lot of fish. Han Feng chose a spot, put some bird intestines into the basket, and then firmly gripped the grass rope tied to it. He lowered the basket into the river. The smell of the meat quickly spread through the water. The fish within a 20-meter radius went into a frenzy, rushing towards him. They swarmed into the basket, fighting to eat the innards. Han Feng suddenly pulled the basket up sharply. 4 large fish remained inside. But the fish in the river weren't scared away. Instead, they gathered underneath, fighting over the remaining innards. This scene made Han Feng feel as if he were feeding carp in a park, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. These fish had never encountered such a trick before. They couldn't even recognize such a simple trap. The 2 kids and the woman were very surprised. Just by putting that strange object into the water and pulling it up, one could catch those legless creatures from the water. But they still didn't understand what they were caught for. Han Feng emptied the 4 fish onto the ground, cleaned them, cut a piece of sashimi and put it in his mouth. Seeing him eat the raw fish with relish, they immediately understood that this was something edible. They imitated him, cutting a piece and putting it in their mouths. The woman's eyes lit up. She immediately realized this was a new food source. She called out and gestured for Han Feng to teach her how to catch fish. But Han Feng didn't let her do this. He assigned tasks to the 3 of them. The woman and one of the kids were in charge of cleaning the fish. The other kid used cleaned grass to string the fish onto a wooden stick to be brought back to the tribe later. Meanwhile, Han Feng continued his fishing. Now that all the fish were gathered in one place, he decisively squatted on the bank and used the basket to scoop them up. Each scoop caught quite a few. The 4 of them worked like this until noon. In the end, the number of fish caught reached over 200. The biggest one must have been about 10 kilograms. The 3 of them definitely couldn't carry it all back, so they had to send one of the kids to run back. They called some older kids to help, and finally the whole group, some carrying, some shouldering, trooped back to the cave. The gathering and hunting party had returned by now. Since they had no tools, the adults had only managed to catch a few wild rabbits and wild chickens, basically small animals. Just then, the group of kids carrying the fish arrived at the cave entrance, shouting and boasting to the adults about their prize for the day. The adults of the tribe were initially a little sad about the chieftain's death, but when they saw Han Feng's achievement today, they suddenly became cheerful again. The sadness about the chieftain was quickly cast aside after they had processed the spoils. Everyone in the tribe gathered in the clearing in front of the cave, where a large pile of firewood was already stacked. The chieftain's body was placed on top. An old man wearing 2 goat horns on his head lit the pyre, and the flames roared to life, quickly engulfing the chieftain's body. The firelight flickered across everyone's faces, and the children smelled roasting meat. Their mouths watered, and they showed no sadness. The adults were also calm, for they had a new source of food. Han Feng also took this opportunity to observe the tribe. Currently, the tribe had 52 people, 8 adult men and 15 women. The rest were children of various ages. The man who had lit the fire was the tribe's elder because he was the oldest, so he was acknowledged as the wisest. But perhaps now he would have to settle for second place, as Han Feng was gradually replacing him. In everyone's hearts, there was also a man with 6 fingers whose favorite weapon was a wooden club. He seemed to be a product of inbreeding and didn't look very bright. Standing next to Six Fingers was a man wearing a necklace woven from feathers. This man looked quite clever. Like Six Fingers, he also favored a club. Behind Yu Mao stood Shi Tao, the one wearing a necklace of bone. His weapon was a stone axe. Standing a little distance away from the two of them was a teenager about 15 years old. This kid only had a right arm, and on his left cheek were 4 scars. His weapon was a pronged spear sharpened from a thigh bone. Standing next to Duer was 17-year-old Shoya, whose father was the previous chieftain. His weapons were 2 fangs from a saber-toothed tiger, each over a yard long. There was one more man, the tallest and largest in the tribe, named Dali. His muscles were bulging and his weapon was very simple, just a thigh bone. The last one was Liu Zi, who leaned on a staff. He now went with the gathering party in charge of clearing paths and keeping watch. He enjoyed grinding stone objects. It was said his greatest dream was to be able to grind a stone basin. In short, among all the men, Duer, Shoya, and Dali were the tribe's strongest warriors. After the chieftain's cremation was complete, the sky had turned completely dark. Led by the elder, everyone entered the cave and began to share the food. Since no one had ever eaten fish before, Han Feng was given the special task of portioning it out. He took a fish that was already roasted, and as he ate, he showed everyone how to eat it and pick out the bones. The others copied him, eating with great enjoyment. Perhaps because it was the first time they had ever eaten their fill, everyone was joyful, eating and dancing. The sight before him made Han Feng suddenly feel a warmth, like he was at home. He silently vowed to lead the tribe towards a better life. When everyone finished eating, the goat-horned elder took a piece of charcoal and drew the scene of Han Feng catching fish at the riverbank on the cave wall. Meanwhile, Han Feng taught some women how to weave baskets. He improved the design by adding 2 straps, turning it into a back basket, so they would no longer need to use animal hides to carry fruit. This greatly improved their gathering efficiency. The women loved it at first sight, taking turns trying it on and reluctant to part with it. In the end, they decided to gather more vines the next day to weave their own. To thank him, they chose the 2 finest deerskins from the gathering party's collection and gave them to Han Feng. Thus, he became the first child in the tribe to wear clothes made from animal hide. But Han Feng wasn't selfish. He kept one hide and gave the other to the women with young children aged 2 to 3, telling them to make clothes for them. After all, children have very weak immune systems. In this primitive era with no medical techniques, even a simple cold could be enough to claim a child's life. Therefore, one could say this deerskin was as valuable as a life itself. Han Feng believed that if he needed their help in the future, they would repay his kindness. The next day, Han Feng woke up very early. After finishing his military fist routine, he felt a little thirsty. But when he looked at the stone basin that held the communal drinking water, he dared not drink. It seemed the time had come to make some water containers. The other tribe members also began to wake up. But today they were in no hurry to go hunting. The elder gathered all the adult men in the clearing, in front of the cave. In his hands he held a headdress woven from blue bird feathers, the symbol of the chieftain's authority. It seemed they were about to choose a new chieftain. Han Feng ignored them and turned to walk toward the river. After all, he wasn't of age and wasn't qualified to participate in this democratic selection process. But he had only taken 2 steps when Duer called out and pulled him toward the elder. While Han Feng was still bewildered, the elder began to speak and gesture. The gist of it was that his strength was recognized by all, and they wanted him to compete for the position of chieftain. Naturally, Han Feng would not pass up this opportunity. Only as chieftain could he give orders to everyone. The rules for the contest were simple. No weapons were allowed, and no one was to be seriously injured. The best man would become the next chieftain. Very quickly, Duer, Shoya, and Dali each won their matches. Now it was time for 2 of them to compete, since his body was not at an advantage. Han Feng wasn't the first to issue a challenge. First up was Duer versus Shoya. They traded punches and kicks, but it was nothing special, as it was mostly a contest of strength. Duer lacked stamina, but his explosive power was excellent. Before long, he found an opening and tackled Shoya, pinning him to the ground. Shoya struggled a bit but couldn't get up, and panting for breath, he resentfully conceded defeat. Duer looked at the blue feather headdress in the elder's hand and let out an excited roar, both celebrating his victory and challenging Dali. Dali immediately stood up, his towering frame of nearly 2 meters, standing there like an iron tower. Duer suddenly felt at a loss for how to attack, but he did not hesitate. He roared and charged first, but as soon as he got close, Dali grabbed both his shoulders with hands as large as fans. Before he could react, he heard a loud roar next to his ear and was sent flying several meters, tumbling to the ground, unable to get up. The excited Dali pounded his chest, turning to receive the headdress from the elder. The rest of the tribe cheered in excitement, acknowledging their new chieftain. Just then a lone voice cut through the noise. "Wait, you still have me!" Han Feng stepped forward, snatching the feather headdress from his hand. A few feathers drifted to the ground. Enraged, Dali pounded his chest and let out a furious roar. But Han Feng showed no fear. Instead, he tightened his grip on the headdress and, using the tribe's limited vocabulary, told everyone, "I defeat him, I am chieftain!" The onlookers immediately murmured amongst themselves. It was unclear what they were saying, but no one seemed to object. So before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Han Feng and Dali stepped into the center of the clearing. Dali looked down at Han Feng, who only reached his chest. Dali's eyes were full of confidence and contempt. The watching children, however, were screaming encouragement for Han Feng. Han Feng did not hesitate, quickly rushing toward Dali. He planted his left foot on Dali's thigh and vaulted upward, driving his right knee forcefully into his opponent's chin. Before anyone could even react, Dali had collapsed to the ground, rolling and groaning in pain. Everyone in the tribe was utterly stunned. It was well known that Dali was their strongest warrior, and even if he were to lose, he shouldn't have been defeated in the blink of an eye like that. Furthermore, his opponent was a child who wasn't even an adult yet. The elder suddenly grew excited. A powerful, unfounded feeling welled up inside him, that the entire tribe might become stronger thanks to the child before him. Before he could even make a signal, Han Feng was lifted into the air by the tribe members who cheered for their new chieftain. In just 2 short days, Han Feng had brought so many miracles to the tribe. This outcome was what everyone had been hoping for. Just then, the elder picked up the feather headdress, which Han Feng had just ripped apart. He looked at him a bit bewildered. The heirloom passed down for countless generations of chieftains was gone. What were they to do now for the new chieftain's image? But little did he know, Han Feng had deliberately destroyed the headdress. Was he kidding? Making him wear a bunch of gaudy green feathers on his head was simply out of the question. By now, Dali had recovered somewhat. He still looked defiant. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he charged toward Han Feng again. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately jumped down. As Dali approached, he grabbed 2 of his fingers and bent them sharply forward. He then slipped behind Dali and kicked the back of his knee. Dali collapsed to the ground, the fall made even more painful by his size. Just 2 minutes later, even a man as strong as him was crying and begging for mercy. Han Feng brushed off his hands, released the pathetically weeping giant, and turned to walk back into the cave. The crowd erupted once more with the children shouting in celebration. It was the first time an underage boy had defeated an adult. The women, on the other hand, were already discussing where they could find more vines. Tonight, they would ask the chief to teach them to weave more backbaskets, while the elder stared at the cave entrance with a complex look. It was unclear what he was thinking when just at that moment, Han Feng appeared before everyone with a new look. He wore a simple deerskin shirt, his long black hair tied neatly with a snakeskin cord, looking clean, tidy, and very much the part. This was a new look Han Feng had carefully considered, a style of dress said to have originated from the early farmers of the Shangzhou period. Because long hair was inconvenient for work, they tied it up, and this was also a characteristic of the agriculture-based Han people. Under the admiring gazes of the tribe, Han Feng walked into the middle of the crowd and began to assign the tasks for the day. First, he adjusted the roster for the gathering team, as the tribe currently had 15 adult women, 6 of whom were pregnant. The remaining 9 plus Liu Zi made 10 people, but today Han Feng only sent 8 people to gather, as they now had backbaskets and no longer needed Liu Zi for protection. Each person could carry a stick for self-defense, and the 6 pregnant women would stay behind to look after the camp. They could also look after the 2- and 3-year-old children, while the older children went to pull weeds, and the last woman took 2 kids to catch fish. Now everyone had a task, but Liu Zi was not given an assignment, and he looked a little disappointed. For this man who would spend his life grinding a stone basin, Han Feng planned to put him in charge of firing the pottery. But firing pottery was not a simple task, and required a lot of preparation, so he had to be given another job for now. They had caught a lot of fish yesterday, but it wasn't yet dried, and in this weather without salt the fish would quickly rot. Smoked fish could be stored for several years without spoiling, so Han Feng showed Liu Zi how to do it once, and then left the entire job to him. After that, he found the flat piece of ground in front of the cave, and began to dig a pit to build a kiln, which was divided into 3 levels. The bottom level was for ash and ventilation, the middle for firewood, and the top for the pottery. After 3 or 4 hours, the kiln was finally finished. But the new kiln was still damp and unusable, so he called over the 2 kids from yesterday's fishing trip to stack firewood in each level and light it. It would be ready to use by the afternoon, so after assigning the work, Han Feng went to the riverbank himself to choose clay. He then found a large, smooth, flat river stone to use as a workbench, where he kneaded, pounded, and shaped the clay into a round base. Then he rolled out several clay coils, stacked them layer by layer onto the circular base, and finally smoothed the joints until they were seamless. Very quickly, the first piece of greenware was finished, a small jar with a narrow base and a wide mouth, and he then made 4 of them in a row using the same method. He placed them all in a well-ventilated spot near the cave entrance, and told the 2 kids tending the fire to watch them and not let anyone touch them. Next came several 2-handled clay pots, a dozen or so bowls, and some other small items. They didn't need to be beautiful, just usable. At this point, Han Feng was still uncertain how many of these pieces would turn out usable after being fired. As evening fell, Han Feng placed all the greenware pieces into the kiln one by one. The 2 kids and Liu Zi stood nearby watching intently as their new chief made so many earthen pots in a single day. They just didn't know if the pots would be usable, especially Liu Zi, who on one hand hoped they would be, and on the other hand, hoped they wouldn't, otherwise his years of grinding stone basins would be all for nothing, but Han Feng paid them no mind. He squatted by the kiln's fire pit, adding firewood and fanning the flames continuously with an animal hide, carrying on like this until nightfall. The tribe members who were out working all day began to return. The gathering team had a bountiful harvest, their back baskets overflowing with fruit and even a large bunch of cucumbers. It looked like they were preparing to weave more back baskets, and the hunting party also had a great haul today. 2 large turkey-sized birds, 2 large snakes, over 10 bird eggs, over 10 field mice, a back basket of chestnuts, plus more than 100 fish that had been caught. Today the entire tribe had a plentiful harvest, and all the food that couldn't be eaten in one day could now be stored. The women close to giving birth would now have enough food, and at that moment looking through the kiln's peephole. The bowls inside were starting to glow white hot, so Han Feng felt it was nearly done and let the fire die out, planning to let the kiln cool overnight. The kiln could be opened in the morning, and after a hard day's labor, everyone in the tribe was exhausted, but they gathered around the bonfire. Everyone was smiling happily, no longer having to worry about starvation, and most importantly, Han Feng had cooked the 2 large birds. He made them into a clay-baked dish, and they had never eaten anything so delicious, but Han Feng himself did not find it very tasty. Because the dishes were only sprinkled with a little coarse salt, he could barely taste the saltiness, as coarse salt was now very precious. He heard it was something their tribe had traded for with another, and he quietly calculated, wondering if the pottery could be used to trade for more salt. After everyone finished eating, a few women returned to the cave to start weaving, having realized just how convenient the back baskets were. Today fewer people had gone out to gather, yet the harvest was larger, and meanwhile Han Feng distributed all of the animal hides. Now the children could huddle together under blankets, and the next morning as soon as he woke up, Han Feng went to check the results of the pottery firing. Liu Zi was the first to run over, pulling the elder along and urgently saying something, looking very anxious. Han Feng himself was also very nervous, as his plan to trade for salt and the meat stew he had been craving for days depended on this. He was sick to death of that dry roasted meat, so with a nervous heart, Han Feng opened the kiln and looked inside. All the bowls were brick red, their surfaces showing signs of melting from the high heat, yet they were shiny as if glazed. It was beyond imagination. Seeing this, Lu Tu hurriedly grabbed and ate and caressed it excitedly. He then tossed aside the stick he never went without, and trotted back to the cave, returning a moment later carrying a bowl of water, shouting as he ran. He joyfully showed everyone the beautiful bowl filled with water, while Han Feng smiled and continued to unload the kiln. The 4 clay pots and 4 small jars were a great success. Their surfaces were smooth without a single crack, but of the 4 ladles, only 2 were usable, as the rest had melted and fused together. Of the more than 20 bowls, only 12 were usable. But as each piece of brick red pottery emerged from the kiln, the tribe was filled with astonishment and excitement. Su Nha and Dai Luke quickly grabbed a jar each and ran to the river, soon returning with 2 full jars of water. The elder, though excited, kept his composure. He spoke and gestured, asking Han Feng how it was done, but before Han Feng could answer, the 2 kids who helped him yesterday eagerly explained. It was made from baked earth, they said, but what concerned Han Feng most was trading for salt, so he gestured to ask the elder. To his surprise, the elder looked at him as if he were a prodigal son, pointing to the large and small pieces of pottery, and then to the tribe's adults and children, painfully explaining just how valuable these items were, leaving Han Feng stunned. Just a single bowl could be traded for a youth approaching adulthood, or 2 young maidens, to say nothing of the jars and pots, as water containers were extremely scarce among the tribes, and it was common for a person to spend a lifetime grinding a single stone basin. To acquire more water containers, some tribes wouldn't hesitate to trade people for them, believing that more mouths to feed were useless and just a drain on food supplies. But Han Feng disagreed, thinking that more people could find more food, and also increase the tribe's combat strength. New members would also bring new blood to the tribe, which could at least reduce the chances of having children born like 6. With this in mind, Han Feng immediately assigned the trading mission to the elder and 7 members of the hunting party. They were to use a back basket to carry 1 jar, 1 pot, and 3 bowls to trade for people and salt, using the jar to trade for 2 adult women. The pot was to be traded for 2 adolescent youths, and the 3 bowls were to be traded for salt, or if there was no salt, for young maidens. After he spoke, the group departed immediately, while Han Feng continued to organize work for the remaining people. The tribe they were trading with was to the west. After crossing a mountain and a valley, the group quickly arrived at the place, a tribe slightly larger than Han Feng's. Its population was around 90 people, and the 2 tribes had often traded in the past, so upon seeing the elder and his party arrive, the other tribe's bald chief came out to greet them, and after a simple exchange of pleasantries, the elder took out a bowl and offered it to him. "We'll trade this for salt rocks," he said, and the bald chief's eyes lit up, for the bowl was incredibly smooth. It was also much lighter than his own tribe's stone basins, so he immediately ordered 2 of his people to bring a small bag of salt rocks for the elder. But the elder took it, looked it over, and shook his head, saying, "We want more than this, and furthermore, this time we also want." To trade for 2 adult women, he finished signaling for Dai Luke to bring out the jar, which left the bald chief stunned. This stone basin is huge. They would be able to store so much more water now, but then he hesitated 2 women in exchange for 1 large basin. It was truly a great bargain, but it was currently autumn, a crucial time for gathering food. 1 less person meant a smaller harvest, but in the end he smiled and agreed, thinking it was 1 less mouth to feed. Wouldn't that also save a share of the food? This was a great deal, and soon 2 thin, naked women were led out. They were sisters who had come of age, and the older one was holding a naked boy about 4 years old. The little boy lies still with his eyes closed. He seems to be sick. We'll use these two to trade for your large stone basin. You can have that, kid. The bald man waved his hand with a look of disgust. As if wanting to shoo the two women away, the elder looked at the two frail women and said nothing. He then told Shitao to bring out the pot and the remaining 8 bowls. If you want, you can use the young men to trade. The bald leader had just traded for the large vat. Now seeing this smaller pot, he liked it but still waved his hand, refusing to trade anymore. The elder had to follow the method the new chief had shown him that morning, cooking a pot of meat soup on the spot. Soon the delicious aroma of meat wafted from the pot. The other party's men immediately started gulping down their saliva. So meat could be cooked this way. The bald leader impatiently took the bowl from the elder's hands. Inside were several pieces of stewed meat and broth. The bald man hesitated before taking a sip and was instantly stunned. Oh my god, this is so delicious. The broth was savory and fragrant with a shimmering layer of oil on top. The meat was tender, sweet, and flavorful. One bite felt like it revitalized his whole body. Just a few kids, right? We must trade. This time the bald man became very generous and happily handed over the people. He even had his men bring out a large bag of salt rocks, filling Dali's back basket completely. Seeing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. Then the whole group started their journey back. They had left as a team of 7, and with the 9 people they acquired, they returned as a group of 16. This haul was better than an entire day's hunt. Everyone hurried on their way, finally reaching the tribe as it was getting dark. But the newly acquired people, upon reaching the clearing in front of the cave, were all stunned into silence by the scene before them. The elder leading that group was also stunned by the scene upon their return. In front of the cave, besides the old pottery, there were now 4 new vats. 4 pots and a pile of newly fired bowls. Liu Zi was staring blankly at the pottery. This was the happiest day of his life. In another corner of the clearing, several hundred large fish were hung up to dry, and the women nearby were all smiling brightly. This was all meat. They could get meat now, too. This was especially true for the newly acquired adults and children. They were all dumbfounded. To think that 1 stone basin could be traded for 2 adults, and yet this tribe had so many of them. They could probably trade for their entire former tribe with this wealth. And all that hanging meat, it must all be edible. It seemed that by joining this tribe, they could finally eat until they were full. The elder led everyone to report to Han Feng. 8 naked adults and 1 naked child. Han Feng squinted as he looked them over one by one. Each one was as skinny as a twig, looking like poor quality stock. But that was fine. The tribe had more than enough meat. They would fatten up after a single winter. Finally, Han Feng stopped before the woman holding the child. The little one was lying completely still, its face bright red. He felt the child's forehead, which was burning like a hot coal. Han Feng quickly pulled the woman into the cave and found an animal hide. He wrapped the 2 of them up and had them sit by the fire for warmth while he paced around anxiously. There was no medicine at all. How could he break the fever? Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes brightened. That's it, scraping therapy can reduce a fever. Thinking of this, he immediately began to prepare. First, he cooked a pot of light fish soup over the fire. Then he looked for a tool to use for the scraping. The terror bird's beak was over 1.5 feet long. Breaking off a shard would be sufficient. The woman holding her child had no idea what Han Feng intended to do. A moment ago, when he touched her child's forehead, he had frowned. She was terrified that he would cast her child aside. At this thought, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Just then, Han Feng approached her, holding a shard of the beak. Give the child to me. I can save him. The woman did not understand, but she could sense it. Han Feng was kinder to her than her previous leader, so she hesitantly handed the child to him. Han Feng took the bone shard and began scraping the child's skin, leaving red welts. The unconscious child winced in pain and began to cry out. Seeing this, his mother rushed forward to take him back, but she was held back firmly by 2 women. A moment later, Han Feng handed the child, now covered in red welts, back to her. Then he ladled out a bowl of fish soup and fed it to the child, 1 spoonful at a time. The child, having been hungry for who knows how long, swallowed it down eagerly. Han Feng sighed in relief. As long as he could eat, he could be saved. He just needed to sweat a little later and he would live. The woman finally felt at ease. Although she didn't know what he had done, it was clear he wasn't trying to harm her son. The moment she felt relieved, her stomach began to rumble. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. Looking at the bowl of fish soup made her mouth water. Han Feng immediately ladled a bowl for her with a large piece of fish in it. Then he took the child from her, held him close, and wrapped him tightly in the animal hide. At that moment, Han Feng's mind was a tangled mess. A simple fever could kill a child. For now, everyone's food problem was temporarily solved. But what about clothing? To accumulate enough animal hides, they would have to hunt large animals. But with their current crude weapons, that was fundamentally impossible. He would have to join the hunts himself from now on. He had to find materials to craft weapons. If he couldn't make weapons, he could at least make some traps. Han Feng silently swore that before winter came, he would make sure everyone had a set of clothes. After everyone finished their meal, the child woke up drenched in sweat. Han Feng handed the boy to his mother and personally tied up his hair. He named the boy Ku Bing. The woman, who was called Xiao Yi, was overjoyed. The new chief of the tribe had not only saved her son's life, but he had also tied his hair personally, just like everyone else. This meant he had accepted them mother and son. The other newcomers were also helped by the original tribe members to tie their hair. At a glance, they already looked completely different from other tribes and much more spirited. With that settled, Han Feng started making his own gear. He picked a relatively straight wooden branch and tied a sharpened shin bone from the terror bird to it, creating a bone spear. Next, he took a piece of the terror bird's beak and ground it into a dagger. He gave the rest of the materials to Liu Zi and told him to make one as well. For now, they only had these two pieces of equipment. Everything had to be made from scratch. The next day, once everyone in the Bean tribe was awake, Han Feng assigned new tasks. He had Liu Zi continue to fire pottery. First, they needed to make sure everyone had a bowl. The adult women were split into two teams, one to gather wild fruits and one to catch fish. The rest of the children were to stay and help. The hunting party personally led by Han Feng would include all its original members, plus the two kids who always followed him, Daji and Huzi, as well as the two brothers who joined yesterday, Da Mao and Mao. In total, a team of 11 people marched proudly into the dense forest. Once inside, the hunters dispersed to hunt on their own. Han Feng, on the other hand, led the four kids, Daji, Huzi, Da Mao, and Mao, each carrying a grass rope basket to act as his helpers. Most of the trees in this forest were chestnut trees, each over 100 feet tall with trunks more than 3 feet thick. Han Feng had no way to deal with them as they lacked any metal tools. The ground was littered with fallen chestnuts. From afar, several large birds could be seen foraging for food, but Han Feng merely observed and didn't hunt anything along the way. An elite hunter must first understand his hunting grounds. The kids following him, however, were growing a bit restless. They spotted some partridges eating chestnuts several times and were eager to act, but Han Feng completely ignored them. He was silently calculating. This great mountain hosted a complete food chain. Small animals were visible everywhere in the forest, which meant there were definitely large carnivores around. Indeed, the tracks and droppings on the ground confirmed it. Soon Han Feng found wild boar tracks. From the jumble of prints, he could tell it was a whole herd. The only thing was the depth of the tracks was slightly frightening. It seemed they weighed at least 1,000 pounds. This was, after all, a genuine primeval forest. The group advanced cautiously, eventually crossing the mountain ridge. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Ahead of them, a stream sparkled in the light. It ran like a silver ribbon through the valley. Giant aloe plants grew on its banks. Right then, a dozen or so tapirs were drinking from the water's edge. It looked like an entire family. The lead boar was estimated to weigh 1,500 pounds, followed by 3 sows, and several piglets the size of domestic pigs. Charging in to fight animals like these was not an option. It would be better to make a trap. Han Feng quietly crept back towards the forest, and the terrified kids didn't dare to make a peep. They only wanted to catch a few jungle fowl or dig for field mice. A target of this magnitude was something they had never even imagined. Han Feng didn't expect anything from them anyway. He started to set the trap himself. He used grass ropes to make several snare loops over the boar tracks, tying the other end to a large tree. As soon as a boar stepped into a loop, it would automatically tighten. Furthermore, the more it struggled, the tighter the snare would become. This kind of trap was perfect for their current needs, simple and fast to make. To be safe, at Han Feng's instruction, the kids all climbed up into the trees. Now he just needed to make the herd turn around. Han Feng circled to the other side of the stream, covered himself in mud, and hid in a bush. Then he held up 2 branches. He suddenly leapt out, yelling loudly to spook the herd. The boars, having never seen such a creature, panicked and scrambled back into the forest. Han Feng chased closely behind, running and shouting, and soon he heard the desperate squeals of a pig up ahead. Soon upon reaching the trapped area, Han Feng saw 2 struggling pigs, the lead boar and a sow. The sow was not yet fully grown, and both were caught in the trap. This kind of grass rope wouldn't hold them for long. Han Feng, holding a bone spear, carefully approached, chose the right moment, and thrust it hard into the boar's mouth. The sharp spearhead pierced straight through the back of its neck. The pig's blood gushed out profusely, and soon the beast, weighing 1,500 catties, collapsed to the ground. Its whole body twitched occasionally, and only then did Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. But immediately after, a difficult problem presented itself. A pig this big, how could just 5 children carry it back? Looking at the pig, sow struggling relentlessly beside it, an idea flashed in Han Feng's mind, and he immediately set to work. First, he used grass ropes to tie the sow to a tree trunk. Then he tied its snout shut to prevent it from biting anyone. Next, he used 2 ropes to tie the sow's 2 front legs, and finally he tied the dead boar to the sow's body. After finishing everything, Han Feng led the sow by its snout to guide the way, while Daji and Huzi each led one of its front legs, walking on either side so the sow would drag the boar back to the tribe. Da Mao and Mao walked at the rear with clubs on guard against ambushes from wild beasts, occasionally striking the sow's rump with their clubs, urging it to move faster. Just like that, the group traversed the dense forest and finally saw the entrance to the tribe's cave from a distance. A kid clearing the bushes outside the cave was the first to spot them. He shouted to inform everyone in the tribe. Soon everyone rushed out, but no one dared to get close. They had never seen prey this large before. Han Feng called Liu Zi over and told him to prepare a large jar and salt. He immediately ran off to get them. When he brought the jar, Han Feng dug a hole in the ground so that the jar's mouth was just slightly above the surface. After that, everyone worked together to press the sow down next to the jar's mouth, and then Han Feng stabbed it once in the neck, Not a single drop of fresh blood spilled outside. It all spurted into the jar, which was soon full. He poured a bowl of salt in and stirred it well. It would soon coagulate into a delicious blood pudding, which would be used to make soup tonight. The hide of this boar could be tanned and used to make leather shoes or backpacks. These 2 pigs would surely yield a lot. Under the skin was a layer of fat, 4 fingers thick. Later it would be rendered for lard. The rest, except for the lungs which would be used for fishing bait, was all edible. Even the bones, large and small, would be stripped clean. The bones could be used to sharpen weapons. It took the whole afternoon for everyone to process these 2,000 catty pigs. It was very tiring, but the results were very satisfying. The smoking rack was hung full of large and small pieces of meat. There was 1 jar of coagulated blood pudding and 3 jars of white lard. The children grinned from ear to ear, picking up and eating the delicious pork cracklings. Even Ku Bing ate happily. As Liu Zi opened the kiln to take out the pottery, the work parties that had been out all day also returned. The fishing team had caught several hundred fish. The fish alone filled a whole basket. There were also 2 cloths full of fish roe. The hunting party did just as well, with 3 wild chickens, 2 large snakes, and over 10 bird eggs. Over 10 field mice, and also a basket of chestnuts. Even more surprising was that today Ku Bing's young aunt, leading the gathering team, found a new type of food. It was a very sweet plant root. After peeling the outer bark, there was a thick amber-colored liquid inside. By peeling a lot of it, sugar could be extracted. For this, Han Feng even gave the girl special praise. Everyone tried it and liked it very much. But one person was not happy. The elder was seen with a gloomy face holding a thorny club. He was chasing Ku Bing's young aunt, hitting her repeatedly. From the original owner's memories, Han Feng knew that the club was something like the tribe's instrument of punishment, used specifically to beat those who committed major offenses. Seeing this, Han Feng hurriedly stopped him. He asked the furious elder for the reason he was hitting her. In response, the elder gave an unbelievable reason. He said that type of root was the bait of the demon tree. All who ate the root would be devoured by the demon tree. After hearing this, Han Feng quickly told everyone to stop eating this root. It wasn't that he believed the elder, but he was worried that it might be poisonous or contain addictive substances. Because of this, that night while sleeping, Han Feng remained vigilant, sensing for any changes in his body. Fortunately, nothing happened all night. When the sky was bright, everyone in the tribe was already outside. Han Feng began to arrange the day's work. Other tasks remained as usual. Only Ku Bing and his mother were assigned to go fishing, while Han Feng took the 4 kids to follow the gathering team. He had to go see what this demon tree the elder spoke of was. The tree was located deep in the mountain behind the cave. On this mountain, there weren't many tall trees, but the bushes were very dense. There were also quite a few fruit trees. While moving, Han Feng suddenly discovered something he had longed for day and night. Chili peppers. A patch of fiery red chili peppers was hidden in the bushes, but the people of the tribe had never eaten this. Its pungent spiciness made them think it was poisonous. Han Feng immediately ordered the 4 kids that they had no other tasks today but to focus on picking the chili peppers here. He followed the gathering team, continuing forward. After crossing a mountainside, a valley appeared before their eyes. Here, discolored animal skeletons could be seen everywhere like a graveyard, and in the middle of the valley stood a strange tree. It stood majestically at about 60 meters tall. Its roots covered an area of 500 square meters, getting denser closer to the center. This pattern seemed to be luring animals closer to the trunk. His intuition told him that the closer he got to the trunk, the more dangerous it would surely be. But Han Feng still wanted to get a closer look. With his skills, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. With each step, he used his spear to poke the ground in front of him. He slowly advanced towards the center, but when Han Feng's spear touched the area covered by the tree's canopy, the trained intuition of a special agent told him danger was approaching. Without a second thought, he quickly withdrew his spear and retreated. Just then, a whistling sound suddenly came from above. Over 10 thorns nearly 1.2 meters long shot straight down into the ground, their main target being the spot Han Feng's spear had just touched. These thorns were very strange. Each had a diameter of nearly 1 centimeter, and the shortest one was still over a meter long. The tail end even had a white flower the size of a bull's mouth. Weren't these natural arrows? Han Feng was overjoyed. The story of borrowing arrows with straw boats suddenly flashed in his mind. He used his basket as a target, tying several grass ropes to it. He threw it into the area covered by the canopy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, it was stuck with over 10 thorns. He pulled the basket back, removed the thorns, and repeated the process. Until he had 2 large bundles, he then used his spear to carry them out. Before leaving, he instructed the women. The roots were edible, but they should only be picked from the outer ring. On the way back to the tribe, Han Feng collected an additional 100 saplings of the demon tree. They were already as thick as a thumb. These saplings had perfectly straight trunks, making them the best material for spears. He called the 4 kids who were picking chili peppers over, and the 5 of them dragged this pile of saplings back home. Arriving back at the tribe, the children gathered around again to see what new things the leader had brought back. But in the eyes of the pregnant women, the things Han Feng brought back were all useless. The chili peppers he brought back were inedible, useless. The sticks weren't big enough. They wouldn't even kill prey if you hit it. But that didn't affect Han Feng's cheerful mood at all. For the remaining time, he had to upgrade his equipment properly. The peeled thorns had a very smooth and hard grain with a diameter about the size of a cigarette. If made into arrowheads, they would certainly be heavy arrows. Although this would affect their range, their piercing power would be immense. As for the thumb-thick saplings, because their wood was very hard, simply fire hardening and sharpening one end would be more than enough for hunting. The task of sharpening the spearheads was naturally given to the 4 kids. In the future, everyone in the tribe would be equipped with this new type of spear. But now, all that was missing was a bow. With the current conditions, they could only make a large bow, though heavy, its power would not be weak. And there were plenty of materials for making bows in the forest where they caught the wild boar yesterday. They just needed to find a tree with suitable flexibility. Actually, the thing Han Feng couldn't forget was the aloe vera plant he discovered while hunting the wild boar. Its leaves contained a lot of fiber, the best material for making rope. Its sap could also be used to weave fabric for making clothes. Although it couldn't compare to flax, it was still much better than animal hides, and it was also very durable. Most importantly, its sap could be used to treat wounds, as it could both reduce inflammation, detoxify, and cool the body's heat. Thinking of this, Han Feng planned to start cultivating aloe vera on a large scale from next year. By then, the people of the tribe would have clothes to wear, and could also significantly reduce the death rate from infections due to hunting injuries. At this moment, Han Feng went to the forest where they caught the wild boar, and was very lucky to find 2 fir trees. He didn't know what animal had knocked them down, but they had already dried out, which was perfect for making a bow. It took a whole day to prepare the stone axes and stone knives. Another day was spent carving, and finally a 1.5-meter-long bow took shape. It took yet another day of meticulous adjustments and polishing before it was considered complete. The bowstring was made from the fibers of the demon sword plant, and the arrows were made from the readily available sharp thorns. The arrow fletchings were made from the blue feathers of a terror bird, and he made over 200 of them in a single afternoon. 3 days later, Han Feng gathered everyone from the tribe in an open field. 30 meters away from him was a grass target on which hung several ground rats that had been caught today. First, Han Feng demonstrated throwing a spear from a distance of 30 meters, hitting the target every time, followed by using a spear to stab at close range. Everyone in the tribe was very excited. Only now did they realize that the things their chief had been making for the past few days were all weapons. Except for the very young children, Han Feng gave 1 spear to every person in the tribe. The hunting party members each received 3 spears, 2 for throwing, and 1 for stabbing at close range. The children approaching adulthood, besides pulling weeds and playing, had to practice spear throwing every day. The spears made from dried tree trunks were very beautiful. Everyone in the tribe loved this weapon, as it was the only one they had for long-range attacks aside from throwing rocks. With spears, Han Feng believed it wouldn't be long before they could bring back larger prey. If the spears made them excited, then the bow and arrow was regarded as a divine object. From 100 paces away, 5 consecutive arrows all hit the ground rats. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths agape. They pushed and shoved, hoping just to touch it, but Han Feng only demonstrated it for them. It wasn't distributed for now, because it was too difficult to make. After successfully distributing the spears, Han Feng began making leather shoes. The 2 black wild boar hides, after being tanned multiple times, had become very durable and strong with good elasticity. To ensure everyone had a pair aside from Han Feng's shoes, which were made entirely of wild boar hide, the others had shoes with soles made from wild boar hide, while the uppers were made from the hides of smaller animals. Ku Bin's shoes were personally made by Han Feng, with the tops reaching his knees. Lined with fur on that inside, they were very warm to wear. The little boy wore the shoes all day, showing them off to everyone. After some bustling about, the tribe's meager supply of animal hides was used up. The weather was getting colder, and the need for animal hides became more and more urgent. If not for the hot soup they drank every day, it was feared that many would have fallen ill from the cold. Now everyone in the tribe had 3 bowls each. There were also plenty of other pottery items, so pottery firing had stopped completely. Han Feng then gave Liu Zi a new task, firing bricks. Once they had enough bricks, they could build a bigger kiln, or even use them to build walls and houses. The weed-pulling task that Han Feng had given the kids was also nearly complete. The 80 acres of land outside the cave entrance had all been cleared, ready for either building houses or farming. It was just that there were no suitable seeds yet, so they could only plant some ghost sword chilies, which was a perennial plant. Han Feng planned to plant it on the mountain, and harvesting it once a year would be enough. After arranging these long-term tasks, Han Feng prepared to travel a bit farther to search for large herbivores. As long as they were furry animals, the more hides the better. The necessary equipment for the long journey had long been prepared by Han Feng. From weapons to food and tools, nothing was missing. He checked the equipment over and over again, but still felt something very important was missing. Glancing over at the fire, Han Feng saw a small figure wearing high-top shoes and a boar-tooth necklace peeking out from behind someone. "Ku Bin, give me back the water skin." The little boy hiding behind his mother tucked Han Feng's water skin behind his back and mumbled, "Don't go, don't go." Han Feng walked over and patted Ku Bin's head, saying, "Be a good boy, Ku Bin, and wait for me at home." I'm going to find clothes for everyone and we'll be back soon. This child was very smart, and under Han Feng's guidance could already speak some simple words. Hu Bin pouted his chubby face, sulking, and reluctantly handed the water skin to Han Feng. Han Feng chuckled, patting the boy's cheek, then handed him to his mother. His eyes scanned around. He observed these pitiful, primitive people. They lived such difficult lives, and since they considered him their chief, he had to lead them to a better life. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the tribe, Han Feng's figure gradually disappeared into the morning mist. The elder looked in the direction Han Feng had gone, his face full of worry. They had never seen anyone spend a night outside the cave and return alive. At that moment, Han Feng was heading upstream along the river, wanting to find a shallow spot to cross. Herbivores usually lived on the grasslands. First, he had to get out of this dense forest. After walking for a whole morning, the trees began to get shorter. This made Han Feng very happy, as it was a sign he was about to leave the forest. But in the very next second, the sky suddenly darkened. The surrounding trees suddenly grew dense, blocking out the sky and covering the river's surface, forming a natural bridge. The surroundings suddenly fell silent without a single sound. Han Feng immediately felt that something was wrong. Was this a true primeval forest? He couldn't even hear birds chirping. He casually picked up a dry branch, smeared a layer of lard on it, then took out his ember tube and blew gently, causing a flame to flare up. This finally made him feel somewhat at ease. The lard on the torch crackled as it burned, finally bringing some sound and light to the silent forest. Han Feng gathered his things, held the torch high, and climbed onto that natural bridge lying flat on the massive tree trunk. He slowly crawled forward, but when he reached the middle of the river, a drop of burning lard from the torch fell into the water. The next second, he heard a fierce splash, as if some giant creature had just turned over in the water. The sudden noise startled Han Feng. He was lucky he hadn't chosen to swim across. After calming down, Han Feng continued to crawl forward. When he reached the intersection of two tree trunks, the branches grew twice as thick. Han Feng had to stick the torch to one side and use his stone axe to clear a path. The impact of the axe on the trunk made his hand go numb. The torch was shaken loose and fell. Before Han Feng's astonished eyes, a giant mouth, full of fangs, immediately shot up from the water and snapped up the burning torch. The next second, a tragic cry echoed through the forest. He could see the owner of that giant mouth writhing in the water. The creature thrashed, sending water everywhere, and knocked Han Feng off the branch and into the river. Immediately after, the monster opened its mouth to bite him. He quickly turned his back and the monster bit down on the basket on his back. The water monster's mouth was stuck on the basket. It couldn't let go, nor could it crush it. It could only shake its head back and forth, dragging Han Feng through the water. He struggled to pull out the dagger hidden in his shoe. He cut one of the basket straps and the rope tied around his waist. Only then was he able to painstakingly turn over in the dark water. He couldn't see clearly what kind of creature it was at all. Han Feng gripped the remaining basket strap tightly with one hand, while repeatedly stabbing the dagger into the water monster's head with the other. The water monster thrashed more violently, throwing him high out of the water and then plunging him back down, dragging him and slamming him into the bank. Seeing a rock on the riverbank ahead, Han Feng flipped over to mount the water monster's head and stabbed fiercely into both of its eyes. Fresh blood mixed with brains gushed from its two eye sockets, staining a large area of water red. Gradually, the water monster's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Eventually, it was only twitching. Exhausted, Han Feng swam to the shore to rest for a while. By now, the water monster was completely dead. It floated on the water's surface, its white belly up. Han Feng's basket was still stuck in its mouth. He had to find a sturdy vine thread it through the water monster's eye sockets, and it took an immense amount of effort to finally drag it onto the shore. Only now did Han Feng have time to observe the monster closely. It turned out to be just a red-headed, silver-bodied fish 5 meters long. After resting for a while, Han Feng picked up his stone axe and began to break the fish's teeth. The triangular teeth were as big as a child's hand, and there were more than 50 in total. After breaking all the teeth, Han Feng was finally able to get his basket out. He checked the items inside. Luckily, the ember tube hadn't gotten wet. The other things were slightly damaged but still usable. Just as he was about to start a fire to dry his clothes, Han Feng suddenly heard footsteps in the forest. Turning his head to look, he saw a woman with deathly pale skin and a little girl, both looking frightened. They looked at him, let out a scream, and turned to run, dropping a round object on the ground. Han Feng walked over and picked it up. It turned out to be a wooden bucket made from a single block of wood, hollowed out in the middle. From the looks of it, those two must have come here to get water. Now they had even dropped their bucket and run away. They would surely bring people back soon. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the woman from earlier returned with several people from her tribe. They wore white animal hides, and their skin was as pale as powder. The group stood in a semicircle, surrounding Han Feng. They all looked astonished at the large fish behind him. A man who appeared to be the leader looked at Han Feng. He pointed at the wooden bucket beside him. Han Feng immediately understood his meaning and used his knife to lift the wooden bucket. He handed it to the other party's leader. The leader took the bucket and chattered something. Then he pointed to the large fish behind Han Feng. Although he didn't understand the words seeing him point at the fish, Han Feng could roughly guess his meaning. He stepped aside, offering them the fish. The entire group immediately rushed forward and started punching and beating the fish relentlessly. Some of the women were even crying as they hit it. The leading man smiled and pounded his chest with his fist. Then he held his fist out towards Han Feng. Han Feng was bewildered, but seeing the other man smile, he figured it probably wasn't a challenge to a fight. After hesitating for a moment, he also lightly bumped the other's fist. The man laughed heartily and gave Han Feng an enthusiastic hug. Then, gesturing wildly with his hands and feet, he began to speak with him, although their languages were different. But his expressions and gestures were still understandable. Han Feng told him he came from the other side of the river and was looking for an animal with horns on its head. The man nodded to show he understood and told Han Feng that many people from his tribe had been eaten by this fish. To thank him for killing the fish, he hoped Han Feng could visit their tribe as a guest. It was getting dark, and besides, the two tribes were not far from each other, so perhaps they could trade goods in the future. So Han Feng agreed. He gestured for them to lift the fish, indicating it was edible, which made the man look surprised. In their experience, fish only ate people. There was no such thing as people eating fish. But he still agreed. Since the fish was too large, it had to be processed before being carried away. Han Feng had to get back to work. The silverfish skin was up to 4 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. It was very smooth and elastic and most importantly waterproof, so Han Feng decided to keep it. The rest of the fish meat, after being cleaned, was cut into several large pieces for everyone to carry. Their tribe was located right inside the forest. After walking for less than 10 minutes, they saw a giant treehouse. The interior space was about 100 square meters, which, though not large, was enough for them to live in. This was because their population was very small. There were only 14 adult men and women, and including all the children, the total was only 32 people. Han Feng named this treehouse-dwelling tribe the Tree Tribe. The reason their skin was so pale was because they spent their entire lives in this dark forest. But this didn't mean they knew nothing of the outside world. Afterwards, their elder led Han Feng and the chieftain Big Tree up to an observation platform. This spot was higher than the other trees in the forest, allowing them to see very far. He pointed to the east and told Han Feng that in that direction beyond the forest, there was a mountain that looked like a cloud in the sky. On that mountain there was an animal with 2 sharp horns and a coat the color of the sky. They ran as fast as the wind. No one could ever catch them. Based on the elder's description, Han Feng guessed it was a large species of antelope. Chasing them would certainly be impossible, but if he set traps in advance, he was sure he could catch one. Han Feng seemed very confident, but Big Tree and the tree elder were not very convinced. When Big Tree saw that the elder had nothing more to say, he started to tell Han Feng about his clothes. They were made from the skin of a large rabbit more than 1/2 meter long that liked to eat moss and mushrooms in the forest. There were many of them in this forest. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Rabbits were a great resource as they were known to reproduce very quickly. Just like mice, a litter of over 5 was common, and a baby rabbit could reproduce after only 4 months. On average, they give birth every 2 months. If he could bring back 2 adult pairs to raise, they would multiply into several hundred within a year. By then, the entire tribe would no longer worry about a lack of clothing, and rabbit meat would become a major food source. Han Feng imagined the prospect of raising rabbits, and his mouth began to water. That evening after their meal, Big Tree announced he was taking some people out to hunt. He asked if Han Feng wanted to join. Han Feng hesitated for a moment, but since rabbits are nocturnal, hunting them at night was perfectly normal, so he agreed. Afterwards, each member of the tree tribe picked up a black multi-branched stick. They set off. Upon arrival, Han Feng did not participate, but hid quietly to one side to observe how they caught the rabbits. Big Tree led his men to gather some mushrooms which they placed at the base of a black ironwood tree. The whole group then hid nearby. Before long, a fat rabbit hopped into view. It looked around warily, and seeing no movement, it slowly approached the pile of mushrooms. At that moment, Big Tree led his men to charge out. They used the branchy sticks to quickly corner the rabbit, making it unable to move. Then they used a sharp stick to finish the rabbit off. This was an encirclement hunt, and they could even capture them alive. Han Feng suddenly had an idea to trade with them. How great it would be if he could ask them to help him catch rabbits. They then moved to another spot and laid out mushrooms again. This time, Han Feng decided to take action and took out his bow and arrow. He drew an arrow. Big Tree stared in confusion, not knowing what this object was. Just then, another rabbit cautiously approached. It was still over 10 meters away from the mushrooms. Big Tree hastily tugged on Han Feng, signaling to prepare to charge forward with him. Han Feng ignored him. He drew the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot through the rabbit's neck. Big Tree's jaw dropped, his eyes greedily fixed on Han Feng's bow. Han Feng smiled and handed him the bow along with an arrow. He instructed him how to draw the bow and aim. With a whoosh, the arrow, over 1 meter long, buried itself halfway into a tree trunk. The members of the tree tribe were all amazed, filled with admiration for this wondrous weapon. Seeing Big Tree fondling the bow, unwilling to part with it, Han Feng gifted him a feathered arrow as a symbol of friendship between the two of them. The rest of the hunt turned into Han Feng's personal archery performance. In just half the evening, he shot dead more than 10 rabbits, a number they would never have dared to imagine. Normally, they would be overjoyed to catch just 3 or 4 in a whole day. At the same time, this made the people of the tree tribe secretly speculate about the might of Han Feng's tribe. When they returned at Han Feng's request, the skins from the rabbits they had caught belonged to him, while the meat went to the tree tribe. Of course, they had no objections. Now he just needed to stay here a bit longer, and he would definitely be able to collect enough animal hides for his tribe. The goal of this trip was as good as achieved, but Han Feng wanted to venture a bit farther, to explore more of this world. Besides, he was very intrigued by the animal that the tree elder had mentioned. It would be great if he could catch a few alive to use as draft animals. The next morning, Han Feng restocked his food, and Ember said farewell to Big Tree, and while he was at it, asked him for help in catching a few live rabbits. They only needed to be fed grass and mushrooms daily, and when he returned, he would trade other game for them. Big Tree was very reluctant to see Han Feng go. After all, if he stayed there, winter would certainly be much easier. But he knew Han Feng had his own business to attend to, so he reluctantly agreed. After bidding farewell to the tree tribe, Han Feng started walking, chopping at tree branches and planting them in the ground as markers. After walking for 2 full days, he finally emerged from the dark forest. Ahead, the view opened up into a vast grassland with only a few scattered trees dotting the landscape. The tracks of some herbivores were also present. Han Feng took out his bow and arrow and advanced carefully. Before long, the sight before him made him overjoyed. He saw a herd of blue antelopes, each the size of a donkey, with their heads bowed low to graze on the grass. It would be perfect to capture them for use as draft animals. The thought of catching them alive occurred to Han Feng, but these blue antelopes looked at first glance like they were not to be messed with. Just looking at the sharp horns on their heads was enough to know that if he recklessly charged, the dozen or so of them would charge right back. His entire tribe could be wiped out. Observing them carefully, Han Feng realized that this was the breeding season for these animals. In this herd of blue antelopes, there was only 1 adult male, with the rest being 8 females and 8 calves. Seeing this, a plan immediately formed in Han Feng's mind. He just had to use the same method he'd used on the terror bird. If he could control the alpha male, the others would certainly follow. He then carefully retreated to a safe spot and started making a lasso. Soon, Han Feng returned with the lasso, creeping close and hiding silently behind a bush. He waited for the right moment, which came very quickly. The male antelope was in the middle of mating with a female. Han Feng swiftly swung the lasso. The rope flew like a propeller, heading straight for the 2 antelopes. In the blink of an eye, the rope tangled securely around the hind legs of both antelopes. The 2 startled animals fell to the ground, crying out continuously. Then Han Feng swung the rope in his hand like a Western cowboy and quickly threw it again. It accurately snared the horns of 2 female antelopes standing near each other. The blue antelope herd panicked and started to scatter. Soon several antelopes were tightly entangled with each other, bleeding and struggling. The 2 remaining female antelopes saw the dire situation and fled with the 8 calves. Han Feng watched helplessly as the 10 antelopes escaped. There was nothing he could do, so he had to use ropes to securely tie the legs of the remaining antelopes. Completely taming wild animals is very difficult. With aggressive creatures like the blue antelope, you must first crush their pride. There are many ways to do this. Han Feng chose the most direct and brutal method, using a stone axe to break off the horns that were their source of pride. He then used hot embers to cauterize the cuts, ensuring the horns couldn't grow back. The 7 antelopes, which had been struggling fiercely, immediately went limp like sick chickens. Finally, Han Feng took a rope and tied it to the lead male antelope. The others were tied one after another behind it. By the time he finished, the sky was already getting dark. Han Feng led them to a small stream. He cooked a pot of dried rabbit meat for dinner. To the northeast of the stream was a colorful rocky mountain that reflected a brilliant reddish-purple light in the sunset. Just by its colors, Han Feng judged that it was a polymetallic symbiotic ore vein. This discovery filled Han Feng with joy. He was eager to go over and investigate, but as it was already completely dark, he had to restrain himself for the time being. Early the next morning, while it was still dawn, Han Feng was awakened by a clamorous noise. The sight before him made him so excited he almost jumped up. He saw that in the small forest where he had tied up the antelope herd, the 2 female antelopes from yesterday had returned, leading 8 young ones. Moreover, from who knows where, they had brought along another adult male antelope. Han Feng quietly hid behind a bush and repeated his old trick. After some maneuvering, his herd of 7 antelopes had grown to 18. By now the sky had brightened. Han Feng happily mounted the male antelope and headed towards Bao Sun Mountain. This place was indeed full of treasures. After a meticulous observation, Han Feng discovered that this was a rich copper mine. The other colors were minerals accompanying the copper ore. With these minerals, crafting bronze items was no longer a distant dream. The accompanying minerals were also useful. The orange one was realgar, also known as orpiment. It could be used as an external medicine to treat snake and centipede bites, and if ingested, it could treat internal parasites. The white one was kaolin clay, which could be used to make crucibles for melting metal. Although the red mounds were just termite nests, the weathered soil inside was a good material for making pottery. Fortunately, it only took 3 days to walk from Bao Sun Mountain back to the tribe. If he used the green antelopes to pull a cart, it would be much faster. All he needed to do was build a bridge. After planning for the future, Han Feng also had time to enjoy the surrounding scenery. To the east of Baosun Mountain, the dense network of rivers formed a swamp. The vast wetland at the foot of the mountain with its lush vegetation was a paradise for flora and fauna. Knee-high ryegrass, waist-high lemongrass, and tree-high elephant grass were all favorite foods of herbivores. The empty patch of land in front of the tribe's cave was perfect for growing these types of grass. The plan to raise rabbits and the herd of green antelopes which were about to become hard laborers all depended on them. There were also broadleaf water plants and water celery to bring back. They could supplement vitamins. While worrying about not having a bag for the grass seeds, Han Feng found a large snakeskin caught on a tree. He immediately collected it. In half an afternoon, Han Feng had gathered a bag of grass seeds. He tied it to the back of a female antelope and then began to search for his dinner. Soon a giant prehistoric goose, with a wingspan of up to 5 meters, was shot down by Han Feng with 2 arrows. Han Feng plucked clean all the feathers that could be used for fletching. He planned to roast the whole thing to supplement the dried rabbit meat that had run out in his basket. But as Han Feng was squatting by the water's edge, dressing the goose, an unexpected discovery made him so excited he almost cried. He discovered undigested grains of rice in the goose's stomach. Moreover, he had never seen this type of rice before. Each grain was slightly larger than a mung bean. This was the first food crop Han Feng had discovered in this world. His first thought was that he had to find it. That night, Han Feng did not rest. He found tree branches and began crafting equipment to venture deep into the swamp. He had to hurry and harvest that rice before other animals got to it. Early the next morning, Han Feng took his homemade dugout canoe, found a spot with slightly deeper water, and paddled deep into the swamp. At the same time as the dark forest, Dashu was leading his people to catch snow rabbits to meet the demands of Han Feng and his own tribe. The entire tribe worked almost day and night. All the tribe members went out, leaving only the elder and children under 6 years old at home to watch over things. To increase their yield, he even dug up burrows and destroyed nests. Whenever he found a rabbit burrow, he would dig it up directly. If they didn't come out, he would use fire and smoke them out. This method was indeed effective. He really did catch quite a few, even capturing several litters of newborn bunnies. But because of this hunting method brought disaster upon his tribe. During this season, every tribe had to store up food. The cannibal tribe was no exception, and their food was living people. Anyone who fell into their hands. The men would be used to fill their stomachs, and the women would be kept to bear children or work. On the day Han Feng ventured deep into the swamp, a hunting party from the cannibal tribe was attracted by the fire Da Shu used to smoke out the rabbits. This party consisted entirely of adult men. Their numbers reached 40 people. Their weapons were all stone axes and clubs, so their combat strength was very formidable, especially the 2 leaders who were riding 2 immature terror birds. As for the tree tribe compared to them, even if all their men, women, old and young were combined, they still wouldn't outnumber them. Facing such a powerful enemy, Da Shu led his people to flee. The cannibal tribe pursued them closely. Fortunately, he was familiar with the terrain and specifically chose difficult paths to run. The enemy couldn't catch up for a moment, but someone was still left behind. A little girl who was gathering mushrooms tripped over a tree root in fear. She had just gotten to her feet when a flying axe struck her in the back, and then she was caught by the enemy and stabbed to death. A crowd of savage cannibals laughed heartily as they gathered to drink her blood. Dashu gritted his teeth, but he didn't stop. He knew that even if all his tribe members charged together, they would only become prey for them. Because of the little girl's death, the enemy's pursuit finally paused for a moment. Dashu hurriedly returned to the tribe to tell the elder about this. The enemy was too strong. They couldn't fight back at all, and could only migrate. So Elder Tree finally made a decision to have Dashu lead the people east of the dark forest, to find Han Feng. After all, from Han Feng's weapons, it was clear his tribe must be very powerful. As for him, he would stay behind to hold off the enemy. He couldn't travel anymore anyway. Dashu suppressed his grief and nodded. He hastily packed their belongings and headed east. In truth, he wasn't sure in his heart. Han Feng had been gone for several days. He didn't know where he was now, or if he was even still alive. But if they didn't leave now, they could only wait for death. He had no other choice. Soon the enemy found their tribe. The treehouse where they had lived for generations was now engulfed in a sea of flames. The fire was set by Elder Tree, hoping to burn a few enemies and buy everyone some time. After this incident, the tree tribe, which originally had 32 people, was now left with only 30. The entire group was dejected. They walked non-stop towards the east of the dark forest. Initially, Dashu had no hope of finding Han Feng, but when he saw fresh tree branches stuck along the path, he regained some faith. It only took them a day and a half to reach the edge of the dark forest. When they emerged, it was already late afternoon. The sky under the sunset had turned a deep red. The people of the tree tribe were immediately captivated by the sight before them. This was the first time they had seen the outside world. But Dashu frowned. The signs Han Feng had left ended here. He didn't know where to go to find him. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly discovered traces of a campfire by the stream bank. Getting closer to check, he saw many animal tracks in the soft mud, among which were Han Feng's strange shoe prints. Dashu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Han Feng must be nearby, so he had everyone rest here for the night. Meanwhile, at the time Dashu had started to flee with his people, Han Feng was deep in the swamp, carefully searching his surroundings. Finding the rice amidst the dense reeds was not an easy task. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes lit up. He thought of a way. Birds all like to eat this type of rice, so I just need to look where the birds gather. Thinking this, Han Feng immediately took action. While paddling his dugout canoe, he used a stick to hit the water's surface hard. Suddenly, from a reed bush not far away, a flock of water birds shot up into the air. Han Feng quickly paddled his canoe in the direction the flock had flown from. As he got closer, a small patch of rice heavy with grain gradually came into view. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart filled with immense joy. This is it. This is what I've been looking for. Wild rice. Han Feng paddled even harder towards that shallow patch of land. But just as Han Feng's canoe was about to reach the spot, he suddenly heard people shouting from behind him. He turned his head to look. He saw several primitive people wearing no clothes clinging to logs that were bobbing on the water. They were waving at him while shouting nonstop. They looked very urgent. These people were from the Ling tribe who lived in this swamp. This tribe had just over 50 people. At this moment, they were harvesting water caltrops, their food reserve for the winter. Suddenly, they saw another person sitting on a strange thing floating on the water, slowly heading towards the forbidden death zone that the elder often mentioned. Out of kindness, the leader of the Ling tribe's gathering team, named Ling Cao, hurriedly shouted at Han Feng, hoping he wouldn't continue in that direction. Unfortunately, Han Feng didn't understand their language and just stared at them blankly. Seeing that Han Feng didn't react, Ling Cao hurriedly swam towards him. While Han Feng was still bewildered, Ling Cao had already swum up to the side of his canoe. She used her hand to point at the patch of reeds where the rice was growing, shouting non-stop, with a look of both worry and fear. Seeing that the other person had no ill intentions, Han Feng relaxed. But looking at this woman's expression, she was probably trying to tell him that it was dangerous over there and he couldn't go. Han Feng gestured, mimicking a wild beast. He mimicked a roar with his mouth, and then pointed at the reeds. Were there wild beasts there? Ling Cao shook her head and pointed at Han Feng, then pointed to that patch of land again. After that, she placed her hand on the water and made a slow, sinking motion, meaning that if he went over there, he would sink. Han Feng understood Ling Cao's intention and breathed a sigh of relief. He was very grateful for her warning, but he was fully prepared. There was no reason to give up now, so he resolutely rowed the boat towards the patch of reeds. Ling Cao immediately panicked and shouted at Han Feng, but she didn't swim after him. After all, she still had her tribe and her young dependent children. But in the next second, she was so shocked her jaw dropped. She saw Han Feng tie 2 paddle-like pieces of wood to the soles of his feet. Then, holding a man-sized square shield, he casually stepped into the deathly forbidden zone, but didn't sink at all. Everyone who witnessed this scene was astonished. They had never seen anyone walk in the forbidden zone before, the death zone without sinking. But Han Feng, who looked at ease, was not nearly as comfortable as they imagined. Beneath the reeds was nothing but soft mud. With every step, he had to use a great deal of strength just to lift his foot, which was incredibly exhausting. Han Feng finally reached the patch of wild rice. Each stalk stood about 2 meters tall, heavy with plump, gleaming golden grains. Han Feng took out the sturdy bags he had prepared and harvested everything cleanly until every single stalk of wild rice was bare without a single grain remaining. Only then did he stop. Now Han Feng carried 2 full bags of wild rice back to his boat, happily preparing to row home, to begin his era of agriculture. But unexpectedly, after rowing just a short distance, he was surrounded by people from the Ling tribe. A group of people stared at the 2 heavy bags on Han Feng's boat, which was still able to float on the water. Their eyes lit up instantly. It turned out this floating thing could not only carry people, but also hold things a few of the cleverer ones. Immediately imagined themselves rowing this small boat to harvest water chestnuts. Han Feng looked at the people before him, feeling a bit annoyed at first, but seeing they had no malicious intent, he didn't get angry. Ling Cao, seeing that Han Feng seemed about to get angry, hurriedly gestured and asked if he could teach them how to make this thing. Looking around, he saw everyone soaked in the water, their skin all wrinkled. Besides, they had kindly warned him earlier, so Han Feng happily agreed. Han Feng gestured for them to gather all the logs. He arranged them in a row, then used some reeds to tie the logs together, and then told Ling Cao to get on. Sure enough, after Ling Cao climbed on the wooden raft, floated steadily on the water. Ling Cao was thrilled. She hurriedly called her tribespeople to come try it together. Unfortunately, the raft could only hold 2 people. A third would surely capsize it. Those who couldn't get on were a bit envious of Ling Cao, but Ling Cao herself was overjoyed because she knew this kind of raft was very simple to make. Moreover, the materials were very easy to find in their tribal lands. She could even imagine the scene of herself riding a wooden raft back to the tribe. It would surely start a raft-building craze. Thinking of this, Ling Cao looked at Han Feng gratefully and warmly invited him to be a guest at the Ling tribe. But Han Feng declined. A herd of blue antelope was waiting for him outside the swamp. Ling Cao didn't insist. She casually handed Han Feng a water chestnut the size of a chicken egg as a token of their pact. If he ever faced difficulties in the future, he could bring this water chestnut to the Ling tribe to ask for help. Han Feng happily accepted the water chestnut and hurriedly carried the 2 bags of seed grain back to the grassland at the foot of Baosan Mountain. By now, after a rushed day of harvesting, Han Feng had collected about 60 caddies of grain, but he couldn't bear to eat a single one. He just wanted to quickly bring these precious things home in time for planting next spring. But to farm one naturally needed farming tools, so he had to find more copper and tin ore to forge farming tools. In the afternoon of the day, Da Shu emerged from the dark forest. Han Feng was on a small grassy patch on the other side of Baosun Mountain, eating a succulent roasted otter while weaving large baskets in preparation for mining ore on the third day. But at the western foot of Baosun Mountain, Da Shu and his people were in a miserable state. When they fled, they didn't bring fire, and for the past 2 days, they had only gnawed on some dried meat. At night, cold and hungry, they could only huddle together for warmth as they slept. Early the next morning, Han Feng woke up refreshed and in high spirits, leading the herd of blue antelope towards the western side of Baosun Mountain. Meanwhile, at the western foot of Baosun Mountain, Da Shu was distributing some freshly picked wild fruits to his people when suddenly, a few tribespeople excitedly pointed up Baosun Mountain and shouted. From a distance, they saw on the bare rocky peak a young man leading a herd of four-legged beasts slowly making his way up. Han Feng also heard the shouts from the foot of the mountain. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the tree tribe and wondered briefly why they were here. It took more than 10 minutes for Da Shu to lead his people halfway up the mountain. Seeing their condition, Han Feng couldn't help but frown. Why were even the children here? And every single one of them was covered in grime. Da Shu, upon seeing Han Feng again, was momentarily stunned. He knew Han Feng had gone to find the horned animals, but he never expected him to actually succeed, let alone catch so many of them and all alive. This was on a completely different level from the terror elephant riders of the cannibal tribe. At this moment in his heart, Han Feng was like a god. Seeing that each of them held only a single wild fruit, it was clear they didn't even have meat to eat. Han Feng immediately took out the leftover roasted goose and otter and shared the food with them. Da Shu squatted by the fire, eating as he recounted the events of the past few days. The others also gathered around, gesturing wildly as they added to the story, until Han Feng understood everything. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. There was a cannibal tribe nearby. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Han Feng's mind. If the cannibal tribe had already reached the tree tribe, then how far were they from his own thinking of this? Han Feng decided he had to finish mining all the ore today and return immediately tomorrow. He could only hope that the river would hold them back for a few days. Then he looked at Da Shu and asked about their plans. Hearing this, all the people of the tree tribe lowered their heads, not knowing how to answer. Winter was coming, but their village had been burned to the ground. Furthermore, with a cannibal tribe pursuing them, they had no idea where to go to find shelter. Seeing this, Han Feng made an offer. Why don't you all join my tribe? We have stored enough food for all of us to last through the winter. Hearing this, Da Shu's eyes lit up. He completely trusted Han Feng's words. This herd of four-legged beasts alone was enough to feed everyone for an entire winter. The other people of the tree tribe were also very eager to agree. They had seen the power of the bow and arrow in Han Feng's hands. With such a weapon, they would never lack for prey and would no longer be bullied by enemies. So they all looked at Da Shu with expectant eyes, hoping their chief would agree. Da Shu was already swayed, but as a chief, he still needed to be more cautious. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "You invite us to join your tribe, but will your chief agree?" Hearing this, Han Feng laughed. "You don't need to worry about that because I am the chief." Hearing this, Da Shu was taken aback. A boy like Han Feng was the chief, but after thinking for a moment, he understood. He had witnessed Han Feng's capabilities. The things Han Feng did were things even a grown man might not be able to accomplish. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and decisively agreed. Meanwhile, to completely dispel their doubts, Han Feng gave the spear in his hand to Da Shu, a stone axe to a man named Mu Yong, and the shield woven from vines that he used while harvesting the wild rice. He gave to a man named Shu Ju. Han Feng understood very well that as long as he was willing to give them weapons, they would surely feel that he had absolutely no intention of harming them. After all, who would hand over such fine weapons to an enemy? Sure enough, the men who received the weapons immediately beamed with joy. Da Shu also brought out the rabbits Han Feng had asked him to catch. There were big and small ones, more than 30 in total, though most were baby rabbits. Seeing this, Han Feng was overjoyed, thinking of the rabbits' reproductive rate of a litter every 2 months in the future. The tribe would no longer have to worry about livestock. After breakfast, Da Shu had thought Han Feng would set off immediately. Unexpectedly, he started digging for rocks on the mountain, so Da Shu asked what he was doing. "With these rocks, I can make better weapons. Then we can hunt so much prey we'll have more than enough for 3 meals a day, more than enough for 3 meals a day." Da Shu and everyone else understood that this was a life they hadn't experienced since they had been forced to leave their home. After that, without Han Feng having to say a word, everyone voluntarily pitched in to help him dig. With dozens of extra hands, the digging speed increased dramatically. By noon, all the large baskets were filled. This time, they mainly collected several types of ore, such as chalcopyrite and tin ore. There was also red termite mound soil and kaolin clay, which were used for making crucibles and casting molds. Very quickly, they finished packing up. Han Feng led the dozens of people and set off. The back of each blue antelope was loaded with 2 baskets of various sizes, all filled with ore. dried grass rabbits and the seeds. Their pace on the journey was not fast, and Han Feng taught as they walked. He taught Da Shu and the others how to use the weapons he had given them. When night fell, the group found a wide-open space to rest and have dinner. The first half of the night was quiet with only the crackling of the campfire. But around midnight, Han Feng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt the earth begin to shake. It was as if some giant creature was moving. Han Feng immediately thought of the long-nosed beast Da Shu had mentioned. He kicked and pulled everyone awake, putting out all the campfires just as two sharp yet immature cries rang out. Two large dark figures suddenly appeared in the distant firelight, followed by the sight of dozens of men holding torches and weapons high. They wore necklaces made from human bones. He saw the leader riding an elephant wave his hand, and everyone charged fiercely in their direction. His rich combat experience from a past life made Han Feng unusually calm, and he immediately issued a command. He told a man named Mu Dui to immediately lead the people on a detour to the north. As for Da Shu, Mu Yang, and Shuju, they were to follow him and provide cover from the rear, even though there were only 4 of them. But based on the equipment of both sides, Han Feng quickly formulated a strategy. The enemy had 2 riders on terror elephants leading the way. They were neither fast nor agile, and their weapons were basically stone axes and spears, the kind of weapons that ordinary people throw. Even thrown with full force, those could only travel 50 to 60 meters, but the bow in Han Feng's hands could hit an unprotected target within 100 meters. He could still hit them, so as long as he kept his distance, he was confident he could eliminate them. All of them from beyond their effective range. At this moment, Da Shu saw the elephant-riding enemies charging and grew a bit nervous. The hand holding his spear trembled slightly, but seeing Han Feng's unusual calm beside him, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to be calm. Han Feng silently counted the distance to the enemy: 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Then he drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and let it fly with a whoosh. An enemy charging at the front instantly tumbled to the ground, an arrow pierced straight through his chest. His comrades saw the pointed shaft sticking out of his back, and the surrounding enemies were stunned for a moment. But in that brief moment of shock, 2 more arrows flew out with a whoosh and 2 more men fell. The elephant-riding leader now spotted Han Feng in the distance and let out a loud shout. He ordered his tribesmen to charge forward and throw a volley of stone axes. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately pulled Da Shu to take cover behind a tree trunk. Deng also hid behind a tree trunk, while the shield-bearer knelt on one knee, raising his shield to cover his back. They only heard a series of thuds as several stone axes and a spear hit the shield. Fortunately, the shield was woven from thick vines, so Shuju was unharmed. But if they kept getting pelted like this, it was feared it couldn't withstand many more hits. Mu Yang, hiding behind the tree, saw several stone axes on the ground. He immediately picked up 2 and hurled them back into the enemy's dense formation. 2 men were instantly struck and fell to the ground. It was unclear if they were dead. Da Shu, as the former chief of the tree tribe, would naturally not be outdone. He picked up a spear and hurled it at the enemy. One of them was impaled and died on the spot. Han Feng immediately signaled for the others to run. They increased their distance, repeating this tactic again and again. The enemy's original force of 40 men was now down to only 7 men. The rest were either dead or injured. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly signaled to halt. They stood about 80 meters from the enemy, watching them motionlessly. The elephant-riding leader saw that Han Feng's group had stopped running. He was a bit confused as his side only had a few exhausted men left. In a momentary fit of rage, he brandished the spear from his back and charged. Han Feng steadied his breath. He immediately drew his bow. When the leader was about 70 meters away, he released the arrow, which struck him right in the right eye. The leader let out a horrific scream. He fell from the elephant's back and was trampled into a pulp by the terror elephant, which suddenly felt as if it had stepped on something soft. It turned its head back to look in confusion, and for a moment the entire elephant froze, standing perfectly still. Although his followers nearby were also stunned, not understanding why their leader had suddenly died, they did not stop their forward charge. Han Feng immediately ordered a counterattack. 3 spears and an arrow flew toward the enemy in an instant, and 3 of them immediately fell. Now only 3 remained alive. They turned and fled in terror. The other elephant rider tried to turn his terror elephant around, but feeling it was too slow, he jumped off. Han Feng immediately finished him with another arrow. Before he even hit the ground, an arrow pierced his chest. He managed a few steps before collapsing. Then Da Shu and the other 2 charged forward from behind Han Feng. 3 stone axes flew through the air, taking care of the last 2 enemies. And so, this running battle in the forest was finally over. Da Shu and the other 2 could not believe that their group of only 4 people could have defeated an army of 40 men. The 2 young terror elephants, now without their riders, were standing foolishly in place. Han Feng immediately gave orders, telling Shuju to stay and keep watch, while Mu Yang went to find the others. As for Da Shu, he would go with him to finish off anyone not yet dead. The 3 men grunted in assent and immediately split up to carry out their tasks. Han Feng retrieved his arrows and collected 10 intact spears and stone axes, but unexpectedly, the 2 unattended young terror elephants began to trail after him, occasionally nudging his back gently with their trunks as if they wanted to follow him. Han Feng quickly pushed their trunks away, saying, "Don't follow me, I can't afford to raise you." After all, these were real terror elephants. When fully grown, they could weigh up to 15 tons. How much food would such a giant animal need to eat in a single day? Just then, Dashu frowned and said to Han Feng, "There are only 36 bodies along the path. Compared to the original 40, we're missing 4 people." Han Feng immediately had a bad feeling, but it was impossible to find them now in such a vast, dark forest. They had to let it go. By morning, Shuju and Mu Yang had led the main group back. As everyone sat down to eat, Han Feng had Dashu distribute the collected stone spears and axes to everyone. Now everyone except for the children had a weapon for self-defense. The blue antelopes and rabbits were eating dried grass, but now 2 uninvited guests had joined in. Seeing that there was only enough hay for 2 more meals. Disappear in an instant. Han Feng felt a headache coming on. He raised his fist, intending to shoo the 2 animals away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his fist, one of the young terror elephants looked at him with pitiful, teary eyes. The other young terror elephant used its trunk to scoop up a handful of grass and offered it to Han Feng, its intention perfectly clear. "This is delicious, have some. Just don't make us leave." Seeing this, Han Feng managed a smile that was uglier than a grimace, reluctantly taking the grass and putting it back in the elephant's mouth. Then he brought 2 more bundles of hay for them to eat. Afterwards, Han Feng told everyone to quickly pack up and move out. After traveling a fair distance, Han Feng saw the 2 young terror elephants were still eating grass. He couldn't help but sigh in relief they had finally shaken them off. The group headed west, traveling for a whole morning. They finally arrived at the place where Han Feng had battled the giant lungfish, but now they faced a problem. How were the blue antelopes laden with stone ore supposed to cross the river? An idea quickly formed in Han Feng's mind. He told everyone to find some long branches, and then to everyone's amazement, a wooden raft slowly began to take shape. Once all the ore was loaded onto the raft, Han Feng told everyone to cross to the other bank using the bridge. In the end, only Han Feng and the 18 blue antelopes were left. To get the 7 antelopes to cross the river obediently, he jumped into the water, leading them across one by one. After everything was packed up, the group continued their journey along the riverbank. Compared to the dark, dense woods, the scenery on the west bank of the river was completely different. Here, sunlight could filter through the leaves onto the forest floor. It felt warm and pleasant on their skin. Dashu and the others had never seen a sight like this before. They all ran and jumped through the forest with excitement, occasionally startling some partridges that were foraging on the ground. Han Feng hunted with his bow and arrow, and by evening he had a considerable catch. Meanwhile, young Ku Bing was by the river. Helping his mother pack up, the boy would occasionally glance to the north. His mother had told him the chief went that way. Ever since Han Feng left, the boy had come to the river with his mother to fish every day just to wait for him here. Seeing his mother begin to pack up the fish, Ku Bing felt a little disappointed that the chief still hadn't returned today. The woman smiled and patted the boy's head to comfort him, but in her heart she too was unsure if Han Feng would return safely. After all, he was still just a child. Thinking this, she couldn't help but gaze northward with worry. But as she looked, she saw several figures in the distant forest on the other side. "Someone's here! Grab your weapons!" she yelled in a hurry. The women of the fishing party quickly put down their catch, each grabbing a spear and standing on guard cautiously. Ku Bing, with his sharp eyes, recognized in a single glance that the person leading the group was his tribe's chief. The boy immediately jumped for joy, shouting happily, "Mom, the chief is back!" Han Feng heard the sounds from afar. He joyfully waved and shouted, "I'm back!" Just then, 2 clear elephant trumpets echoed from the other side of the river. It drew everyone's attention. Hearing this sound, something stirred in Han Feng's heart. It felt like 10,000 wild beasts were stampeding in his mind. He couldn't believe he'd gone so far, and still couldn't shake off those 2 giant elephants. Han Feng silently prayed they wouldn't come over, but what you fear is what happens, and he only heard a splash. With 2 loud splashes, both giant elephants jumped into the river, and in less than half a minute, they were standing before Han Feng, soaking wet those 2 unreasonable creatures. As soon as they got next to Han Feng, they used their trunks to spray him with water, drenching him like a drowned rat. Their intention was perfectly clear. "Who told you to abandon us?" Han Feng helplessly wiped the water from his face. "If you want to eat my food, then you have to work for me in the future. I'm not going to raise you for free." Hearing this, the 2 giant elephants used their trunks to gently pat Han Feng on the head. It was unclear what they meant by that. The women of the fishing team saw the 2 giant beasts. They were all terrified, but seeing how close they seemed to be with the chief, their expressions immediately turned to adoration. The chief is so amazing. He could even tame such massive beasts. Ku Bing was the first to run over, affectionately hugging Han Feng's leg. He wasn't the least bit afraid of the beast beside him. Han Feng told them that the newcomers were all new members of the tribe. Then he led them all back to the cave. Ku Bing was placed on the back of a giant elephant for the journey. He looked incredibly majestic on the journey. The tree tribe and the fishing team all exchanged glances. The fishing team's eyes were mainly fixed on the 18 blue antelopes. Meanwhile, Dashu and the others were observing the women of the tribe, looking at their hairstyles, their leather shoes, their fishing baskets, and how each person had a spear. The spear was what Dashu liked most, yet every one of them had one. It truly made Dashu admire them. Thinking that he had now also joined the tribe, he felt a little excited in his heart. At this time, the cave entrance was also very lively. Everyone in the tribe was gathered there, and upon seeing Han Feng return, they shouted in unison. Chief, the people of the tree tribe were momentarily drawn by the sound, and when they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned speechless, and Han Feng himself was also truly surprised, not expecting that after being away for only a short time. The tribe had undergone such a huge change at this moment. The tree tribe followed Han Feng to the open ground outside the cave entrance. Everyone was astonished by the sight before them. Beautiful jars and pots were laid out everywhere. These were all things they had never seen before. It made them hesitant to even take out their wooden bowls to use in front of the cave were countless fish. There was also a tapir, its body riddled with spears, looking like it weighed over 1,000 pounds. It seemed the hunting team could now use spears proficiently. This made Han Feng very happy. Da Shu now had a general understanding of the tribe's strength and finally put his complete trust in this tribe. They truly wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. The kids were standing on a grassy hill facing the newly arrived four-legged beasts. That was the grass they had pulled up over the past few days. Looking at such a large pile of grass, it was surely enough for the herd. For the blue antelopes and those 2 giant elephants to eat all winter before leaving, Han Feng had arranged for them to clear the open ground outside the cave. The children had done an excellent job on the open ground. Apart from some newly grown grass, there were no more bushes. Han Feng quickly told everyone that these four-legged beasts were all tamed by him and could help everyone with work in the future. Qbing stood beside him, listening attentively to Han Feng and babbling a translation. Then Han Feng happily rewarded each child with 2 rabbit skins. The children immediately ran off cheerfully to find their mothers to sew clothes on a clearing not far away. A very large pile of red bricks was stacked. Liu Zi reported to Han Feng that he could fire 4 kilns a day. Moreover, he had also made a type of tool for the children. After speaking, he proudly took it out to show him. Upon seeing the tool Liu Zi brought out, Han Feng was utterly astonished. It turned out to be a simple wooden rake. This guy really has the potential to be an inventor. Han Feng praised Liu Zi with a few words. Then he instructed him not to fire any more bricks tomorrow, but to fire another batch of pottery for the newcomers to use. Speaking of pottery, the elder standing nearby indicated that he also had something to say. A few days ago, the bald-headed tribe from the west came again to trade for pottery. This time, they paid with a lot of rock salt, enough for the tribe to eat for a long time. After inspecting all the work Han Feng arranged for the housing of the animals, he brought back the rabbits, were placed in a corner of the cave, where a hutch was built with stones and mud. For now, they would be kept here for the winter. Among the more than 30 rabbits, 3 were pregnant and had just been released into the hutch. They had already started pulling their fur to make nests. The other rabbits, although only 1 to 2 months old, were already as big as cantaloupes. By next spring, they would become new breeding machines. As for the 2 young giant elephants, there was no need to worry. They just stood by the pile of grass and wouldn't leave. No matter how they were shooed away, the herd of blue antelopes was tied to a tree not far from the cave entrance. Tomorrow, people would be assigned to build a grass shelter for them. After finishing these tasks, dinner was also ready. Before eating, Han Feng specially organized a welcoming ceremony for the newcomers regarding the matter of tying up their hair. The people of the tree tribe did not object at all. On the contrary, they felt tying their hair up looked neater and more beautiful than leaving it down for days. Today, a boar was hunted. A giant wild boar. So for the evening meal, of course, there had to be blood pudding soup, plus wild vegetables. Several large pots were cooked, and there was also the wild chicken that Han Feng had shot today, made into a pot of chicken and chestnut stew. A dozen or so fresh fish were grilled, and everyone got a sweet and sour fruit. The lavish dinner shortened the distance between the old and new members. Everyone ate and chatted happily. After the meal, Han Feng instructed the elders of the tribe to help the newcomers make leather shoes, so the newcomers could learn by watching. Meanwhile, Han Feng took a piece of charcoal and began thinking while writing and drawing on the cave wall. On the wall was a drawing depicting the terrain outside the cave, showing the cave, the small river, and the forest. There were also some things that weren't actually there yet at this moment. Han Feng was thinking about how to plan that open land in front of the cave. This piece of land was nearly 3,200 acres if it were all planted with paddy rice. The entire tribe probably couldn't finish it all. Of course, it couldn't all be planted with paddy rice. One had to know that this place was all dry land for now. And paddy rice must be grown in water. Just turning the dry land into paddy fields would be a massive project. Next was the issue of housing with the addition of the newcomers and the newly born children. During this period, the tribe's population had grown to 97 people. The current cave was gradually becoming insufficient to meet their housing needs. Therefore, houses would have to be built on this land in the future. A residential area, paddy fields, a vegetable growing area, a livestock area, and a warehouse. And pastures, a metallurgy area, a carpentry workshop. So many zones had to be arranged on this piece of land. It had to be planned. Well, the first problem to solve was the creation of the paddy fields. The simple plan was to build a small square city in the middle of the open land to house the residential area, the livestock area, and the warehouse. The metallurgy area and the carpentry workshop would be inside this small city. It was projected that the entire city would have to provide enough housing for at least 5,000 people. At maximum capacity, it could house 8,000 people living together. It could take several years to complete in phases, then a protective moat would be dug. Around this small city with 400-meter-long sides, the excavated earth could be mixed with bricks to build up the city walls to defend against wild beasts and attacks from other tribes. Next, using the protective moat as the center, an artificial canal would be dug to lead water in from the small river, 8 to 9 meters wide, to the east. Then several smaller canals would be dug to lead water from the protective moat back to the river, thus forming a large irrigation system. Along this irrigation system, digging a few more small ditches would make it possible to irrigate the entire plot of land. The protective moat and the artificial canal were planned to be 4 meters wide. The small river to the east is about 9 meters wide and the water flow volume would be constant. But since the channel would be narrowed by half, the flow speed of the artificial canal would double, making it convenient for harnessing water power. The specific plan was to take the cave as the center, measure 200 meters out on each side, to choose the location for the city so as not to miss next year's spring planting season. Phase 1 of the project is to dig the channel connecting the small river to the protective moat, a calculated distance of about 700 meters. The excavated earth will be used to fire bricks in preparation for building the city. Later, Phase 2 of the project is to dig the protective moat. But there's no rush for this, since the cave is still habitable. For now, Phase 3 is building the city wall. The wall is planned to be trapezoidal, with a base 4 meters wide, a top 2 meters wide, and 5 meters high, with one city gate on each of its 4 sides, plus the 4-meter-wide moat outside. In this era, absolutely no one could break through it. Phase 4 of the project is to dig the 700-meter-long return channel. The excavated earth can be used to fire smaller bricks. For building houses and other structures inside the city, the entire project is expected to be completed in 3 years at the latest. Otherwise, Han Feng was afraid there wouldn't be enough living space in the cave later on the next morning, after everyone in the tribe had woken up. Han Feng began to assign the day's tasks. There was a lot of work, so all food-gathering activities were halted. The newcomers still didn't have bowls, so Liu Zi was assigned to continue firing pottery. The children continued to pull weeds. Furthermore, they had to tie the grass into bundles according to Han Feng's instructions to make it easier to store and transport. The 4 of them, Da Shui, Huzi, Da Mao, and Er Mao, went up the mountain. After chopping down all the man-eating plant saplings for fencing, the women were divided into 2 teams. The larger team went to the valley that Han Feng had previously visited to harvest the ghost swords. One team led 6 blue antelopes carrying large back baskets and was in charge of transportation. Another smaller team went into the forest to scrape the bark of white wax trees, on which were the secretions of scale insects, an excellent material for making wax. Han Feng planned to use the insect wax to make bronze casting molds. The rest of the men were assigned by Han Feng to chop down trees, starting with ones as thick as a calf. They were set aside to be used as posts for building livestock pens, while the branches were all chopped off to be used as firewood for making charcoal. To smelt as much copper as possible, the transportation was still entrusted to the blue antelope herd. If they couldn't carry the load, the 2 young mammoths would help. Everyone in the tribe didn't understand these arrangements. They thought they should be stockpiling food in the fall, but Han Feng told them the food stockpiled now was enough to last until next spring, without running out, especially since they had caught a lot of fish recently. Their bellies were full of eggs, and if they continued to fish this way, the fish population in the river would certainly be affected. Therefore, they had to give the fish population time to rest and reproduce. While everyone in the tribe was out working, Han Feng himself also got busy. First, he used the existing firewood to make some charcoal, and then he used the kaolin clay and termite mound soil that had been brought back. He fashioned several crucibles and ladles for refining and making alloys, then used mixed fire clay to make rectangular molds. This way, he could cast copper in tin plates like chocolate bars. Later, he could adjust the ratio of copper to tin according to his needs to create various tools. When the charcoal and molds were done, Han Feng began to build the smelting furnace. He used ordinary clay mixed with some broken pottery shards, then added some chopped grass and kneaded it into mud to build a cylindrical furnace with a diameter of over 40 centimeters. Han Feng made 4 such furnaces, so that later he could fire them up at the same time, saving quite a bit of time. Next, he used snakeskin to make some simple bellows. Liu Zi didn't know what Han Feng was doing, but he was very much looking forward to it. What new thing would the chief create this time? When all of Han Feng's preparations were finished, the set of smelting equipment, the most primitive in the world, was complete. They just had to wait for the charcoal to finish and the furnace to dry tomorrow before they could start working. Daji and Huzi worked all day and brought back several hundred poles that could be used for fencing. But the adult men who went to chop trees had a much more miserable time. After working hard all day, they had managed to chop down fewer than 10 trees, and 3 of the stone axes used for chopping were chipped. But Han Feng didn't go easy on them, telling them they had to continue tomorrow, but whoever did a good job would get new equipment in exchange. Everyone was a little confused. The stone axe was the best tool they had ever seen. Was there something even better than a stone axe? Their hearts filled with even greater anticipation. After dinner, everyone began their post-meal entertainment. As for Han Feng, he sat by the fire and began to melt the wax, waiting for it to solidify before using it. He used a bone knife to carve it into the shapes of various tools, then covered these wax blocks with clay, leaving only a small hole. When the clay was completely dry, he would fire it and pour out the melted wax from inside, which would result in a hollow clay mold. However, a thin layer of wax remained on the inner wall of the mold, which would make it easier to break the mold after casting later on. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was relatively precise and didn't waste material. The poured-out wax could also be remelted into a large block for reuse. Early the next morning, everyone led the blue antelope herd out. Thanks to Han Feng's ceaseless instruction, they finally understood. Wild animals could not only be eaten, but could also help people work. Dazi and his group of 4 were kept behind. Their task today was to operate the bellows. Liu Zi had finished firing the pottery yesterday, so today he was focused on being Han Feng's assistant. Liu Zi was very smart, so Han Feng planned to pass down the method of copper smelting to him. He couldn't do it all by himself forever in the future. It was better to find an apprentice. At this point, the 4 furnaces had dried. This time he lit 2 at the same time. Damao and Mao were in charge of pumping the bellows, while Daji and Hu Zi were responsible for adding charcoal and crushed copper ore. Under the effect of the bellows, the flames from the furnace mouth shot up very high. Soon the ore inside began to melt slowly, and the molten copper flowed through a gap down to the bottom of the furnace. It gathered into a single mass of copper and slag, while at the same time the tin ore was also being melted under a great flame. It melted in just a few minutes. Using a tree branch, he raked away the embers at the bottom of the furnace and pulled out 2 blocks of metal mixed with many impurities. Then he continued to repeat the operation. After about 3 or 4 hours, he had finally accumulated a pile of impure metal. Then he lit the other 2 furnaces. After waiting for the temperature to rise, he put the crude copper and tin into 2 crucibles and waited for them both to melt into liquid form. Using an earthen ladle, he skimmed the impurities off the surface. Next, using a prepared ceramic rod, he scooped out the pure molten copper. He poured it into the rectangular clay molds to cool. The molten tin was treated the same way. Liu Zi and the 4 kids stared intently at the liquid metal. As it gradually solidified, they didn't understand the principle, so they appeared very surprised. When the copper and tin plates were no longer hot, Han Feng eagerly poured the metal plates out. It was now noon. Under the sunlight, the metal plates reflected a dazzling light. Everyone stared at the metal plates, their mouths agape. They had never seen anything so beautiful and shiny. Their mesmerized expressions were no different from modern people seeing gold bars. Even Ku Bing, who was playing, was drawn over. He touched this one, looked at that one, and asked, "Chief, what is this?" Han Feng ruffled the boy's hair. "This is called copper, and this is called tin. You just stand here and watch. I'm going to get something, Ku Bing." He nodded, and along with Liu Zi and the others, softly said the words copper and tin. Meanwhile, Han Feng brought over a pile of casting molds and began the work of casting bronze. He put copper and tin into a new crucible according to a specific ratio and waited for it to melt into a liquid. He stirred it evenly with a ceramic rod, after which it could be poured into the molds. The first batch was for casting axes and hammers. The molten alloy solution was poured into the mold. A wisp of white smoke immediately rose from the mold's air vent. He waited for the temperature to drop a little. Han Feng impatiently smashed the mold with a stone. Amid the broken clay shards, a large axe shimmering with a pale golden light lay silently. This axe was a little larger than a firefighter's axe. The task of sharpening the blade was handed to Liu Zi to finish while Han Feng began preparing to cast other tools: rulers, saws, carving knives, chisels, planes, hand drills, and quadrangular spearheads. By evening, when everyone from the tribe returned, all work had stopped. The blade of the large golden axe had been polished to a brilliant shine. With a handle attached, the world's first bronze axe was complete. There were also 2 saws that had been fitted with wooden handles. One was a 1-person saw, the other a 2-person saw. When Da Shu and the others saw the large sparkling axe, they immediately gathered around. "The axe is so beautiful." Their eyes were glued to it. "And there's this too." Han Feng smiled and took out a spear with a white shaft and a golden tip. Everyone in the tribe stared wide-eyed. "Is that a spear? It's so beautiful." Especially Shoya and Du Er, who were practically drooling as they stared at the golden-headed spear. "Chief, is there a share for us?" the tribe members asked impatiently. Han Feng smiled. He took out a lump of the copper ore and gave it to Da Shu. "It was made using this type of rock, but we have run out of this rock now." The people from the tree tribe were astonished. They had gone along to dig up this type of rock before, and never expected it could be made into such beautiful weapons. Mu Dui was the most honest and direct of them all. "If it's so scarce, then we'll just go dig for more. We know where it is." Han Feng nodded, but told them that digging that way was too inefficient. They had to make a few more things, and after this winter they could dig up a lot more. "By then, everyone can have a spear like this." The tribe members calmed down. The chief's words were still trustworthy. If he said everyone would get one, then they definitely would. Afterwards, Han Feng led them to the logs that had been cut down to teach them how to use the 2-man saw and the handsaw. 2 people pulled the large saw, placing it on top of a round log. Pulling back and forth, they soon sawed through a round slice of wood. Then they used the handsaw to trim branches. A branch as thick as a wrist could be sawn through in less than a minute. The large axe was over 1 meter long, and was very easy to handle, allowing one to use their whole body's strength. If the tribe's strongest man used it, a tree as thick as a calf would only take a few swings. By the time everyone had learned how to use these tools, Han Feng told them to go eat and rest. After the meal, the tribe members gathered around to listen to Liu Zi tell the story of smelting copper. Meanwhile, Han Feng began to establish units of measurement. Only with units of measurement could civilization gradually develop in the future. The ghost swords had now been harvested. The women were focused on weaving ropes. The children were all lying on their stomachs outside the rabbit hutch watching the rabbits give birth. The 3 mother rabbits had all given birth, each litter having as many as 6 or 7 kits. The rabbit population of over 30 had nearly doubled. Liu Zi had years of experience making pottery, so now he was also very adept at helping Han Feng carve wax molds for the round-headed bronze shovel, which could be used for digging canals or for farming. With Han Feng's model right there, Liu Zi just had to copy it, which was no problem at all. As for Han Feng, after finishing his tasks, he began to research the most important thing, the plow. He planned to make 2 different sizes, large and small. The large one would be for the terror elephants, and the small one for the blue antelopes. They would be used for plowing fields and digging rivers in the future. The next morning, some of the women were twisting ropes while others cleared the ground. Han Feng had just marked an area and told them to clear it completely. Soon they would start building the livestock pen. The bronze smelting was now handled by Liu Zi and 4 youngsters. The 5 of them were now constantly casting bronze plates. Whenever they encountered something they didn't understand about the plates, they would come and ask Han Feng. When the women finished clearing the area, Han Feng led them to build the pen. They chopped down trees and brought them back in 4-meter-long sections to use as posts. A post was planted every 2 meters, forming a rectangular enclosure. In the empty spaces, 2 horizontal logs were tied to secure the posts. Then branches were woven into a fence and attached to the wooden frame. Finally, it was finished by plastering a layer of mud over it. Inside the livestock pen was a wooden shelter 4 meters high, which was the home for the 2 young terror elephants. After the construction was finished, all the grass outside was also tied into bundles and piled up inside the pen. This was to prevent other animals or people from destroying it. Everyone in the tribe was busy with their own work, but no one expected that. At this time, the Bald tribe had set their sights on the tribe. A crisis was about to descend. Baldy had a constant worry. As the weather grew colder, the water source that sustained his tribe was about to dry up. When that happened, they could only go to the river 3 kilometers away to get water. This would require many water containers, which was why he had personally come to the tribe to trade last time. He had wanted to trade for more pottery. Unfortunately, his wish was not granted, so the idea of plundering arose in his mind. In Baldy's mind, the tribe had fewer than 10 adult men, while they had 15. Moreover, after leaving the tribe last time, he had even crafted his own sharp spears with stone tips. Defeating them and plundering their pottery and food would certainly be no problem. On the morning of that day, Baldy led all the adult men of his tribe. Each carrying several spears, they advanced aggressively towards the tribe, preparing to ambush their hunting party, and then go to their settlement to plunder it. At this moment, on this mountain ridge in the coniferous forest, Da Shu and Shou Ya were still chopping trees, but today they were working very quickly. With 3 large axes and 2 long saws, they could basically fell a tree cleanly in half an hour. Moreover, this was just the speed of one group. The logging team had a total of 10 people divided into 3 groups, so they could basically fell 3 trees at once every half an hour. Another person, Mott Doi, was in charge of transportation. He was currently letting the herd of blue antelopes graze near the logging team. Just then, from the mountain opposite the valley, a group of people suddenly came running over. Moreover, each person was carrying a spear. Mott Doi immediately shouted loudly towards the mountain ridge. Then he hastily led the herd of blue antelopes and fled. Hearing the shout, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and picked up their weapons. They prepared to fight. Mott Doi led the 6 blue antelopes, running for his life with Baldy and his men in hot pursuit. All the way to the mountain ridge, with several whooshes tearing through the air, the 2 rearmost blue antelopes were struck by spears. They let out a pitiful cry and fell to the ground. The remaining 4 blue antelopes who were tied to them continued to run, dragging the corpses of their 2 fallen comrades along. They ran towards the tribe's grassy hill. Seeing this, the tribesmen hiding behind the trees simultaneously pulled out the stone axes from their backs and threw them at the enemy. With just a few whooshing sounds, 3 enemies immediately fell to the ground motionless. 2 others were injured. Only 10 men were left, and they continued to advance. This was something Baldy had not expected. He originally thought that by bringing so many men, the opponents would be terrified and flee. How dare they counterattack? Baldy was furious. He immediately ordered them to throw their spears again. But as the 10 spears flew out, Dashu and the others hid behind the tree trunks again. All the spears landed askew in the ground. Seeing this, Du Er and the others emerged from behind the trees. 9 white-shafted spears were simultaneously thrown towards the men of the Bald tribe. 4 more men fell. Fortunately, the others managed to hide behind tree trunks in time. Du Er and his group hid behind the trees again. They waited for the enemy's next attack, but there was no movement. They didn't know that at this moment, Baldy was scared out of his wits. The enemy before him was too terrifying. Moreover, he discovered that the tribe's numbers were greater than he had anticipated. On his side, there were now only 8 men left, 2 of whom were injured. Continuing to fight was definitely not an option. He immediately led the remaining men and fled back towards their cave. At the same time, Ku Bing was pulling Han Feng over to the two terror elephants to name them. The larger one was named Hui Shan, and the smaller one was named Ru Bao. Before Han Feng could say anything, Hui Shan looked to the west, suddenly raised its head and roared. Ku Bing was caught off guard and startled. Han Feng immediately looked in that direction to the west. He only saw 4 blue antelopes dragging the corpses of 2 of their kind. They were running towards him. Several spears were still stuck in the 2 antelopes' corpses, but there was no sign of the logging team behind them. Han Feng was alarmed. He hurriedly called for everyone in the tribe to hide in the cave. No one was to come out until he returned. After making the arrangements, Han Feng took his bow and arrows and the golden-headed spear. He mounted Hui Shan and headed west. Seeing this, Ru Bao immediately ran after them. Following the trail of blood from the blue antelopes on the ground, Hui Shan carried Han Feng at a gallop. Soon they entered the forest ahead. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. The ones in the lead dragging golden axes were Da Shu and the others. Han Feng was surprised. What happened? Everyone was here, and moreover no one seemed to be injured. Shoya immediately led the hunting party over to Han Feng and recounted the entire incident. After listening, Han Feng couldn't help but wonder. Why would Baldy attack his tribe? But regardless of the reason, as long as they dared to harm the people of his tribe, they must pay the price. Even if it was just the antelopes that were killed, it was unacceptable. Thinking this, Han Feng raised his spear. He led the men from the logging team towards Baldy's tribe. It was not until around 2 in the afternoon that they finally arrived at Baldy's tribe. But on the open ground in front of the cave entrance, there was not a single person in sight. The cave entrance was also blocked by a large boulder. However, there was still a sizable gap, and several pairs of eyes were secretly peeking out. Baldy was one of them. What he feared most was that the enemy would come for revenge. Unexpectedly, his worst fears came true. The enemy had really come. Moreover, with this formation, the leader held a gleaming golden-headed spear and rode on the back of a giant beast. It was even taller than a normal person. At this moment, Baldy was filled with immense regret. If he had known the enemy was so strong, why the hell did I bother attacking them? Han Feng also noticed the pairs of eyes peeking out. He immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The next second, a pitiful scream was heard. Baldy had been shot through the eye with an arrow. The arrow protruded from the back of his head. Dali Shitu, you two go push the boulder away, Han Feng ordered, pointing at the large boulder in front of the cave. He ordered the 3 of them. They immediately went forward and began to push the boulder. But even with the 3 of them pushing together, they couldn't move it much. In fact, they were slowly being pushed back. Damn it, you think blocking the door is enough? Han Feng walked up to the gap and knocked another arrow. At this moment, behind the large boulder, several adult men were desperately pushing against it. Their faces were red with effort. With a whoosh, Han Feng shot another arrow. This time, 2 men behind the boulder were pierced through. Seeing this, the others fled in terror, no longer daring to stand near the cave entrance. With no more resistance, Dali's group of 3 successfully pushed the boulder away. The 3 bodies behind the boulder, not yet dead, were crushed into a bloody pulp. Soon they fell silent. The cave entrance was wide open. Inside, a flickering firelight revealed a group of trembling women and children. They were hiding in a pile of grass. Of the 5 remaining adult men, 3 held spears shielding the others. The 2 who were injured earlier were groaning in the pile of grass. Han Feng entered holding his spear, with Da Shu and the others following closely with their bronze axes. The 3 men holding stone spears saw the menacing group enter. Their legs trembled violently and they stammered incoherently. They seemed to be begging for forgiveness. Damn it, who begs for forgiveness while holding a weapon? Han Feng knocked away all the spears in the 3 men's hands. He knocked down all the spears in the 3 men's hands. One of the injured men in the back stealthily picked up a rock, intending to resist. Immediately, the spear tip thrust forward. With a thud, it pierced his left chest. All of you kneel, anyone who resists dies. Han Feng glared and shouted. Terrified, everyone immediately prostrated on the ground. Da Shu, you go take all of their food reserves. Then Han Feng looked at the people kneeling on the ground. It was your leader who attacked us first, so you cannot blame me. If it weren't for him, I would not have attacked you. Han Feng's original intention was to absorb this group of people, but to do so without them holding a grudge. He directly put all the blame on their leader. However, Han Feng had clearly overestimated their loyalty to the tribe. They didn't care about the death of their leader. They only cared that he was about to take their food. A group of women watched as Da Shu led his men to take away their reserved dried meat. Their reserves were so worried they were about to cry, hastily begging Han Feng, "Please, sir, don't take our food away. Otherwise, we won't survive this winter?" Han Feng calmly looked at the people before him. As long as you join my tribe, you will have more food than you can eat, and no one will freeze to death this winter. Anyone who agrees to join now can stand behind me. As soon as he finished speaking, one person hurriedly stood up and went behind Han Feng, then a second person. A third, a fourth, and soon only one severely injured man was left lying there. But from his appearance, he probably wouldn't survive. Han Feng didn't intend to bother with him, and led the new members out of the cave. Then he ordered Thu Nha to burn the cave. In an instant, flames erupted inside. Baldy and his tribe were gone from this day forward. Returning to the tribe, the integration of the new members went very smoothly within the tribe. A few people had been traded from Baldy's place before, so they quickly blended in. And Han Feng had not deceived them. The tribe's food reserves were indeed plentiful. Combined with the spoils from this time, 200 people could eat all winter without any problem. It was just that the cave's capacity had reached its limit. Luckily, winter was coming, so being a bit crowded would be warmer. What surprised these people was that the tribe even raised wild beasts, especially Nu Bao and Hoi Sun, two giant monsters. This gave them a new understanding of the tribe's power. Now they were very proud to have become members of the tribe. These past few days, the women were busy twisting ropes. The cave was already filled with 2 large bundles. The men continued to chop down trees. The trunks were kept as building materials, and the branches were used as firewood for the kiln. Han Feng hadn't been idle these past few days either. He made the necessary carpentry tools one by one, then cast 50 bronze shovels. With digging tools available, the first phase of his water diversion project had to begin. Based on the super long ropes the women had woven, Han Feng measured the location for the city wall to the true north of the cave. Then, at the 4 corners of the planned construction area, Han Feng buried a round log as a marker. From there, he found the best location for the canal. Next was to build the brick kiln. The canal digging project would produce a large amount of mud as soon as it started, so Han Feng planned to make brick molds while digging the canal. Because Han Feng planned to fire blue bricks, and the process of firing blue bricks required a large amount of water. For the convenience of fetching water, the site for the brick kiln was chosen by the river. Lu Tu had already fired many red bricks previously. These bricks could be used to build the kiln. The cylindrical brick kiln mobilized the entire labor force of the tribe. It took 5 days to finish building it, and then some more time to make some brick molds. Only then were the preparations considered complete. At this time, the large plow that Han Feng had spent many days crafting was finally unveiled. A 2-meter-wide wooden frame with 4 large bronze plowshares attached underneath. Just one pull of this thing could plow a 2-meter-wide strip of land to a depth of 40 centimeters. As for the power to operate this contraption, it was of course Nu Bao and Hoi Sun. 2 large plows were placed side by side, pulling forward, directly turning over a 4-meter width of the ditch. In less than an hour, the 2 beasts had finished plowing the 700-meter-long, 40-centimeter-deep ditch. Seeing this, Han Feng was overjoyed. With this speed, perhaps his city-building plan wouldn't take 3 years. At this point, the people's work could also begin. They shoveled the mud from the ditch into the molds, pressed it firmly to form individual bricks, and then let them dry. Han Feng planned to wait until winter to start firing the bricks when everyone would be idle with nothing to do. Moreover, firing the kiln in winter would be very warm, a pleasant job indeed. But right now there was a problem. Because these bricks were all for facing the outer city wall, each brick was very large. As such, transporting the mud and bricks would be very time-consuming. So Han Feng decided to start building a wheelbarrow. A simple new project was starting, and finding helpers was naturally the top priority. Later on, they could also become the tribe's professional carpenters. The person with the most talent for carpentry in the tribe had to be Mok Dong. This guy, while still in the tree tribe, had figured out how to use hot coals to burn out a round log to make a barrel. The other person was Muk Dan, an honest and simple man who didn't usually like to talk to others but worked very hard. Next, based on memories of horse-drawn carriages from his past life, combined with some improvements, the 3 of them took a whole day to make the first wheelbarrow. It was born and immediately put to use by the construction team. Everyone in the tribe was very interested in this newly appeared transportation tool. Compared to carrying things on their shoulders, it was indeed much less strenuous. But Han Feng wasn't very optimistic. He noticed that the wheelbarrow always wobbled when turning. At this rate, it would soon fall apart. Having found the cause, Han Feng immediately began to make improvements. This mainly involved extending the wheelbase. After giving detailed instructions to his 2 assistants, the 3 of them each took on a task. This improvement was much faster than the first build. 2 hours later, the 2nd-generation wheelbarrow was born. This time the wheelbarrow indeed no longer wobbled. Everyone's work efficiency immediately increased, so the 3rd vehicle was chosen as the model for mass production. The first batch would be 30 units. Right now, there were several tens of adult laborers, men and women combined. This type of wheelbarrow was specifically for carrying earth. It would surely be used a lot in the future. In the following period, the 3-person carpentry team at a rate of 3 vehicles every 2 days equipped the construction team. The first phase of the canal project progressed at lightning speed. The brick-making work, which had been stalled, also sped up significantly thanks to the wheelbarrows, until the 18th day of the project. A 698-meter-long, 4-meter-deep ditch appeared before Han Feng. At this point, Han Feng ordered them to stop digging the canal. The remaining 2 meters would be dug through later when water needed to be diverted. Everyone in the tribe returned to their normal routine. The men continued to cut down trees in preparation for future construction. The women went back to gathering food. They believed that the more food, the better. The construction of the 30 wheelbarrows was also completed, so that they could mine copper ore in large quantities later. Mok Dong and Muk Dan were now under Han Feng's guidance. attempting to build a large cart pulled by blue antelopes. The two of them had gained experience from the previous two builds. Han Feng only needed to tell them the plan for building a four-wheeled cart and let them figure it out themselves. As for Han Feng, he spent his time studying the plow. Everyone was busy with their own work. One morning when Han Feng stepped out of the cave, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. The long-awaited winter had finally arrived. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers fell ceaselessly. The sky was gloomy and there was no telling when it would stop. The men's tree-cutting work had stopped. Everyone was inside the cave. The women were no longer enthusiastic about gathering food either. They only went out occasionally to feed the herd of blue antelopes some dry grass. Nu Bao and Hoi Sun didn't need to be fed. Han Feng was afraid they would pull down the pen, so he let them out. The two beasts immediately rushed outside, frolicking in the snow. In this kind of weather, they certainly couldn't fire bricks. They could only wait for the snow to stop. So Han Feng began his long-cherished plan popularizing Mandarin and the written script. In fact, the tribespeople had already grasped some vocabulary, especially Kubin. The boy could already speak some simple sentences. This made things much simpler for Han Feng. He just needed to teach everyone some more necessary vocabulary, and then put them together. As for Chinese characters, teaching them simplified characters now was impractical. The clerical script being closer to pictographs would be easier to learn. Whether they could write or not didn't matter. The main thing was to be able to recognize the characters. To boost everyone's learning spirit, Han Feng made a rule. Every day before dinner, there would be a test. Anyone who couldn't read would have their dinner portion reduced by half. There were also rewards for learning well. For example, some sugar-roasted chestnuts. This trick really worked. Everyone in the tribe was enthusiastic about learning, especially the children who would voluntarily gather to practice after class. A few days later, the snow finally stopped falling. The brick firing plan was also officially launched. Han Feng personally demonstrated with 2 kilns and then handed the work over to everyone else. They didn't have to work every day. Basically, it was just loading the kiln, making brick molds, and tending the kiln. The rest was firing and cooling time. And so the days passed. Every day they learned Mandarin and Chinese characters, and every few days they would tend the brick kiln. It was ordinary, but fulfilling. When people weren't busy, they would make some jewelry to adorn themselves. Among them, men were the majority. They wore all sorts of things like bone necklaces and feathers. Han Feng didn't understand why. Then the elder explained to him that to avoid inbreeding, which leads to genetic degradation, many tribes would gather in the spring to hold matchmaking ceremonies. If a woman took a liking to a man, she would follow him back to his tribe. The standard for taking a liking here was to see if he was strong enough, how powerful his tribe was, and whether they had plenty of food. This could be observed through their adornments. The bone ornaments on Nan Feng's body. If he carries a very long thigh bone as a weapon, then his tribe must be powerful. Hunting large beasts naturally also means his tribe does not lack food. It sounded reasonable, and gave Han Feng some ideas. It seemed he was also missing something like bone ornaments. Of course, he wouldn't bother with those. After some thought, Han Feng decided to make a circlet. There are many materials for making circlets like gold, silver, jade, or leather. Different materials could be used for different people. Gold has always been a symbol of nobility. The tribe had no gold, so Han Feng's circlet was made of hollow carved bronze. It also had a Han character carved on it. Since he had made one for himself, he couldn't leave the heads of the tribespeople bare. So Han Feng made one for Da Shu from silver-colored tin. It had a tree pattern on it, which Da Shu liked very much. The other adult men under Han Feng's guidance also made some circlets from other materials. Animal hide, wood bone, and even horns. From then on, the tribe had a new rule. Children could only tie their hair or wear circlets, but not hairpins. Adult men could wear circlets. Moreover, they had to wear hairpins to distinguish between adults and non-adults. Women no longer just wore ponytails. Married women had to put their hair in a bun and could use wooden combs or hairpins as ornaments. A young girl who was not yet an adult could wear a ponytail, let her hair down, or braid it. She could also use hairpins as ornaments. Metal was a strategic resource. It couldn't be used to make jewelry for everyone, so Han Feng used metal jewelry as a reward. Anyone who contributed to the tribe had a chance to receive it. After a series of reforms now in the tribe, you just had to look at a person's head to know their status, age class, or whether they had contributed to the tribe. Ku Bing's circlet was also made by Han Feng. It was made of snakeskin-wrapped wood, with a cloud-patterned bronze clasp on top, as a reward for the boy for learning Han characters the fastest. The boy was the first among the children to have a metal ornament, so he was very happy, and would often touch the bronze clasp on his head. Actually, Han Feng's efforts in making jewelry were not just to distinguish classes within the tribe. It was mainly for that matchmaking event, which wasn't really for matchmaking, but to meet people from other tribes, to see if any trade was possible. Previously, the tribe's salt was all obtained by trading with the Bald tribe. But now the Bald tribe was gone, so before finding a salt mine, Han Feng wanted to find a new trading partner for salt. You see, the tribe's pottery was very valuable. Han Feng not only wanted to trade pottery for salt, but also wanted to buy more people. Relying only on the current population of less than 200 to reproduce naturally, it would take until their great-grandchildren's generation to fill a city. However, not all other tribes could be like Han Feng's tribe. not having to worry about food, and having the leisure to think about plans for the tribe's development. For example, the Black Rat tribe to the east of Han Feng's tribe was a medium-sized tribe with a population of over 150. They had one very big difference from Han Feng's tribe. The Black Rat tribe had its own beliefs. They worshipped the Black Rat and had a shaman king responsible for communicating with the spirits. This winter, the shaman king of the Black Rat tribe claimed to have received guidance from the spirits. He said this winter would be longer than usual, and he was very worried the food reserves wouldn't last until next spring. So he told the chief to lead a hunting party out to find food. Thus, the chief of the Black Rat tribe, whose name was Big Rat, led 19 of his men out to hunt. Very quickly, they discovered something strange to the west of their tribe at the edge of the forest. Every 3 days, thick black smoke would rise. It was definitely from a man-made fire, but since when were there people living in the west? A long time ago, they had been to the western edge of the forest, but the river was 8 to 9 meters wide, and they were unable to cross it. So they hadn't gone that far since. Now looking at the location of the smoke, it was clearly near the river. Big Rat immediately reported the situation to the Shaman King. The Shaman King was not surprised. On the contrary, he was very interested in why these people were making fires. In the Shaman King's view, fire was used for cooking. Frequent fires meant they had a lot of food. If it was for warmth, why wasn't it burning continuously? The Shaman King was very suspicious, so he told Big Rat to take some men and investigate. If possible, they should try to trade with the other party. Perhaps they could even learn something. So Big Rat set out with a team of 5 on this diplomatic mission. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Mu Yang and Liu Zi were guarding the brick kiln, watching the fire in their spare time. Every now and then, they threw in another handful of firewood. The 2 of them had been firing the kiln since last night, and by noon today, the unbaked bricks inside were glowing red. It was time to pour water and seal the kiln. Mu Yang patted Liu Zi's shoulder, telling him to go back to the cave and get people to help. Liu Zi nodded, climbed up the slope to ground level, and headed straight for the cave. But just as Mu Yang was left alone, the ground suddenly shook with Ru Bao's roar, followed by the sound of him running, and then people shouting. Mu Yang hurriedly climbed out of the kiln's opening. As soon as he poked his head out, he saw a dozen or so spears flying towards Ru Bao, scaring it into tucking its tail and running towards the cave. Han Feng was just about to lead people to pour water into the brick kiln. Just as he left the cave, he saw Ru Bao being chased. Big Rat and his men who were about to pursue suddenly saw Han Feng leading. A group of people emerged from the cave and were stunned for a moment. Damn it, who dares to kill our Ru Bao? All of you grab your weapons, hearing their chief's command! The tribespeople immediately shouted, and 70 to 80 of them rushed out. Everyone holding a weapon, they immediately surrounded Big Rat's group. Big Rat's jaw dropped at the aggressive crowd before him, and the cold-faced young man in the lead wearing a golden circlet. With golden greaves and a gleaming golden-headed polearm in hand, he stared at him. The formation behind was even more dazzling. Each person held a gleaming bronze halberd. Right behind Han Feng were Da Li Shitu and Liu Zi, the 3 of them each holding a bronze axe. Even those without bronze weapons were all holding spears. Never mind their combat prowess. This magnificent formation alone was enough to scare Big Rat and his minions into not daring to move a muscle. At this point, Ru Bao realized its master had the situation under control and trotted back to stand imposingly behind Han Feng. Han Feng gently patted its nose, signaling it to be quiet, then turned to Big Rat and said, "This elephant is ours." "Why did you attack it?" Big Rat was a bit stunned as Han Feng seemed very familiar with this monster. He never expected that this neighboring tribe could actually control the monster. Such a large one at that. But what surprised him even more was that Hui Shan was even bigger. Hearing the commotion, Hui Shan also ran over to stand next to Ru Bao, curiously looking at the surrounded men. This scared Big Rat and his men so much they nearly wet themselves. "Oh my god, there's another one." Han Feng frowned and told the elder to go ask them what tribe they were from, and why they were here. The elder stepped forward and spoke at length to Big Rat, using both words and gestures. He translated Han Feng's words and introduced Han Feng's status as chief. After Big Rat heard the elder, he first apologized profusely. He said he didn't know the beast had an owner and had planned to hunt it for food to get through the winter. Towards the end, he was in tears explaining his reason for coming. Han Feng was surprised. The other party wanted to trade for food. But if they truly had something that interested him, it wasn't out of the question. "So what do you have to trade?" Big Rat hesitated for a moment. Can we trade with a stone basin after all his tribe has several? Besides, stone basins are essential items for every tribe, a truly hot commodity. This time, before Han Feng could even speak, the elder spoke up. Our tribe has plenty of stone basins. If you want some, you can also bring things to trade. Salt and people are both acceptable. Now it was Big Rat's turn to be stunned. The other party actually had so many stone basins. And they could even trade them to him. Seeing that Big Rat was skeptical, the elder called a few kids to bring out a set of pottery. In less than 2 minutes, the kids had brought out a jar, a pot, and several bowls. There were even some curious kids who liked to spectate, holding a bowl of meat soup slurping loudly at the cave entrance. This left Big Rat stunned. He had never smelled such a fragrant meat aroma before. Han Feng had someone ladle a bowl of meat soup and give it to him. After all, if one had never tasted meat soup, they would not know the true function of pottery. Big Rat carefully took the bowl of meat soup and, imitating the kids, took a sip. Instantly, warmth spread from his throat to his stomach, and a moment later his entire body felt comfortable. This pot of meat soup was specially cooked by Han Feng to ward off the cold. There wasn't much meat in it, but it contained pork bones and chili peppers. On an ordinary day, taking 2 sips in one's leisure time was, it must be said, incredibly comforting. At this moment, Big Rat was completely won over by the flavor of the meat soup. He immediately decided he wanted to trade people for an earthenware pot. As for what salt was, he had never even heard of it. Then the elder repeated the previous trading price for the pottery. 1 pot could be traded for 2 underage youths or 1 adult woman. This was a price Big Rat could still accept. However, he hadn't brought any women or children with him on this trip, and he desperately wanted to take a pot back. So he had to shamelessly ask Han Feng if he could take the pot back first and bring the people to pay for it next time. Upon hearing this, Han Feng was instantly displeased. Debt was impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. What if the other party defaulted on the debt? Wouldn't he become a fool who was cheated? Seeing that Han Feng did not agree, Big Rat immediately took a bulging animal hide pouch from one of his underlings and handed it to Han Feng. Inside is food. It is not much, but I hope. You can let us take 1 stone basin first. We'll bring people to pay for it next time. As if I'm short on this little bit of food you have. Han Feng casually opened the pouch, glancing inside without much care. But the next second, Han Feng's eyes were glued to the contents. Weren't these peanuts? Countless peanut-based dishes immediately flashed through Han Feng's mind. Roasted peanuts, boiled peanuts, salted peanuts, peanut oil, peanut butter. This was good stuff, besides its high nutritional value. Most importantly, it could be pressed for oil. If planted on a large scale, there would be no more shortage of cooking oil. Moreover, with oil, one could make soap and candles, or even explosives. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call peanuts a strategic resource. Han Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart, and finally calmed down. Where did you people get this? Big Rat stammered, waving his hands and feet for a while. Han Feng finally understood that what their tribe called a god was the black-furred rat, and the peanuts were dug out from the rat burrows. They knew where to find the rat burrows that contained peanuts, so peanuts were not rare in their tribe. Han Feng nodded to himself and casually took out a large back basket. A back basket full of peanuts like this can be traded for pottery, but they have to be whole, unshelled, and undamaged. But Big Rat simply couldn't believe it, that Han Feng had offered such favorable terms. He delightedly agreed, promising to bring more next time. In the end, Big Rat left with a large back basket, a pot and a bowl along with a ladle gifted by Han Feng. Watching their figures recede into the distance, Han Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This time, an unfamiliar tribe had infiltrated all the way to their cave entrance. Fortunately, their numbers were small. If they had come specifically to attack the tribe, then even if the tribe could repel them, there would undoubtedly be casualties. Han Feng had planned to build defensive fortifications before, but such a large city wall was not something that could be built overnight. But during this vulnerable period, a defensive structure had to be built. A simple one that could be relied upon for defense. Han Feng told Da Shu to lead some men to douse and seal the brick kiln while he stood before the cave, lost in thought. The brick kiln had been firing for 2 months, and now a large number of bricks had been accumulated. The city wall construction would have to wait until next spring to start. So weren't all these bricks just sitting idle for now? Thinking of this, a simple defensive structure quickly took shape in Han Feng's mind. Early the next morning, Han Feng gathered all the adults and told them he wanted to use a brick wall to enclose 3 sides of the cave, leaving only a 2-meter-wide passage on the east side as an exit, and use a 3-meter-high cheval de frise as the main gate, with 4 layers of spears tied to its front. The simple wall would be built with green bricks, and in this cold weather, they only needed to pour water on the finished brick wall to have it freeze together. Come next spring, when the weather warmed and the ice melted, these bricks could still be used to build the city wall without any problem. In the following days, all the adults in the tribe got to work together, coupled with wheelbarrows and numerous tools. The height of the wall rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, in the Black Rat tribe, Big Rat was also using the earthenware pot to cook meat soup, describing to his elder what he had seen and gained on his diplomatic mission. The Black Rat Shaman King grew more and more excited as he listened to glint flashing in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. The Black Rat Shaman grew more excited as he listened to glint in his eyes. He decided to personally accompany Big Rat on the next trip. Back at the tribe, the temporary wall was completed. It was 3 meters high and nearly half a meter thick enough to repel any human attack. With the temporary ice wall built, defensive weapons naturally had to be prepared as well. Before, the tribe members had mainly used bronze shovels. While those could serve as weapons, they were only useful for close combat, and close combat would easily result in casualties. Therefore, ranged weapons became the focus of development. After careful consideration, Han Feng decided that javelins were the most suitable choice, as long as one was hit. Death would be almost inevitable. This could reduce the enemy's numbers before they closed in. In the past, the tribe's javelins were all made of wood. They lacked piercing power and durability. But now, Han Feng had several hundred plates of copper and tin. All that was needed was to add metal tips to the wooden javelins. Crafting these spearheads was also very simple. Han Feng personally made one as a model, then handed the rest of the work to Mu Yong and Mu Dui. The other tribe members helped with assembly, and by the 4th day they had produced 260 new style javelins. Now with the enclosure wall and the javelins, Han Feng finally had some confidence. This time, as long as no more than 20 people came, the tribe's more than 60 adults could wipe out the entire enemy force with a single volley of javelins. Today happened to be the day they were dousing and sealing the brick kiln. Outside the enclosure wall, there was not a soul in sight. Just at this moment, Big Rat led his people across the river, but could not find the tribe's cave. He only saw that the spot that was an empty clearing just days before now suddenly sported a wall of ice white mixed with pale blue. Big Rat rushed to the front of the ice wall. This wall wasn't here a few days ago. Could it have sprouted from the ground? The rat shaman who was walking behind also approached. Looking at the large, identical green bricks on the wall, he could not help but exclaim, "This is truly a divine miracle." Meat Bun, who was playing inside the enclosure, was attracted by the commotion outside. It ran to the gate and poked its head out to look. Seeing that the people who had stabbed at it with spears before had come again, it immediately stuck its snout out and let out a roar. Only then did Big Rat notice that this wall actually had a gate. It was just that the outer wooden frame was covered with sharp wooden stakes. Although he didn't know what it was for, he could still imagine the scene of charging enemies being impaled to death on the spikes, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The women and children were thinking, why the tribe didn't eat that 4-legged beast? It had so much meat on it. Just then Han Feng heard Meat Bun's roar, and led more than 10 tribe members out of the cave, each carrying a new style javelin. Big Rat quickly signaled that he had come this time to trade for pottery, even pulling the women and children forward for Han Feng to see. Han Feng nodded. Only then did he order his men to remove the cheval de frise. The moment Big Rat and his people stepped inside, they were stunned by the scene before them. They saw 30 identical wheelbarrows parked beside the livestock pen, and next to the cave entrance there were 50 bronze shovels. More than 200 javelins with glistening tips were neatly arranged in a row near the cave entrance. The gate of the livestock pen was open, and the herd of greenhorned sheep grazing inside bleated upon seeing the strangers. Big Rat's group was instantly terrified. It turned out that besides those 2 monstrous beasts, the tribe was also raising so many other animals, and they were kept indoors. Upon entering the cave, Big Rat and his people were even more stunned, even more astounded. Everywhere they looked, there were people. It seemed their population was by no means smaller than the Black Rat tribes. The tribe's members were sizing up Big Rat's group. While Big Rat was staring intently at the pile of earthen pots by the fire pit, he wondered how much fire it would take to fire this many. It would probably cost all the people in his tribe to trade for them. The Black Rat tribe's women, on the other hand, caught his attention. All had rosy complexions and did not look hungry. Moreover, each one had animal skins to wear. Only the shaman of the Black Rat tribe was the most observant. He kept staring at the several hundred Chinese characters on the cliff wall, seeing that this old man was interested in the Chinese characters. Han Feng did not disturb him, and told the elder to go trade with Big Rat first this time. Big Rat brought 7 women and 6 children around 11 or 12 years old, as well as 4 baskets of peanuts. He intended to trade them for 10 pots and 4 bowls. After receiving the pottery, Big Rat was very happy. From now on, his tribe's people could also drink hot soup. But what was even more joyous was that the children and young women who were traded were all very happy when they saw the powerful tribe, knowing that in the future, they could be like the people here and no longer have to suffer from hunger. At this moment, the shaman saw that they had finished trading and hurriedly went to Han Feng's side to ask what those Chinese characters were. His intuition told him that those symbols were very advanced, and seeing his interest, Han Feng picked up a small stick and explained it to him in detail. Only then did the shaman understand that those symbols were another way of expressing language. If everyone in the tribe learned this type of symbol, could one write the symbols for others to see, and others would know what one was saying. Han Feng didn't know what the old man was thinking, but seeing him in thought, he didn't disturb him. Don't be fooled by the fact that the tribe's people learn Chinese characters every day. It was all for the sake of some sugar-roasted chestnuts for someone to be able to ponder on their own. There was no one as insightful as this. For a moment, Han Feng felt a fondness for this talent, even though this was just an old man from another tribe. Next, Han Feng took the initiative to invite the shaman and Big Rat to stay the night and return tomorrow. Upon hearing Han Feng's invitation, the shaman happily agreed. He also had many things he wanted to discuss with Han Feng to show his welcome. Han Feng announced a feast for today. They could have an extra meal for dinner, but the cave was a bit crowded. If everyone were to sleep inside, there would definitely not be enough space. So Han Feng planned to move the rabbit hutch to the open ground outside the cave entrance to make more space inside the cave. Han Feng chose a spot and told everyone to start working using bricks to build 4 walls. The ground was also fully paved, and then a thick layer of dry grass was spread on top. And just like that, it was done. The women carried more than 50 rabbits to the new hutch. The shaman took the initiative to ask why Han Feng didn't kill the rabbits. They were all food after all. Before Han Feng could even answer, Big Tree quickly explained, clarifying Han Feng's purpose for raising rabbits. He had witnessed with his own eyes the first time the rabbits reproduced, going from over 30 to over 50. Now raising rabbits was easier than hunting them. Everyone from the Black Rat tribe was very surprised after hearing this. The principle of animal husbandry was very simple. They all understood it, they just never expected such a way to store food as for the shaman. He was silently speculating about the tribe's miraculous things. He quietly pulled Han Feng to a corner and asked in a low voice, "Who told you all these things? Was it the god of your tribe?" Han Feng told him frankly. "My tribe has no god. These are things I naturally knew." After hearing this, the look in the shaman's eyes as he looked at Han Feng changed. "Could it be that you are a god?" Han Feng paid no mind to his unusual gaze, and instead led everyone to see the paddy fields that were about to be developed. He proudly told them that by next year he would have more food than they could eat. Big Rat was a bit skeptical after hearing this. Although Han Feng's tribe had more people than his, this many people still couldn't eat that much food. After walking around for a while, he finally got to the main point. Han Feng smiled and said to him, "I will invite other tribes to join our tribe so that more people become my people." After hearing this, Big Rat looked unconvinced. "No tribe would be willing to just join you." Hearing this, Han Feng gave a faint smile and called Big Tree over. He told him to tell their story. Big Tree had personally experienced the scene of the cannibal tribe's invasion. He recounted it so vividly that it made them feel as if they were there themselves. After listening, Big Rat broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected such a tribe to exist. Thankfully, his tribe hadn't encountered them, seeing that the time was ripe. Han Feng dropped another bombshell. That cannibal tribe is just across the river. They have many adult men. Whenever they appear, there are no fewer than 50 of them. And they also have many large, long-nosed beasts like Huishan. They might not be far from your tribe. I hope you will be careful." After saying these words, Han Feng patted Big Rat on the shoulder and turned to walk inside the enclosure wall. But the shaman and Big Rat were both terrified by this news, knowing the cannibal tribe was right near their own. How could they possibly be at ease as guests in the tribe? They immediately went to find Han Feng to bid farewell, saying they had to return to prepare their defenses. Since they wanted to leave, Han Feng didn't try to keep them. He gave them 10 large fish as provisions for their journey. Before they left, Han Feng also told the shaman that if they encountered danger, they could come here for help. Upon hearing this, the shaman and Big Rat were moved to tears. They thanked Han Feng profusely, then hurriedly led their people back to their own tribe after Big Rat's group had left. The tribe returned to its peaceful state on the 3rd day of the first full moon of winter. A heavy snow fell for a whole day and night. The snow on the open ground was more than 30 centimeters deep. The brick-making work had to be halted that day. Han Feng was lying on a pile of grass in the livestock pen. Peeling chestnuts, Meat Bun and Huishan lay on either side, taking the opportunity when he wasn't looking to steal a few nuts. Just then, Huishan suddenly raised its head, perking up its big ears to listen to a distant commotion. Han Feng noticed the abnormality and immediately stopped what he was doing. Less than a minute later, the ground shook violently. Han Feng rushed out of the livestock pen and climbed onto the western enclosure wall. To observe the situation, he saw to the west at the edge of the forest a giant hunting party, formed by many ferocious carnivorous beasts, frantically chasing a herd of herbivores ahead. Not only were there herds of bison that Han Feng had never seen before, but also moose, an animal he had only ever seen in museums. But mixed in the herd, there were even several dozen legendary beasts, also known as llamas. And the predators behind them included not only tall terror birds, but also herds of wild boars. But in this hunting party, they were considered mere cannon fodder. The true main force of this army was a pack of gray wolves numbering over 200. Han Feng, hiding behind the wall, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Carefully observing the situation outside, Huishan and Meat Bun also lay silently to the side, watching the spectacle before them. At this moment, a large number of pursuers were right behind them. The lead bull led over 100 bison, desperately running towards the northeast. The alpha wolf at the rear suddenly let out a howl. Over 100 hungry wolves from the gray wolf pack quickly rushed out to flank the bison herd. Sensing the impending disaster, the herd of llamas ran the fastest. Taking the lead, they surged ahead of the bison, becoming the trailblazers in this life-or-death escape. The more than 60 moose were not to be outdone either. Swinging their 4 long legs, they followed closely behind the llamas. The lead bull was unwilling to accept this, if not for the protection of the whole herd. Though several dozen llamas would have been eaten long ago now that disaster struck, they were the first to run. At this critical moment, the lead bull suddenly discovered that the herd of llamas ahead had vanished. Then the more than 20 moose running in front also disappeared. The lead bull was still running frantically. Just as it was about to catch up to the moose, the sight before it made the hair on its body stand on end. What the hell is this? Since when was there such a long and deep ditch here? Seeing this, Han Feng was overjoyed. I never expected the artificial ditch, which was originally intended for developing the paddy fields, would have such a miraculous effect. This is truly a gift from the heavens. At this moment, the lead bull was going crazy. The ditch in front was definitely impassable. It could only come to an abrupt halt. They formed a horizontal line, pointing their sharp horns outward. The wolf pack bared its fangs and claws, and slowly closed in, tightening the encirclement. Just at this tense moment, when a great battle was about to erupt, a farting sound broke the atmosphere. Both the bison herd and the wolf pack were stunned. Hundreds of curious eyes turned in unison towards the western wall, only to see a two-legged person wearing a yellow hat, repeatedly smacking the head of a giant elephant-like creature beside him. Damn it, I told you not to be so greedy. Now you've doomed us. The bison, looking in this direction, suddenly had their eyes light up because there was no ditch near that wall. The wolves' eyes also lit up because they discovered prey that was easier to hunt than the bison. Han Feng suddenly noticed their unusual gazes, and immediately turned tail and ran towards the cave, shouting as he ran, "Grab your weapons and defend the cave entrance." Now the enclosure wall was useless. The brick wall, 1/2 meter thick and 3 meters high, which was meant to defend against human attacks. That's no problem, but a herd of mad cattle is another story. The herd basically didn't understand what Han Feng was saying. They led the charge with their main target in this direction. The alpha wolf saw the herd of cattle break through the encirclement. It hurriedly ordered its pack to drive the wild boars forward to launch the first counterattack. The herd of wild boars immediately rushed to the front. They had no other choice. After all, their numbers were smaller, and they still wanted a share of the hunt. They had to act as the vanguard for the wolf pack. The terror birds were different, always lingering on the periphery to seize any advantage. If there was no advantage, they would flee. Right now, with their lives on the line, how could the cattle possibly back down? A collision unprecedented in history, like Mars crashing into Earth, took place. Over 100 cattle, each standing over 6 feet tall and weighing more than a ton, charged forward as one. The normally fierce and mighty wild boars were now like tissue paper before a blade. The cattle's horns, over 1.5 feet long, ripped through the boars' bellies. In the blink of an eye, over 10 wild boars were gored and sent flying, crashing straight into the tribe's interconnected walls. Bonded with a simple mortar, they couldn't withstand the continuous impacts and came crashing down with a loud rumble. Terrified Meatball and Stinky scrambled to the cave entrance, backing up so far, their rumps nearly blocked the opening. The remaining dozen or so wild boars were scared witless. They turned, trampled over the bodies of their own kind, and fled inside the enclosure. In the chaos, more than 10 wild cattle followed them in. The two sides immediately clashed in a frenzied battle. In an instant, the livestock pen was demolished. 2 blue antelopes, trembling in fear inside, were caught in the chaos and gored by the cattle's horns. They died instantly, while Han Feng could only watch helplessly as the home he had worked so hard to build was destroyed in a flash. This chaotic battle of prehistoric beasts was not something mere mortals could intervene in. He could only struggle to preserve his own life and those of his tribespeople. During the chaos, the livestock pen collapsed, and the more than 10 tethered blue antelopes were crushed beneath the wreckage, then trampled by panicked wild boars and crazed cattle. It was unknown how many survived. This broke Han Feng's heart, as he had worked so hard to bring every one of those animals back. Meanwhile, outside the enclosure, the herd of over 100 wild cattle had now broken through the encirclement. They followed the man-made river running towards the northeast behind the tribe's mountain. The earlier spectacle of the wild boars being sent flying was still fresh in their minds. The wolf pack dared not confront them directly and could only hover on the outskirts. They picked off stray cattle, managing to kill over 20 of them. At this point, the alpha wolf ordered the pack to stop the chase. They began to prepare to enjoy their grand feast. But Han Feng inside the enclosure was burning with anxiety. His blue antelopes were all lost. If he didn't take this chance to recoup some of his losses, it would be a total disaster. Han Feng immediately summoned all the adults in the tribe, telling them to ready their spears. They would kill all the wild cattle and boars inside the enclosure. This was meat delivered to their door, and there was no reason not to take it. The next moment, 70 to 80 people formed a line before the cave entrance. In an instant, a rain of spears showered the wild boars and cattle that were still rampaging inside the enclosure. The thudding sound of bronze spearheads piercing flesh echoed out. More than 20 wild beasts fell right where they stood, each struck by multiple spears. Then Han Feng instructed the elder to take the children and defend the cave entrance. The rest followed him to the collapsed section of the enclosure wall. Several dozen wild boars were there, gored and half dead. When they arrived, the men formed the front line for defense. The women in the back finished off all the wild boars and dragged them inside the enclosure. Han Feng stepped forward, holding his golden spear at the ready. He warily watched the wolf pack ahead. The dozen or so men of the tribe stood on either side of Han Feng, forming a defensive line with raised spears. The women behind them, armed with bronze axes, finished off the boars on the ground with heavy thuds. The thuds, the agonizing squeals of the boars, and the women's rallying cries echoed relentlessly. This commotion quickly attracted the wolf pack's attention. Right after the alpha wolf let out a roar, the wolves feasting on the cattle carcasses all around stopped simultaneously. With mouths full of fresh blood, they stared toward Han Feng. A new battle was imminent. Hunting the wild boars had attracted the wolf pack's attention. The wolves that were dividing the cattle meat all around stopped simultaneously. With blood-soaked maws, they fixed their eyes on Han Feng. Han Feng quickly gave an order to his tribespeople. Tighten the formation. Anyone who kills a wolf will be rewarded with a wolf pelt and a bow and arrows. Initially, seeing several hundred wolves had made the tribe members a bit fearful, but now their eyes were filled with nothing but zeal. They looked at the ferocious wolf pack before them, as if seeing a pile of walking pelts heading their way. The next second, the alpha wolf let out a roar, and the entire pack assembled into a charge formation. They charged swiftly toward the collapsed wall. Han Feng immediately took the lead, raising his spear and thrusting it directly into an approaching hungry wolf. With a wet thud, fresh blood sprayed out. The ferocious wolf instantly collapsed. The men on either side also completed their first attack wave. In front of the spear wall, more than a dozen gray wolf carcasses lay strewn about. Inside the enclosure, with the help of Meatball and Stinky, all 50-plus wild boars had been completely wiped out. The newly freed women quickly joined the battle formation, filling in the gaps in the front line. The other women stood in the second rank with spears ready for any surprises. The clash lasted only a moment, but no less than 40 wolf carcasses were already piled up before the spear wall, especially now that the front line was reinforced. The pressure on the tribe's front line lessened, but how could the cunning gray wolves admit defeat so easily? Out of sight, it commanded another group of wolves to silently circle behind the wall, preparing to strike a fatal blow. But this did not escape Han Feng's notice, as he had been watching the alpha wolf's every move and sensed something was amiss. Han Feng quickly climbed the wall to get a full view of the battle on the front line. Where the wall had collapsed, over 50 gray wolf carcasses were piled high, forming a low barrier in front of the alpha wolf. Seeing Han Feng suddenly climb the wall, the alpha, worried its pincer attack would be exposed, let out a roar. It ordered the frontal assault team to change tactics. One by one, large elite gray wolves stepped on the bodies of their comrades. They leaped up, trying to clear the first spear wall and directly attacked the second rank behind. This sudden development immediately caught Han Feng's attention. He hurriedly ordered the first rank to step forward and the second rank to defend from above. Just then, from the southern part of the wall, the pained yelp of a gray wolf suddenly echoed. Han Feng turned his head, his eyes widening. He saw that on the southern side of the wall, Meatball was using its huge trunk to repeatedly smack the gray wolves trying to climb over the wall. Seeing this, Stinky quickly copied him, fighting alongside Meatball. The front line was now stable, and the alpha wolf saw its attack was failing. It had to order the pack to halt its charge, hoping the flanking team could achieve a breakthrough. Just then, a strong gray wolf used its packmates as a springboard and leapt high, about to clear the 10-foot wall. But an arrow suddenly shot up from below, hitting the gray wolf in the neck and startling the other climbing wolves behind it. Then several more arrows flew past with a whoosh, putting an end to the wolf pack's stealth attack. Seeing that it couldn't break through on either front, the alpha wolf dared not press the attack further and let out a heaven-shaking howl. It hastily retreated to claim the dead wild cattle outside. But how could Han Feng possibly let them go? After losing so many of his blue antelopes, how could he just swallow his anger? Han Feng immediately issued a series of orders. The men were to remain on guard while the women dragged the gray wolf corpses from the collapsed wall back inside the enclosure. He assigned several women to make torches from firewood and boar fat, then told the elder to bring out all the reserve arrows. 10 odd minutes later, Meatball had on its back all the usable rope in the tribe. Stinky had Han Feng's quiver around its neck and carried him on its back. Alongside them, 30 adults holding torches and spears marched toward the cattle carcasses. Nearing the first cattle carcass, Han Feng fired arrows from over 30 yards away, killing several wolves. The other gray wolves didn't dare to stay and quickly scattered. Han Feng seized the opportunity to lead his people and secure the carcass. He told his people to tie ropes around the cattle's horns and have Meatball and Stinky drag them back. They went back and forth in this manner. Each time they left the enclosure, they also brought a large bundle of firewood. The wolf pack, having experienced the power of the bronze spears and arrows, and with everyone carrying a torch, could only watch in frustration as the humans hauled their prey away. Even the terror birds pecking at carcasses from a distance did not interfere. Were also shot down by Han Feng's bow and arrows. They all became prey for the tribe. The wolf pack had no other choice but to turn their greedy eyes to the living animals trapped in the ditch. But before they could launch an attack, the entire bank of the man-made river erupted in flames. The wolves' last bit of hope also vanished into thin air. They had to resentfully retreat into the forest. Meanwhile, at the man-made river, Han Feng and the tribespeople raised their torches to take stock of the spoils. In the 700-meter-long ditch, there were 36 llamas, 28 moose, 47 bison of various sizes, and 71 gray wolves trampled to death, and one terror bird with a broken leg. Now they had to figure out how to get them up. Getting all these living animals up would take a lot of time, but Han Feng was still worried that the wolves hiding in the forest would launch a sneak attack. So he led Ru Bao and Hui Shan to drag 2 bison carcasses to the edge of the forest. After more than an hour, all the wild animal carcasses outside were dragged inside the enclosure wall. It was now midnight. Everyone in the tribe was exhausted. To give them the strength to continue working, Han Feng told a few women to butcher a bison to make a late-night meal for everyone. Each person got a large piece of roasted meat with unlimited meat stew. This was the first fresh roasted meat everyone had eaten since winter began 3 months ago. Everyone was happy and excited, the men proudly boasted, about how many gray wolves they had killed and how many rewards they could exchange them for. After eating, it was nearly dawn. The more than 70 adults were divided into 4 teams by Han Feng. One team of 10 people took turns standing on the enclosure wall, responsible for guard duty and patrols. Another team of 20 people was in charge of repairing the enclosure wall and livestock pens. The remaining 40-plus people took their tools and followed Han Feng outside the enclosure wall. First, he assigned 6 people with bronze shovels to dig a gentle slope on the north side of the man-made river. This slope was just wide enough for one animal to pass through. Once an animal went up this slope, it couldn't turn back. The remaining 30-plus people, under Han Feng's command, built a wooden fence. As soon as the livestock came up from below, they would enter this narrow path. Han Feng also brought out a temporary furnace burning charcoal inside to heat 2 iron hooks until they were red hot. After all the preparations were done, Han Feng told someone to hold a bundle of hay to lure the animals in the ditch up the slope. These herbivores were cold and hungry. As soon as they saw the bundle of hay, they immediately got up and followed the slope to climb onto the ground. Once on the ground, they were easy to handle. Several people threw out ropes and led them directly inside the enclosure wall. The last bison to come up had just poked its head over the slope when it was blocked in front and behind by several people with wooden clubs. Han Feng immediately took the red-hot bronze hook and pierced its nose. The fierce bison instantly became docile, allowing the tribespeople to lead it into the enclosure wall. This work lasted until the afternoon. All the animals in the ditch, both living and dead, were brought up. Tallying all the spoils again, they had a total of 97 living animals of 3 types. The number of dead bison was 45. 52 wild boars, 17 moose, and 113 gray wolves. There were also 14 terror birds shot dead with bows and arrows. In addition, the blue antelopes trampled to death in their pen had all perished. Fortunately, the rabbit hutch was miraculously preserved after this chaotic battle. After a busy day, evening came. All the damaged areas had been repaired. The 3 sides of the enclosure wall were built 5 layers of green bricks higher to prevent the gray wolves from jumping in from the outside. In the open ground inside the enclosure wall, the crackling of fire and the cheerful laughter of the tribespeople could be heard. More than 100 people gathered around the fire working hard. A woman boasted to others that she had skinned a wolf before. She would teach everyone how to skin them. Mu Yang, holding a handsaw, was sawing the horns off the dead bison, signaling to a few kids from the Black Rat tribe to come and learn. He would let them try later. The children held large pieces of roasted meat, singing songs that Han Feng couldn't understand. They were very happy because today the food was unlimited. Meanwhile, Han Feng stood in the middle of the open ground, watching the tribespeople who had been busy for a whole day and night, yet still seemed tireless. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. There was only a little over a month of winter left. When the weather warmed up, what would they do with all this uneaten meat? It was basically impossible to preserve. The work of skinning and butchering continued until midnight, but the tribespeople, their eyes red from staying up late, still didn't know how to rest. They were truly very happy. They had never seen so much meat in their entire lives. In the end, Han Feng had to force them to go rest. Early the next morning, the tribespeople, having rested for only half the night, woke up full of energy. Han Feng had to rearrange their tasks. First, he had Liu Zi lead Da Ji and Hu Zi to make 42 bullnose rings. Then he told the men to dig 2 small pits, fill them with water, and use them to process the more than 200 animal hides. The remaining people continued to butcher meat. Da Shu led 8 people to process the bison horns and sinews. Meanwhile, Han Feng called over 3 adult men from the former Baldhead tribe. The salt rocks you used to trade with us before, where did you get them from? Chief, we get the salt rocks from a small hole inside our cave. Each time we have to let a 3 or 4-year-old child crawl in. Adults like us have never seen it. You answered very well. Next time we go, you will lead the way, Han Feng said, considering that the wolf pack was still hiding in the western forest. He planned to wait a while before going to get more. Now that he knew where a salt source was, he no longer had to worry about a salt shortage. Han Feng then ordered all the reserve salt to be brought out and began teaching them how to make cured meat and sausages. At the same time, Big Rat and the Rat Shaman and their people had hurried back to their tribe. They both took Han Feng's warning very seriously. The 2 of them discussed it for a while. In the end, they decided that Big Rat would lead a 20-person hunting party to the west to investigate, to see if what Han Feng said was true. Meanwhile, the shaman himself stayed in the tribe to command the women to build an enclosure wall for defense. He even learned from Han Feng's tribe using wooden stakes and stone spears to make a gate. The tribespeople used the pottery they had bought to cook meat stew. While eating, they whispered among themselves, "A tribe that can make such high-quality earthenware pots must be very powerful. If only we could be traded to that tribe." These words reached the Rat Shaman's ears. He wasn't angry at all. He just closed his eyes, Han Feng's words echoing endlessly in his mind. "Just join the tribe and you will have endless food to eat, endless animal hides to wear, and a safe place to live." This voice resounded in the shaman's heart, making his head spin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and said excitedly, "Our tribe is no smaller than Han Feng's tribe. Why should we join them? Didn't the chief of Han Feng's tribe say he could make the land grow endless food? Let's wait and see. What if he's not telling the truth? Just then, Big Rat returned with the hunting party. He returned holding the necklace made of human bones. Shaman sir, look, we found these on, and many frozen corpses in the forest. After hearing this, the rat shaman nodded repeatedly. It seems they were telling the truth. For a moment, both men were silent, not knowing what to do. After a while, the rat shaman said to Big Rat, For the past 2 days, I've had our people build an enclosure wall. If those cannibals really come to attack, do you think we can hold them off? No way. Even children can climb over those fences. The rat shaman sighed helplessly. Then post more guards. Also tell the women and children to make more weapons, if that day really comes. And we can't hold them off, we'll figure it out then. If only we had more people. And Big Rat nodded. He was about to get up to arrange the work, but suddenly, as if he had an idea, he said, I have a way for us to get more people. Hearing this, the rat shaman's eyes lit up. Quick, what is it? Sir, do you remember the Mu Li tribe that guards the chestnut forest? They definitely need this pottery too. We can use this pottery to trade for people with them. Han Feng's tribe uses 1 pot to trade for 2 children who are not yet adults. Or 1 adult woman. So we'll double the price. We'll use 1 pot to trade for 2 women or 4 children from the Mu Li tribe. Then we'll use the people we get to trade with Han Feng's tribe. We'll keep the extra people for ourselves. The rat shaman was overjoyed when he heard this. So we can trade like that. You boy, you're a real talent. Even Han Feng, far away on the west bank of the river, would never have guessed that the first middleman who profits from arbitrage in primitive society. I had just been born. Let's do it this way. You take some men and go to the Mu Li tribe immediately. First use the pots we traded for to deal with them, the shaman urged hastily. Big Rat acknowledged and hurried out to start preparing. Meanwhile, in Han Feng's tribe, he was thinking of a way to eliminate that wolf pack. Right now, that wolf pack is still hiding in the forest and won't come out, and the tribe's salt supply is only enough for 200 people for 1 month. This stalemate is not a solution, Han Feng thought endlessly. Going out to fight is impossible, and taking too few people would just be feeding them to the wolves. At that moment, Ku Bing's voice echoed from outside the cave, telling someone to listen and behave, not to cause trouble. Liu Zi and Da Li were piercing the noses of the wild bison, which were a bit unruly due to the pain, while Ku Bing stood behind with a thorny stick. Borrowing the tiger's might, he whipped the bison's rear. Han Feng's eyes lit up as an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He laughed loudly and went outside to gather 10 vines. These vines were as thick as a finger, their stems covered in sharp, hard thorns. They were perfect for making deadly traps. First, Han Feng used an axe to chop them into thumb-length pieces. Then he soaked them in cold water to let them freeze solid, waiting until a shell of ice formed on the outside, covering all the sharp thorns. Finally, he coated this outside with a thick layer of lard. As soon as a wolf swallowed this, the outer ice shell would melt in its stomach. At that point, these thorny vines would puncture their internal organs and they would surely die. At noon that day, Han Feng rode Hui Shan to the edge of the forest and threw down some animal entrails. First, he gave them a little treat to lull the wolf pack's vigilance. By nightfall, the truly deadly gift would be thrown out. The thorny vines, coated in a shell of ice and lard, filled several large baskets and were scattered all along the western edge of the forest. Now all he had to do was wait for the wolf pack to fall into the trap. Thinking of the soft wolf pelts, Han Feng couldn't help but feel even more expectant. At this time, Han Feng had dumped several large baskets of thorny vines at the western edge of the forest. Next, he dared not be careless. He hurriedly instructed the guards on the city wall to pay close attention to any movement at the forest's edge, not to miss even the slightest rustle of grass in the wind. Then he dragged his exhausted body back to the cave to rest for a while. A day was about to end, but the tribe's work was endless. Spring planting and salt mining had become the 2 most important tasks for the tribe's survival and development at this time. Previously, the tribe's livestock numbers were very small, with only 16 blue antelopes, of which only 2 were males. They could be used for plowing, but compared to the wild bison now, their stature was much smaller. The small plow from before was clearly no longer suitable. A new type of wooden plow with 2 plowshares gradually took shape in his mind, just as he was concentrating on researching the new type of bronze plow. Big Rat, who always wanted to play both good cop and bad cop, had begun his trading journey. The Li tribe had over 230 people. Within the tribe's territory, there was a vast and magnificent chestnut forest. Although chestnuts couldn't serve as a staple food to keep the whole tribe full every day, during lean hunting seasons, it could still fill their stomachs, preventing widespread starvation. The tribe lived quite peacefully. Their settlement was located south of the Black Rat tribe, not too far and not too close, taking exactly a day's walk. This distance between the primitive tribes was considered normal. After all, in an era without transportation, everyone had to travel on their own 2 feet and return to their dwellings before sunset. At night, wild beasts roamed outside and the danger was immeasurable. Big Rat led 10 strong men and walked aggressively for a whole day. When they arrived, it was just in time for the Li tribe to prepare dinner. The chieftain Mao Li and the tribe's shaman saw them and suddenly felt annoyed. The winter had just passed, and all tribes were short on food, struggling to get by. Their own homes were about to run out of rice to cook. Coming to visit at this time, wasn't it just to freeload? Mao Li's face darkened his attitude, harsh, showing no courtesy. Big Rat understood the situation. Knowing he wasn't welcome, he quickly smiled and explained that he hadn't come to freeload. He also told his subordinates to quickly take out their food. Only then did Mao Li's expression soften a little, leading them into the tribe's residential area. It was a dozen or so semi-subterranean earthen houses, looking like the Han tribe's brick kilns. The lower half was underground. The upper half used tree branches to form a dome, which was then plastered with a thick layer of mud, leaving a smoke hole at the top. As soon as Big Rat entered a house, his eyes were drawn to the fire pit in the middle. He saw the people of the Li tribe roasting chestnuts and dried meat, and a plan formed in his mind. He turned his head about to introduce his clay pots, but was met with Mao Li's cold face. Mao Li was annoyed. He felt that this man had been staring at the food since he walked in, surely with ill intentions. Big Rat wasn't angry at all. He calmly told his men to take out the clay pots and dried meat, gather around the fire pit, and cook their own dinner. Mao Li saw that they had indeed brought their own food, and even had exquisite pottery. His expression finally relaxed, and his attention shifted entirely to the clay pot, especially when he heard that using this pot to cook meat could both ward off the cold and save food. He was immediately interested. Although Big Rat was full of hot air, Mao Li didn't pay much attention, but the tribe was indeed short of food. Saving food was very important, but when it came to the price, the two sides immediately had a dispute. Big Rat had only brought clay pots. Without any vats or bowls for reference, Mao Li couldn't estimate the value of the clay pots, and felt that Big Rat was asking for an exorbitant price. After a round of haggling, the two sides agreed that one clay pot could be exchanged for 3 young boys, or 1 woman and 1 young boy. Big Rat had calculated, carefully determined to expand his tribe's fighting force. He only wanted to trade for young boys. He looked down on women for their weakness, believing they would be a drag on the team. Although these boys were only 10 or 11 years old according to the tribe's calculations, in just 1 or 2 years, they would reach adulthood. With a little training, they could go into battle and kill enemies. Mao Li was not satisfied. Giving away so many young, strong laborers at once, even though the tribe was populous, it couldn't bear this loss. So the two sides agreed that this was a one-time deal. In the future, they could not only trade for boys. Big Rat nodded repeatedly in agreement. Early the next morning, Big Rat left 5 clay pots and led 15 young boys and his subordinates back to the Black Rat tribe satisfied. Winter was about to end, and he still remembered the trade with the Han tribe, so he anxiously planned his next move. At the same time, in the Han tribe, everyone was exhilarated. After the arduous battle to defend the tribe, everyone had performed heroic deeds. The rewards that Han Feng had promised before the battle now had to be fulfilled. The thick, warm wolf pelts were given to all the men and women of the tribe. Although the number of bronze items was not large, Han Feng was not stingy. All the men were rewarded with a bronze buckle. It was specially made in the shape of a fierce wolf's head. Though not large, its meaning was very special, symbolizing meritorious service like a medal. Everyone loved it and wouldn't part with it. The women who participated in the battle received a bronze comb. It was exquisite, and everyone smiled like a blooming flower. What excited the tribe members the most was that each person received a longbow. Everyone had long witnessed the power of the longbow. Hunting at close range resulted in heavy casualties, but with a longbow, attacking from a distance was much safer. The number of arrows they could carry was also greater than spears, and the enemy killing efficiency was significantly improved. Although the rule before the battle was to kill 5 wolves, or more to receive a bow, the actual number of gray wolves killed was just over 70, with many people and few wolves. There simply weren't enough to go around. Han Feng took this opportunity to fully equip the tribe members with longbows. The new style of longbow was made from fir wood, a sturdy material with excellent elasticity. The bowstring was made from sisal fibers, which were incredibly tough. It had excellent tensile strength, a total length of 1.75 meters, suitable for the height of most tribe members, and its power was not to be underestimated. The tribe had readily available wood and a set of carpentry tools. Initially, Han Feng thought that mass production would be simple. But when he started, he found it was full of difficulties. The first was sawing the wood. The selection of wood for making bows was very strict, requiring straight fir trees. A heartwood to sapwood ratio of 1 to 2 was best. The pith in the center was very weak. If used for the bow's body, the bow would be easily damaged and have a short lifespan. But the tribe currently only had 1 large cumbersome wood saw that required 2 people to pull. It was simply impossible to do detailed work with it. The small hand saw was only for trimming branches, and sawing round logs was very exhausting. Han Feng racked his brain. He finally remembered seeing a type of frame saw, also known as a coping saw, in his childhood. It used the saw frame to tension the blade, and was very convenient for sawing wooden planks. With an idea in his mind, Han Feng quickly made a plan. He assigned Liu Zi to make saw blades with 2 holes at each end, while Mu Yong made the U-shaped saw frame. Both of them had experience. Making these small tools was no problem for them. Han Feng himself buried his head in researching another difficult problem: how to draw a straight line on a round log. The method of snapping an ink line immediately came to his mind. This was the wisdom of the ancestors: 2 points make a straight line. Although the tribe had hemp rope, it had no ink. Normally, without paper teaching, literacy didn't require pens and ink. Now there was an urgent need for ink. Han Feng racked his brain to remember how the ancients made it, recalling that pine soot ink was made from the soot of pine wood. Although there's incompletely burned oil, it's not necessary to go through the trouble of building a kiln and chimney to collect the soot. But building a small stove with green bricks was still doable. Han Feng immediately got to work burning pine branches, and soon black smoke was billowing thickly. The green bricks quickly became blackened. He carefully scraped off the soot layer and mixed it with water, and just like that he had a bowl of thick ink. Next, he soaked a hemp string in the bowl of ink, waited for it to be fully saturated, then pulled it out. And there it was, a simple ink line. Although there was no ink box, snapping the line directly by hand was acceptable for now. Han Feng and Mudong, their hands smeared with ink, were concentrating on marking lines when Liu Tu and Mudong ran over breathlessly holding the newly finished frame saw. With an expectant look, they asked him to see if it was any good. Han Feng casually picked up a handful of snow, rubbed his hands clean, and took the saw that was nearly 70 centimeters long. He saw the bronze blade was firmly attached to 2 bronze pins on the saw's frame. Tightening the hemp cord made the blade taut. He placed the saw on the ink line marked on the round log and gave it a light pull. Sawdust flew everywhere along the ink line. In the blink of an eye, the blade cut a small groove. The saw moved forward smoothly, its efficiency far exceeding his expectations. Han Feng immediately ordered, "Make 20 more exactly like this one. Do we have enough bronze?" Liu Tu did a quick calculation and nodded firmly. "Yes, enough. The saw blades don't use much bronze." Han Feng waved his hand. "Then go ahead and make them freely. Don't skimp on materials. The tribe's development needs bronze everywhere for tools, weapons, and daily utensils. We can't lack any of these things. Right now, we don't even have a single bronze pot, and spring is approaching. Farming and salt mining are urgent tasks, and we must also start mining the copper ore." Thinking about mining? The mine Han Feng had a new idea: a boat, or to be precise, a raft. To get to the mine, one had to go upstream. It would take more than half a day on foot. Using pack animals was not only inefficient, but also very strenuous. Moreover, there were places the animals couldn't cross, so the speed wasn't much faster. If we loaded goods onto a boat from the tree tribe's location and went downstream, it would only take over an hour to get there, and it could carry much more cargo. This raft was designed with 2 slightly curved ends and a flat bottom. It was specialized for inland rivers, where the water level varies between shallow and deep. A flat-bottomed boat has a shallow draft. No matter how shallow the water, it could move safely, and would absolutely not run aground. Its safety and river crossing capabilities were number 1. Considering the width of the river, Han Feng designed the boat to be 3 meters wide and 8 meters long, a reasonable length-to-width ratio. This ensured both speed and stability, allowing even the novices in the tribe to control it easily. First, the hull was reinforced with 2 Chinese and 7 U-shaped ribs made from pine wood. The planks were made from firwood core. The outer layer of the wood was used for making bows, thus making full use of the materials. Paddles also didn't need to be made separately. The bronze spear was a ready-made multi-purpose item, serving as a paddle, a weapon, and a tool. Everyone saw Han Feng busy creating new things all day. Everyone was curious. Only the people from the tree tribe had a vague idea, as they had seen Han Feng use tree branches before to make a simple wooden raft. The principle was the same as this wooden boat. This flat-bottomed boat was simply made with logs and planks instead. One afternoon, while Han Feng was directing everyone's work, Wu Mao, who was on watch, suddenly shouted, "Chieftain, east of the river more than 20 people are approaching. They look like people from the Black Rat tribe. They're heading our way." Han Feng's heart tightened, feeling a bit puzzled. He quickly climbed the stockade wall to observe. He saw Big Rat leading 10 adults and 10 young boys all hurrying over. Han Feng wondered to himself, the Black Rat tribe only has a little over 150 people. Where did they get so many boys nearing adulthood? The people who had been traded from the Black Rat tribe before heard the shout and thought another trade was happening, and excitedly ran out to watch, hoping to see their relatives. Meanwhile, the boys from the Lat tribe following Big Rat looked bewildered. They only knew that their chieftain had traded them for 5 stone pots. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they didn't complain, and obediently followed Big Rat's group. Arriving at the gate, they looked up at the high wall. Then they looked inside and saw hundreds of livestock and countless pieces of drying salted meat. There were also 100 animal hides. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. If he hadn't seen Han Feng wearing his yellow hat, he would have thought he'd come to the wrong place. He swallowed hard and said in a low voice, Is this the Han tribe?" "I am Big Rat. I've come to trade for pottery." Han Feng looked at Big Rat and his followers and didn't fuss much. Following the old custom, he told them to hand over their weapons before allowing them inside the stockade. Big Rat pointed to the young boys and said, "Chieftain of the Han tribe, I've come to trade for pottery. These are the people I've brought this time. We still only want to trade for clay pots." While sending someone to get the clay pots, Han Feng sized them up suspiciously. Although Big Rat didn't understand what Han Feng was saying, he acted evasively, pretending not to know anything and just looking around. In truth, Han Feng was very much hoping he would bring more people. Children could be raised to work, so trading them for clay pots was a great bargain. Thu Nha and Hao Tu quickly brought 5 clay pots. The trade was simple: 10 boys for 5 clay pots. It was getting dark and a wolf pack was prowling outside. Han Feng proactively invited Big Rat and the others to stay for the night and go back in the morning. Saying this, he pulled him into the cave and told everyone to cook a meat soup to treat their guests. The 10 boys from the Lat tribe, who didn't understand how they had been traded away, saw that the Han tribe was powerful and wealthy, with lots of livestock and more meat than they could eat. They also had bison, elk, and giant mammoths that were larger than a person. The boys were both amazed and secretly happy. They hoped they could stay here from now on. Han Feng told the elder to arrange lodging for them, have them clean up, change their animal skins, and be taught to recognize written characters. After arranging their quarters, their first task was to learn the Han language and characters, and to get acquainted with the tribe. Finally, he told them to eat and drink to their heart's content. The tribe had more than enough food. The boys felt incredibly happy. In the Lat tribe, they had often been hungry. Children had to fight for food, and the weaker ones could only go hungry. But now here, all the food was unlimited. There was fragrant meat soup, and even large chunks of stewed meat. They ate bowl after bowl until they were so full they couldn't stop burping. Han Feng really couldn't bear to see this, and quickly spoke up to stop them, thinking to himself, "Don't let them die from overeating right after I traded for them." Although the Han tribe had a lot of food, it couldn't be wasted. There would be plenty for them to eat in the future. After they finished eating, the sky had already turned dark. The cave was a bit crowded, so the people on night watch would sleep in the huts made of green bricks. Inside the stockade, Big Rat and the others were also given a place to stay. Big Rat did not sleep and stood guard on the stockade wall with Han Feng. He curiously looked at the pile of wolfskins inside the stockade, silently comparing it to his own tribe. He knew the gap between them was enormous. A tribe that could kill so many gray wolves. Their combat strength was truly not something his own tribe could compare with. His own tribe had to struggle just to trade for a few more people, while this tribe had people coming to them asking to join. And they even got to eat hot meat soup. The more he thought about it, the more he sighed. Finally, he went back to sleep. At midnight, it was Big Tree and Thuna's watch shift. Han Feng asked about the wolf pack. Big Tree said that the night before last, there was still a large pack of wolves at the edge of the forest. He had seen many pairs of green eyes. Thu added, "Last night there were far fewer. I only saw about 10 or so." Han Feng smiled and nodded. He had been awake for half the night and hadn't seen the wolf pack appear. The edge of the forest was unusually quiet. "It seems the wolves have fallen for the trap. When morning comes, we'll go out and check. We might be able to harvest a good amount of wolf skins and meat." Early the next morning, after seeing off Big Rat and his group, Han Feng gathered 30 adults. After finishing breakfast, they headed towards the western forest. Meat Bun and Gray Mountain followed along. These two animals hadn't been outside for a long time. They were excitedly twisting and wagging their tails, sniffing and looking around as they walked. When Han Feng reached the edge of the forest, he first checked the thorny vines that had disappeared in the snow. There were many signs of searching and gray wolf tracks. He breathed a sigh of relief. The wolves had indeed fallen for the trap, he just didn't know the result. He waved his hand. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly and silently formed up behind him as they entered the forest. The path was very quiet. There was only the sound of their footsteps on the snow. Gray Mountain and Meat Bun also followed, obediently imitating him by observing the ground. Soon under a tree, they discovered the carcasses of 2 gray wolves. There were many bite marks on their heads. The flesh on their bodies was gone, and their hides were torn to shreds. It looked like the wolves had fought among themselves, or had resorted to cannibalism out of extreme hunger. After walking for another 3 hours, they reached the valley where Han Feng had once harvested sword hemp. The gray wolf tracks on the ground became very chaotic. The tracks ultimately led to the mountain that was once the territory of the Baldhead tribe. Han Feng thought to himself, could they have run into the Baldhead's cave wolves like to occupy the caves of others? Nearby, a place that could hold so many gray wolves could only be that cave. As expected, when they climbed to the mountain peak, they indeed found several frozen wolf carcasses with bloated stomachs and a lot of blood around their mouths and anuses. It was clear it had suffered immense pain before dying. Han Feng told everyone to place the wolf's body in one spot, mark it, and continue heading west. They occasionally found gray wolf carcasses along the path. By late morning, they reached an area about 1 kilometer from the cave entrance. The wolf tracks on the ground here were extremely dense. The wolf pack is probably hiding nearby. Han Feng cautiously led his people to encircle the area, but it was unusually quiet. Seeing this, Dali whispered, "Maybe they're all dead." Han Feng quickly warned in a low voice, "You must remain vigilant and never let your guard down. Wolves are very cunning creatures." A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the cave entrance and could finally see the situation inside clearly. Inside the cave, most of the gray wolves were dead. The survivors were only barely breathing, whimpering incessantly, but lacking the strength to move. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately gave the order for everyone to split into groups of 2 and kill them all. The tribe members obeyed the command and divided into groups to collect the spoils. The wolf meat was edible, and since the tribespeople never wasted food, they were naturally happy to gather it all. Meanwhile, Han Feng took 3 men from the tribe, of the former Bald tribe, and went straight to the small cave entrance at the far end. He wondered to himself, could the salt rock be down here? At this point, Han Feng led the men back into the Bald tribe's cave, hurrying to the spot where the salt rock was sourced. The entrance was sealed shut by a large boulder. The texture and color of the boulder blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding cliff face, so he hadn't noticed it on his last visit. He called the men over and told them to move the boulder. The others quickly got to work, heaving away the rock that was as large as a millstone. A grating sound echoed as the boulder scraped against the ground, slowly revealing a small hole that sloped downward. The hole was a flattened oval shape. It was so small that likely only a child under 5 years old could fit through. Han Feng frowned in a dilemma, lying flat on the ground and raising his torch to look inside the hole. "This is quartz and granite. Widening this entrance will not be an easy task," he muttered. Suddenly, a dazzling gleam of light from the cave's ceiling caught his attention. He saw that the ceiling was covered with dangling inverted cone-shaped rocks of a shimmering yellowish-white color. Han Feng drew a feathered arrow to try and shoot one down, but after 2 tries with no effect, he had to turn and call for Dali. "Dali, go get a rock and knock one of those down for me." Hearing this, Dali excitedly picked up a large stone, ran over, aimed at the ceiling, and threw it with all his might. With a loud thud, the targeted rock formation fell to the ground and shattered. He thought it was salt. Han Feng immediately bent down, picked up a fragment, and put it in his mouth to taste it. A second later, he spat it out with a grimace. This wasn't salt at all, but natural soda. Realizing it wasn't salt, Han Feng was a little disappointed. He turned to ask the 3 men from the Bald tribe, "How did you know there was salt rock down here before? And how did you mine it?" The 3 men glanced at each other, and after a moment, one replied, "A long time ago, a child accidentally fell into the hole. We used a rope to pull him up and found he was carrying some of this. Ever since then, we have come in here to collect it every year, once before the water in the pit freezes over and again after the ice melts." After hearing their explanation, Han Feng began to calculate silently. He had to find a way to widen this entrance to mine salt in large quantities. Just then, Mu Yang came running up frantically. "Chief, the gray wolves have all been dealt with. There were 78 in total, but there are still 8 live pups. What should we do with them?" Hearing there were wolf pups, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Without another word, he walked over to see them. He saw 8 pups huddled beside their dead mother, whining with hunger. A wave of compassion washed over him. He told everyone to take the litter of pups back and care for them. Afterwards, Han Feng thought for a moment and felt something was not right. At least 100 wolves should have escaped. But we only found 78 here. So where did the other dozens of them run off to, as he was wondering? Suddenly, a tragic roar from a beast echoed from the west. The sound was enough to make a person's hair stand on end. Han Feng was immediately on alert. He gestured with his hand for everyone to guard the cave entrance, while he grabbed his bow, arrows, and spear. He moved forward in the direction of the sound. He ran for more than 1 kilometer, until he reached a sunny hillside where the sight before him made him break out in a cold sweat. He saw 27 gray wolves surrounding a giant thunderbeast, attacking it ferociously. This thunderbeast resembled a prehistoric rhinoceros. Its entire body was covered in a thick armor-like hide, and its build was frighteningly massive. It was estimated to weigh several tons. At this moment, it was covered in wounds from the wolfpack's bites, especially in vulnerable areas like the back of its legs. And its belly were torn open with fresh blood pouring out. As soon as its ash-colored eyes saw Han Feng, they lit up, filled with a pleading look as if begging him to save it. 2 sharp-eyed wolves in the pack immediately lunged forward, baring their teeth and growling as if to warn him not to meddle. Han Feng paid them no mind. He drew his bow and let 2 arrows fly. The 2 gray wolves convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, they were dead. Seeing this, the wolf pack became enraged, roaring as they charged at Han Feng in unison. Their charge was like the flash flood. Startled, Han Feng threw his bow at an oncoming wolf. He then rolled across the ground and hurriedly picked up his golden spear. With the golden spear in hand, Han Feng felt more secure. After all, he had some martial arts training from his past life. He wielded the golden spear, skillfully fighting as he backed away toward the thunderbeast. Although heavily wounded, the thunderbeast knew to repay a debt of gratitude. It moved its enormous body, using its back to shield Han Feng from sneak attacks. After a period of fierce fighting, Han Feng had several new wounds on his body. Fresh blood was streaming from them, but luckily they were all just flesh wounds. At this point, only 6 wolves were left. He had killed all the others. The remaining ones were terrified and began to flee. Han Feng was now in a furious rage. How could he possibly let them escape? He raised the golden spear and hurled it with all his strength. With a sickening thud, the spear impaled one of the gray wolves, pinning it firmly to the snow-covered ground. He picked up his bow, and 2 more arrows swiftly ended the lives of 2 more fleeing wolves. Han Feng was about to pursue them, when the thunderbeast behind him suddenly let out a faint cry. It sounded like it was calling to him. Han Feng quickly turned around and saw the thunderbeast trying to struggle to its feet. Its 4 legs were trembling, but its belly was completely unharmed. The thunderbeast raised its head and let out a single roar, as if using the last of its strength. The next second, with a soft whoosh, its swollen abdomen collapsed. Looking closely, he saw it was a newborn thunderbeast calf. The mother thunderbeast, ignoring her own wounds, looked at it with eyes full of love. She gently licked the amniotic membrane clean and wiped the grime from the calf's body. After she finished, the mother thunderbeast raised her head to look at Han Feng. Tears welled up in her eyes. She used the large horn on her snout to gently nudge the calf toward him. Then she bent her 2 front legs and knelt before him. Her intention was crystal clear. She knew she would not live for much longer. She wanted to ask him to take care of her calf. Han Feng's eyes teared up. "Don't worry, I will absolutely raise it well." After saying this, he took off his tattered animal hide shirt and carefully wrapped up the baby thunderbeast. He then dragged his exhausted, wounded body and staggered back toward the cave. After he had gone some distance, he heard the mother thunderbeast fall behind him. She had closed her eyes for the last time. When he returned to the cave entrance, the tribespeople were all standing guard, weapons in hand. Seeing Han Feng return covered in injuries, everyone gathered around him, chattering with concerned questions. Han Feng wearily waved his hand. "I ran into the remaining gray wolves and had a fight with them. Unfortunately, a few managed to escape." Then he pointed to the baby thunderbeast in his arms. "2 of you take good care of this little creature. The tribe will raise it from now on." At that moment, Hosey ran over, pointing toward 3 gray wolf carcasses not far away. "Chief, those wolves didn't escape. They ran back this way and we killed them." Only then did Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. So the wolf pack has been completely annihilated, he thought. From now on, the tribespeople won't have to live in constant fear anymore. After resting for a short while, Han Feng told everyone the whole story about the gray wolves and the thunderbeast. Upon hearing the story, the women's eyes welled up with tears. Although the men showed no emotion, they all felt a deep sorrow in their hearts. Han Feng decided to bury the mother thunderbeast on that hillside. From now on, he declared the place would be called the Hill of Trust. Everyone nodded in agreement. The next task was much simpler. The location of the salt mine had been identified. Han Feng collected a small pouch of the natural soda. Then he instructed everyone to seal the cave entrance with stones to prevent other beasts from taking it over. After that, he led 10 men to the Hill of Trust. They dragged the wolf carcasses back from the field and gathered branches and rocks to make a temporary grave for the mother thunderbeast, planning to bring bronze shovels to dig a proper hole tomorrow for a proper burial. Once everyone was gathered back at the cave entrance, they cut down more tree branches. They fashioned 2 simple drags and began the arduous task of hauling the more than 100 gray wolf carcasses back to the tribe. The story of the thunderbeast entrusting her calf was passed down through the tribe. Women retold it to the children who would gather around to see the little thunderbeast, their eyes filled with empathy. Most herbivores have incredible vitality. Not long after it was born, the young calf could already stand on its own. To nurse for 1 to 2 months before they could graze on grass and rhinos were much the same. But this baby thunderbeast was born nearly a month premature. Half a day after its birth, its eyes were still shut, and that night it was very cold. The baby thunderbeast and the wolf pups were all brought into the cave. Han Feng even specially found 2 nursing cows, intending for them to act as wet nurses for the young ones. But neither side cooperated. The wolf pups were too small to reach the cows' teats. The baby thunderbeast did nothing but sleep, and the mother cows refused to nurse it. Han Feng had no choice but to gather more than 10 men. Together they milked the cows. The mother cows in pain mooed loudly for half the night. Fortunately, all the effort was not in vain. The young animals all survived after drinking the fresh milk, especially the baby thunderbeast, whose mouth Han Feng had to pry open, so that Ku Bing could feed it spoonful by spoonful. After drinking the milk, the baby thunderbeast went from lying perfectly still to snoring loudly. This delighted Ku Bing immensely, and he even hugged it to sleep that night. The next day, as planned, Han Feng led 20 people to Entrustment Hill to dig a large pit and bury the mother thunderbeast. They also piled stones on the grave, and from then on this place became known as Entrustment Hill. During the last month of winter, although the tribe seemed peaceful, everyone was busy with their own tasks. A week passed, and the wolf pups opened their eyes. 2 weeks passed, and the 8 wolf pups could already eat meat broth and cooked food, spending their days scampering around in the open field. They were no different from 1-month-old puppies. The baby thunderbeast also gradually turned a milky white color, and a small bump had appeared on its nose where its horn would grow. By now it could stand up on its own and stagger towards the mother cow to nurse. At first, the mother cow was unwilling, but remembering the scene of being milked, she had to obediently let the baby thunderbeast nurse from her. By the 3rd week, Ku Bing led the baby thunderbeast to the open field within the enclosure and shouted loudly, "Run, run faster, go chase those dogs!" Han Feng, standing nearby, couldn't help but say, "That name Run Run doesn't sound very good." Hearing this, Ku Bing quickly pulled the baby thunderbeast back and asked, "Then what should we call it?" Han Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Bon Bon from now on. It sounds better than Run Run." Ku Bing happily called out to the bewildered baby thunderbeast, "Bon Bon, quick, go chase those dogs." By the 4th week, the carpentry team had completed 70 new-style longbows. Each bow was personally inspected by Han Feng, and their quality was beyond question. In fact, thanks to the new tools, the bows they made were even better than the one he was currently using. The women were not idle either. They were busy making arrows. Although they had only finished the shafts and hadn't attached the arrowheads yet, the fletching had already been glued on. Han Feng planned to craft bronze arrowheads after the next mining expedition. For now, the arrows the tribespeople used for practice were still the more than 200 arrows he had prepared earlier. One morning this week, All the adults in that tribe gathered each with a longbow and formed 3 rows to practice archery. Han Feng stood at the front and shouted, "First row target is the haystack 100 meters away. Thwip!" In an instant. Thwip, 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 thwip! The arrows flew through the air. But since this was their first practice session, the scene was a bit chaotic. Some arrows hit the target, some flew into the sky and disappeared, and one person's arrow fell at their feet before they could even shoot. Han Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to guide them one by one. As winter was about to end, Big Lord came to the tribe to trade again. This time he brought 3 women and 6 boys, all from the Fan tribe. The boys who were traded last time were both happy and sad to see their fellow tribespeople. Han Feng, however, understood that there probably wouldn't be many more of these trades in the future. Earthen pots were not consumables. Eventually, everyone would have enough. It seemed that if the tribe wanted to continue to grow stronger, they had to find another way. In the following period, the boat-building project also reached its final stage. Seeing the finished product, a giant wooden boat, everyone in the tribe was overjoyed. Although they hadn't seen it launched yet, everyone who had participated in its construction was filled with pride. At this moment, Dali tried to lift the side of the boat with both hands. He strained to lift it, but the wooden boat didn't budge an inch. He scratched his head and asked, "Chieftain, the boat is so big. How are we going to get it to the river?" Han Feng smiled, pointed to the nearby man-made river and said, "We can just bring the boat there directly." Dali's eyes widened in confusion. "There's no water there, how can we move it?" Han Feng, being deliberately mysterious, leisurely clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to grab shovels, push a few wheelbarrows, and bring baskets to follow him. Now that winter was ending and the weather was getting warmer, it was the perfect time to divert the water. Han Feng led more than 30 people energetically to the end of the man-made river. Such a big commotion attracted the attention of the tribespeople who hadn't left the enclosure in a long time. They gathered around to watch as if it were a play. A group of children was even more excited, leading the 8 one-month-old wolf pups as they scampered ahead. Kubing, not to be outdone, ran with Bonbon, who was full and feeling lazy. Rubao and Huishan had also run off somewhere. Only the distant trumpeting of elephants could be heard. It seemed the 2 animals were also taking advantage of the early spring to run around outside. At the end of the man-made river, only a 2-meter-wide stretch of land separated it from the small river. They just needed to dig through this part, and the river water would flow in. No sooner said than done, everyone was assigned a task. A few people jumped into the ditch and started shoveling dirt. A few people on the bank were in charge of filling the baskets, while the rest transported the full baskets away. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm, and soon, the layer of earth was only about 30 centimeters thick. At this point, water began to seep through at the bottom of the ditch. Han Feng quickly called the people in the ditch to come up. After everyone was on the bank, Han Feng quickly tied a rope around his waist, told everyone to hold on tight, and then jumped into the ditch with a shovel. For safety, he had to do this final part himself. Han Feng held the shovel firmly and dug continuously. After more than 10 shovelfuls, more and more water seeped out. The next second, a powerful torrent of water, as if in a rage, burst out with a whoosh from the spot he had just dug, throwing Han Feng far back. Seeing this, the tribespeople all shouted in unison and pulled with all their might to get him up. Soon they had pulled him to the bank. The gushing water grew stronger and stronger, and in no time, it had widened the opening into a hole 1 meter in diameter. Everyone stood on the bank, mouths agape in astonishment, watching the surging water flow. The swift current swirled, carrying along many frolicking fish. The wolf pups had never seen such a sight before. They yelped in fear and scattered in all directions. Kubing and Bonbon were also frightened and quickly ran to hide behind Han Feng. After a while, the water flow gradually stabilized. The small river and the man-made river were now connected. The sharp-eyed women had already brought their baskets and were waiting. They started catching fish. The people who had just been wondering how to get the boat to the river now all stared with wide-eyed amazement. Han Feng smiled and said to everyone, "Well, the water is very close to you now, isn't it? From now on, you won't have to go far to get water." Everyone marveled in admiration. Only now did they understand why Han Feng had initially told them to stop stockpiling food and switch to digging the river and building a brick kiln. At first, they didn't understand. Then the man-made river accidentally trapped a fierce beast. Some guessed it was a trap, but it wasn't until now, seeing the man-made river opened up, that they fully understood the true purpose of digging the river. But this was only the first step. Digging irrigation channels and farming along both banks to ensure the tribe had enough food was his ultimate goal. No sooner said than done, spring had arrived. The farming plan could not be delayed. Now that the irrigation river was complete and spring had come, Han Feng realized the urgency of spring planting could not be postponed. The atmosphere in the tribe was bustling and festive. Everyone gathered to celebrate the completion of the irrigation river project. After eating and drinking their fill, Han Feng took a small coil of rope and led the tribesmen to the planned open area to start laying out the paddy fields. For the tribe, growing paddy rice was a technical task. They had to ensure the fields were always flooded with sufficient irrigation. At the same time, they had to calculate meticulously to make the most of the land area, which led to an important question. How much paddy rice should the tribe plant? How much farmland needed to be planned? The wild paddy rice grains were quite large. They were almost twice the size of the rice grains he had seen in his previous life. In his past life, one caddy of rice had about 26,000 grains, but this rice had only about 12,000 grains per caddy. Thinking of the limited number of seeds, Han Feng hesitated a little. In his previous life, he had only grown vegetables for a few days. He knew nothing about growing paddy rice. How could he risk sowing all the seeds? It would be foolish to end up with no harvest. After thinking it over, Han Feng gritted his teeth and decided to use only half of the seeds, about 264,000 grains. But how many rice plants could be grown on 1 mu of land? Based on the size of the wild paddy rice from the marsh, Han Feng made a simple calculation. He decided to plant 64 mu. While this area couldn't be described as vast and boundless, it was by no means small. If this plot of land is 400 meters long, then the width must be about 107 meters, nearly the size of 6 football fields after the planting is complete. The cultivated fields were arranged along the south bank of the irrigation river, with the head of the fields near the enclosure wall 300 meters from the small riverbank. Next, the horizontal and vertical irrigation channels had to be calculated and dug. Horizontally, 20 channels were dug, each less than 1 meter wide. They were about half a meter deep, extending straight south for 110 meters. The manpower for digging was also arranged, mobilizing 50 adults each time. The tribe happened to have 50 shovels, so each person was responsible for a little over 2 meters, and it took less than half an hour to finish one channel. With everyone working together, the 20 irrigation channels were finished in just one day. On the first day of the new year, as if on cue, a light drizzle began to fall, and everyone in the tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Winter was finally over. At the same time, the other tribes were not idle, taking this opportunity to assess their winter losses. They wouldn't have known without checking, but the moment they did, a chill ran down their spines. The situation in every tribe was grim. Small tribes with fewer than 100 people commonly lost more than 10 members, mostly children and adult men. This winter was truly too long. Many tribes ran out of food and couldn't last until spring, forcing them to heartlessly abandon some of their children. They watched them starve to death. Men would brave the wind and snow to go hunting. With luck, they would find a stray wild animal or gather a few chestnuts. If unlucky, they would either return empty-handed or freeze to death outside, or encounter a pack of beasts and be completely wiped out. Even those who survived and returned were mostly injured or frostbitten, losing ears and fingers. Losing toes was common, and quite a few were left crippled. But compared to them, the Han tribe was truly fortunate. Not only did they avoid starvation, but they also developed tremendously. The tribe had an abundance of food. The elders discussed that such a joyous occasion called for a spring ritual to pray for a smooth and prosperous new year for the tribe. Han Feng didn't object to the ritual. He had his own ideas. First, his tribe would not worship gods but their ancestors. In addition, the ritual needed a proper ceremony. He drew a diagram and personally guided Mu Yang and Mu Dun in making a large drum. He also had the women of the tribe use animal hides to sew a flag on which a large Han character was embroidered. Once everything was prepared, Han Feng gathered all the tribespeople. The Han tribe began the first ritual in its history as Dali sounded the great drum. All the tribespeople instinctively began to dance, expressing their joy for their current happy life and their hopeful expectations for the future. At this moment, they firmly believed that under Han Feng's leadership, the tribe would surely grow stronger and stronger. When the ceremony ended, everyone got busy according to Han Feng's arrangements. At present, the tribe's resources were limited. There were only 2 double-bladed plows. Han Feng selected 2 bulls that had been tamed during this period. He personally fitted them with the double-bladed plows to prepare for plowing, but these wild cattle were still untamed. They simply refused to walk straight, so there was no choice but to have one person walk in front, patiently leading the bull by its nose. Another person followed behind, holding the plow handle firmly to control the depth. This way, the 2 bronze plows could turn over a half-meter wide strip of land with each pass, to a depth of 30 centimeters. The efficiency was quite impressive. At this rate, it would take at most 3 days to finish plowing the rice fields. Afterwards, the soil would be harrowed, irrigated, and then it would be ready for sowing. The furrows of earth left by the plow were completely transformed. The slightly greenish ground turned into dark brown, loose and crumbly soil. A group of teenagers who had joined the tribe during the winter carried wicker baskets, stood in a straight line, and meticulously picked out grass roots and debris from the soil. As for fertilization, Han Feng thought long and hard about it. He decided to postpone it. Firstly, the fertilizer wasn't ready. Secondly, this was the first time this land had ever been tilled. Its fertility was more than enough for one rice crop. It took a full 3 days to complete the plowing and harrowing. But Han Feng observed the weather in the early mornings and late evenings. It was still cold, and he thought to himself that if they sowed the seeds now, they would likely all freeze overnight. However, there were other tasks to be done. The grass seeds they had brought back before, namely ryegrass and lemongrass seeds, were ready to be sown. This would become the main food source for the tribe's livestock. The area west of the Han tribe's settlement had been planned as a pasture. Everyone carried bags filled with grass seeds and spread out along the edge of the pasture, sowing as they walked. There was no need to worry about their survival. The ground was still moist from the spring rain, so the seeds would quickly take root as soon as they fell. They would sprout in a few days. Although the rice couldn't be planted yet, The tribe had no fear of food shortages. So what to do with this free time? Han Feng slapped his forehead and made a decision. First, they needed to improve everyone's footwear by making grass sandals. He gathered the women of the tribe and personally showed them how. The task was actually not difficult. You just had to weave grass horizontally and vertically into the shape of a sole, then use a few smaller strands to tie it to the foot. Once the first grass sandal was made, the other tribe members began to imitate the process. They also took the opportunity to do a big cleanup. In the spring, people flocked to the riverbank to bathe and wash their sandals in animal skins. The men who weren't afraid of the cold even wove grass directly into skirts to wear. In the original body's memory, wearing grass skirts in spring and summer was a common practice. Some even went bare-chested. Han Feng found it curious and wove a grass skirt to try on as well. But as soon as he put it on, Ru Bao and Hui Shan, as if they'd found a new toy, ran over and started nudging and pulling his grass skirt with their snouts, tearing it to shreds and eating it with relish. This left him both annoyed and amused, and he had to sheepishly change back into his animal skin clothes. Just then, the elder came running over in a panic. "Chief, we're almost out of salt." This made Han Feng's heart sink, and his recently relaxed nerves tensed up again. Salt was an essential supply for the tribe's survival. A solution had to be found quickly. After thinking it over, Han Feng had no choice but to tell everyone to eat cured meat for the time being, as it contained a lot of salt, and could temporarily supplement their intake. But the elder frowned and asked, "So we're not going to get salt? I heard there's salt rock in a cave on the western mountain." Hearing this, Han Feng shook his head. "The salt rock is in a small cave that only a child could crawl into, but I can't let them take that risk. But don't you worry. I have a way to make tools to break through the mountain. It's just that we lack the raw materials right now. We need to go to Baoshan Mountain and mine some ore." So the tribe temporarily lived on cured meat, and everyone worked together, putting all their effort into plowing the 20 paddy fields by the irrigation river. After a period of hard work, all 64 mu of paddy fields were plowed. Finally, it was time to go mining. A strong team of 26 people was formed, all of them healthy and able-bodied. They were fully equipped and ready to depart. The wooden boat was carried to the head of the irrigation river and placed in the water. All the tribe members stood on the bank watching the wooden boat float, exclaiming in amazement, "Can this boat really carry people? Won't it just sink the moment we board it?" Hearing this, Han Feng wasted no words and stepped onto the boat. The wooden boat rocked a few times in the water before stabilizing and floating steadily. He then turned back and said to the others, "Who else is getting on? Anyone who doesn't will have to pull the boat from the shore later." Seeing this, the others grew bolder, and several people jumped aboard. With all preparations complete, the team of 26 set off valiantly. These men were all strong and well-equipped, each carrying a long spear, a longbow, and a bronze shovel, and a quiver. Each man also carried 50 feathered arrows, while Dashu and 3 others also brought along a short-handled bronze axe. The farewell scene was incredibly lively. All the tribe members gathered at the riverbank, and the women were busy loading dried meat in clay pots onto the boat. The children led the 8 wolf cubs, running and jumping playfully along the riverbank to watch the excitement. Qibing, with a reluctant look on his face, tugged on Han Feng's hem and handed him a snakeskin water pouch. Han Feng smiled, patted the boy's head, and said gently, "We're just going to dig up some rocks this time. We will be back very soon. Everyone on the boat." They traveled upstream along the irrigation river. Although going against the current was a bit slower, it was still much faster than walking. Before long, they reached the place where the chief first met Dashu. They went ashore at the edge of the dark forest, and the chief quickly gave orders. "Everyone's tired from the morning's journey. Cook a meal and rest first. After we eat, we'll load all the tools and supplies onto the bulls' backs. We will all pull the boat into the forest together, leaving Mu Dun and 4 teenagers from the Black Rat tribe, who know the area well, to stay behind. To stand guard, the remaining 20 people will each lead a bull and follow me to mine ore." He turned and gave Mu Dun detailed instructions. "Mu Dun, is that all right with you? I will leave some food for the 5 of you in a moment. You will stand guard here for about 7 sunsets. If you encounter an enemy you can't fight, abandon the boat and run towards Baoshan Mountain. Absolutely do not lead them back to the tribe. Your women and children are there." After eating, everyone pulled the wooden boat into the forest. The mining team continued on their journey, but who could have known that in the middle of the night, while they were fast asleep, a disaster would strike. A series of rustling sounds was heard, as if some enormous creature was moving through the forest. Immediately after, an enraged roar echoed, making everyone's ears ring. They all jumped up, startled. Looking up, they saw a primate with long reddish-gold fur and rippling muscles. It was the giant ape man, now baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging straight for the Han tribe's campsite. Hoi Sun and Nook Bao, the 2 mammoths, were the first to roar and charge towards the ape man. The ape man was formidable as well, leaping down from a tree. It swung its 2 arms and easily sent Hoi Sun flying. Seeing this, Han Feng's heart leapt into his throat, and he urgently told everyone to grab their weapons. He himself was trembling as he fumbled on the ground, but he found his golden spear and felt a little more at ease. The others also gripped their bronze spears, but they were so terrified their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they could barely stand. The ape man did not stop. After landing, it turned to the crowd and opened its wide, drooling mouth. It let out a roar that made everyone's head spin. Han Feng fought to suppress the splitting headache. He ordered everyone to raise their wooden spears and attack. As he spoke, he thrust his golden spear toward the ape-man's chest. But the ape-man's strength was incredible. It grabbed the spear shaft and with a single swing sent both Han Feng and Da Li flying. Slamming them hard against a tree trunk, the ape-man instantly turned. It grabbed a youth from the Black Rat tribe and with a sharp snap broke his neck. It then used his body as a weapon, hurling it at the crowd. The crowd scattered in chaos, moving farther away. Use javelins and bows. Han Feng scrambled up, screaming himself hoarse. The people finally came to their senses and scattered in all four directions. Du-Er seized the opportunity, gripped his bronze spear and thrust it straight into the ape-man's chest. But the spearhead only went in halfway before the ape-man grabbed the shaft and broke it. Just then, Hoi Sun had recovered. It roared again and charged, ramming the ape-man from behind and sending it flying. In pain, the ape-man became even more ferocious. It turned and snapped off one of Hoi Sun's tusks, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Just as the situation turned critical, Han Feng seized the chance. The injured ape-man was struggling to move. He threw his spear with all his might and yelled, "Everyone throw your javelins!" Encouraged, everyone acted at once. 7 javelins flew from all directions, piercing the ape-man's chest. The ape-man struggled for a moment, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then crashed to the ground motionless. This fierce battle left the Han tribe with heavy losses. 2 people were dead. Du-Er had a large gash on his chest and Da Li suffered a concussion and lost 3 molars. Many others also suffered minor injuries. Before they could even compose themselves, they heard a wave of chaotic noises echoing from the distance. Han Feng's heart sank. This is bad, he thought. There are more enemies. Everyone prepare to fight. That ape-man might have been a war beast from the cannibal tribe. Then he spoke to Da Shu. Da Shu, take 5 youths, all the cattle, the wounded and the dead, and flee to Baosun Mountain immediately. When you get to Baosun Mountain, find a place to set up camp. If you can't find any food, slaughter the cattle. Da Shu looked unwilling. With red-rimmed eyes, he asked, Chief, what about you? Where will you go? Han Feng stamped his foot impatiently. We're staying here to draw the enemy's attention, buying you time to escape. Da Shu looked like he wanted to say more. But seeing Han Feng's glare, he had to lead his group away in a hurry. Then Han Feng turned to look at the tribesmen who remained. He lowered his voice to give instructions. Grab your bows and arrows and follow me. Each of you take a torch from the fire and throw it ahead. When the enemy comes, it will be easier for us to aim. Everyone did as he said, throwing torches to illuminate a small area. They hid in the darkness, waiting tensely. Don't make a sound. Wait for the enemy to get close, then fire on my command. After you fire 1 arrow, run immediately whether it hits or not. Our purpose is to lead them away. The enemy got closer. In the faint torchlight they could be seen. They were bare-chested. Their bodies were painted with bizarre patterns, and they wore necklaces of human bone looking incredibly fierce and frightening. The hunting leader of the cannibal tribe saw the ape-man's corpse, and his face turned deathly pale. Everyone get over here! Our master has been killed, although Han Feng didn't understand their language. He could guess the situation was dire. At that moment he yelled, fire. 11 arrows flew in an instant, striking their targets. The enemy instantly fell into a panic. Then he shouted again, everyone run, deliberately leading the enemy south. They ran without stopping until they were near the Black Rat tribe's village. At that moment, the Black Rat tribe was peacefully preparing breakfast. A woman went to the river to get water, and was startled to see a group of strange armed men sneaking towards them. She was so frightened she nearly dropped her clay pot. Forgetting the water, she turned and ran back to the village, screaming as she went, "Enemies!" Hearing her shouts, Big Rat immediately commanded the men to grab stone spears and prepare for battle, while the women gathered stones and stood in the back. But the cannibals paid no heed. As soon as they arrived, they unleashed a volley of stone axes. The Black Rat tribe had no shields. Everyone panicked and ran their formation, breaking into chaos. Right after the cannibals threw bone spears at the Black Rat tribe, several people fell instantly. Anxious Big Rat urgently called for his tribe to fight back. Throw your javelins! Throw your javelins! Don't let them get over the fence. But their stone fence was poorly made and their range was too short. Their volley of javelins had little effect. Some cannibals seized the chance to rush the fence, pushing it down together. The two sides clashed in close combat. A bloody battle ensued. Just as the Black Rat tribe was in grave danger, Han Feng arrived, leading the people of the Han tribe. Appearing as if from nowhere, they charged at the enemy's rear. They started by unleashing a shower of arrows from a distance. A feathered arrow hit an enemy in the back as he was pushing the wall, and he collapsed instantly. The Black Rat tribe's people were stunned. The sharp-eyed Chuot Fu spotted the Han tribe's chief and shouted excitedly, "It's the chief of the Han tribe! He's here to save us." The Han tribesmen then used the terrain to their advantage, letting their arrows fly like rain. The cannibals were caught completely by surprise and suffered heavy casualties. After several volleys, Han Feng yelled, "Hold your fire! Everyone grab your bronze spears and charge with me!" In an instant, they descended like tigers, crashing into the enemy's ranks. The tide of battle turned instantly. Before long, the cannibal tribe was routed and completely annihilated. Seeing the battle was over, a grateful Big Rat took Han Feng by the hand and asked the chief of the Han tribe, "Thank you for helping our tribe defeat the enemy. How did you know we were in danger?" Han Feng's heart pounded in his chest, but he remained calm on the outside and concocted a story. We had traveled far to gather provisions. On our way through the dark forest to your north, we ran into the cannibal tribe. They sent a red-furred ape man to attack us. But we killed it. Afterwards, those cannibals continued heading in this direction. We intended to come and warn you, but the enemy arrived here before we could. That is why we appeared here. When Chuotfu heard about a man-eating ape, his face turned deathly white. He stammered, "That's the demon from the Black Mountain. Our ancestors saw it before. It brings disaster to our tribe." After speaking, he pulled Han Feng inside a tent, pointed to a rock painting, and recounted an ancient legend. It turned out the giant ape man would capture tribespeople, and then domesticate them into a tribe of cannibals that specialized in capturing humans for food. Hearing this, the Black Rat tribespeople trembled in fear. Big Rat quickly pleaded with the Han tribe's chief. "Please, you must help us. Teach us how to defeat the ape man." Hearing this, Han Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know how to defeat that monster either. We can only rely on strong brick walls to defend ourselves. We only defeated the ape man this time thanks to Hoisun's help." Chuotfu and Big Rat looked at each other, their faces filled with anxiety. Then Chuotfu cautiously asked the chief of the Han tribe, "Can we build a wall just like that one?" Hearing this, Han Feng seized the chance to invite them. "It's not possible, even for the Han tribe. For us to build such a tall and sturdy wall requires a great deal of time, manpower, and also a large supply of food. But if you join my tribe, we can build the wall together. There will be enough room for all of us to live inside. We can all work together, and then we will have more food than we can eat, and the best weapons." Chuotfu and Big Rat immediately began to confer. Joining the Han tribe was indeed the best choice, offering both safety and powerful weapons. And so the two of them went to find Han Feng and said solemnly, "Chief of the Han tribe, we agreed to join your tribe. We hope that you will treat our people well." Hearing this, Han Feng was overjoyed. "Of course. Welcome to the Han tribe. From this day forward, you are all my people. I will treat everyone equally." Next, after properly arranging the relocation of the Black Rat tribe, Han Feng led people to mine for ore. After regrouping with Da Shu, he saw that all the wounded were gradually recovering. No one rested. They immediately began mining as Baosun Mountain was rich in mineral resources. Everyone worked enthusiastically, mining a good amount of copper, iron, and orpiment, and they also specifically gathered extra limestone and sulfur. The plan was to use the sulfur to create sulfuric acid, which could then be used to blast open the entrance to the salt mine cave. After they finished mining the ore, the journey back was uneventful. They met up with Mu Dun and the others who were guarding the wooden boats by the riverbank. The boats were so heavily loaded with minerals that they sat very low in the water. They barely managed to squeeze a few more people on board and paddled downstream. The boat moved as fast as if it were flying, and in no time at all, they saw their tribespeople waiting on the shore, including the new members from the Black Rat tribe. Everyone saw Han Feng returning laden with spoils. They all cheered joyfully. The men immediately swarmed around to help unload the minerals, but Han Feng frowned. Now that the tribe had so many people, arranging accommodation had become a major problem. The original cave was cramped and crowded. It was simply not enough space for so many people. With no other choice, everyone had to erect temporary tents on the open ground inside the enclosure wall. Fortunately, the people of the Black Rat tribe were not too particular, as they were already used to living in tents. Moreover, upon arriving at the Han tribe, seeing the mountains of animal meat and hides and the livestock running all over the place, they were overjoyed beyond words. Without a second word, they quickly got to work setting up their tents. Next, Han Feng instructed everyone that from now on they must use a designated area as a latrine. That was all natural fertilizer that absolutely could not be wasted. After settling the matter of the tents, Han Feng turned to give instructions to Lu Tu. "For the next few days, you are to fire more pottery for the new tribe members to use. In addition, fire more water vats, I need them." Hearing this, Lu Tu felt a bit displeased. "Chieftain, we brought back so much copper ore. Aren't we going to smelt the copper now?" Han Feng, as if coaxing a child, praised him with a few words. "Just let Da Zi and his group handle the smelting. Wait until the final refining stage, then you can take over. For now, go and fire the pottery first. You're the best in the tribe when it comes to pottery. I wouldn't feel at ease if anyone else did it." After Lu Tu heard this, the grievance in his heart instantly disappeared. He happily guaranteed that he would do an excellent job firing the pottery. Everyone worked together with one heart, busy until evening. A row of simple grass tents was erected as if by magic. That night, the old and new tribe members gathered together for their first dinner together. During the meal, everyone ate and chatted happily, and the bonds between the tribe members grew stronger. After the meal, the men gathered together, eagerly examining the sharp weapons and sophisticated tools of the Han tribe. The women weren't idle either. They gathered together, sharing techniques for weaving grass shoes and baskets. The newcomers humbly learned, taking the opportunity to pick up more Han vocabulary while everyone was busy with their own work. Han Feng, on the other hand, was working quietly by himself next to the livestock pen in the latrine. This scene happened to be witnessed by the elder. He curiously approached and asked, "Chieftain, why are you digging by the latrine pit? Don't tell me the stuff inside has some other use." Han Feng heard this and said with annoyance, "I'm not digging for manure. I'm digging up the soil next to the latrine pit." The elder became even more confused. "What does the chieftain need that soil for? It's not needed for making pottery. You should hurry and think of a way to get salt." Don't we have many new tribe members now? Our salt reserves are about to run out. Han Feng said angrily. Can't you see I'm already preparing for it? Digging this soil is for mining salt, all right? Just stop worrying about it. I know what to do. The elder stood there watching Han Feng's busy back, his heart filled with suspicion. How can digging soil help mine salt? The chieftain must be making an excuse. In fact, Han Feng knew exactly what he was doing. The soil near the livestock pen and the latrine contained saltpeter, which could be extracted to create explosives. Only with explosives could he blast open the salt mine's entrance. He guided a few women on how to refine the saltpeter, a process very similar to refining salt. The next day, pure white saltpeter crystals had been produced. But having saltpeter wasn't enough. He still had to figure out how to produce nitric acid and glycerin. Then he could synthesize them into nitroglycerin, which possessed incredible destructive power. Glycerin had to be extracted from animal fat. Fortunately, the tribe had harvested a lot of animal fat after the winter wolfpack attack, so there was no shortage of this raw material. As for nitric acid, it had to be produced from the reaction between saltpeter and sulfuric acid. But right now, he didn't have any sulfuric acid on hand. Han Feng shifted his attention to the iron pyrite ore. Without delay, Han Feng selected a flat area where they normally made charcoal. He got to work. First, he stacked a pile of firewood, then arranged pieces of iron pyrite ore in a grid-like pattern around it. Finally, he built it into a small mound that completely enclosed the firewood, leaving only a few small holes at the bottom for lighting. The next step was to cover the pile of ore with a layer of dry grass. Lastly, he plastered a layer of wet mud over the entire thing, but he made sure to leave a few air vents at the bottom and on top. With that, everything was prepared. Han Feng used a small stick to hold a glowing ember and carefully lit the firewood through a lower vent. The iron pyrite ore itself contained carbon and sulfur. In an instant, the ore pile caught fire, burning intensely within its mud casing. This roasting process would need to continue for about half a month. During this waiting period, Han Feng began to construct distillation equipment in preparation for refining sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and soda ash. Han Feng entrusted the meticulous work of drying and firing the distillation equipment to Lu Tu. Meanwhile, he took that opportunity to check on the state of the livestock. As the weather grew warmer, the animals in the tribe, as if by agreement, all began to shed their winter coats. Seeing this, Han Feng slapped his thigh in excitement. The time was right. He rushed to prepare for sowing seeds. The storage contained seeds for wild rice peanuts, chili peppers, sword hemp, and man-eating plants. First, the peanuts needed to be shelled and soaked in water. Han Feng led several nimble girls to an open patch of ground where they all sat down and began to work. Elder Rat passing by saw the scene and curiously approached to ask, "Chieftain, what are you all doing? Why don't you eat these nuts?" Han Feng continued working as he smiled and explained, "Right now we have to plant these nuts, and remember they're called peanuts." Elder Rat mumbled the word a few times, still not understanding what planting was. Han Feng patiently explained, "Planting means that in the spring, we bury these peanuts in the ground, add a little water, and they will sprout and grow into plants. Then come autumn, from one single planted peanut we can surely harvest dozens or even hundreds of new peanuts. If we plant these 4 baskets, we can harvest at least 400 baskets, maybe even several thousand." Elder Rat was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the ground. His eyes went wide with disbelief. Han Feng gave an affirmative nod. "As long as we tend to them well, it will only be more, never less. Furthermore, we are not just planting peanuts, we are also going to plant rice. Rice is even better. You sow 1 grain in the spring, and by autumn you can harvest at least 10,000 grains. This is the way I was talking about, of feeding 6,000 people with this very land." Big Rat, standing nearby and listening intently, immediately spoke up, "Chieftain, I think we have to do this farming right. It sounds even more important than hunting." Han Feng nodded in praise. Big Rat was after all a former chieftain and was very sharp. Just then, Elder Rat seemed to recall something and said excitedly, "Chieftain, I remember now. When we migrated, we brought along a few bags of peanuts. Can those be planted as well? We have no shortage of food right now. I think we should plant those." Han Feng was overjoyed to hear this. "That's fantastic," he said. "Quickly tell someone to bring those peanuts over. Remember to pick out the ones that are whole and not damaged." Elder Rat nodded continuously, leaning on his walking stick, and hurried off to find his former tribe members to organize the task. Big Rat anxiously watched Elder Rat depart and then asked, "So what about me? What's my job?" Han Feng laughed and said, "You can gather some more men and follow me to plow the fields." Upon hearing this, Big Rat excitedly ran off to gather more men. That afternoon, Han Feng marked out 100 mu of land for planting. Peanuts and 36 mu for chili peppers to the south of the rice paddies. The total area for all 3 crops was 200 mu. Early the next morning, Big Rat learned from the others how to fit a 2-bladed plow onto an ox. An experienced woman from the Han tribe walked ahead leading the ox, while Big Rat followed behind guiding the plow. Seeing the ground being churned up like waves with every pass of the bronze plowshare, Big Rat was both astonished and thrilled. With 2 oxen and 4 plowshares working simultaneously, progress was extremely fast. Meanwhile, Han Feng was not idle either. Early in the morning, he had soaked 22 caddies of rice seeds in a large jar. These seeds had to soak for over 24 hours. While the seeds were soaking, Han Feng chose a plot of land to the west of the main paddy fields, dug an irrigation ditch, and started to flood it. He was preparing it to be a seedbed. After being sorted, the peanuts were also put to soak. Peanuts were a crop that could be planted directly, and could be sown directly into the large fields provided that the fields were plowed thoroughly. This way, the rice, peanuts, and chili peppers could all be planted simultaneously. Big Rat led his people to plow the 136 mu of land with all their strength. They worked from dawn till dusk until their backs ached, and their legs grew weary, but their spirits remained high. When a man grew tired, another would take his place. When an ox tired, it was swapped out. The two bronze plows worked in shifts, turning the soil ceaselessly. In total, it took less than 2 days to plow the entire area once over. The soil became loose, soft, and aerated. The weeds were also cleared away properly. After soaking, the seeds were taken out completely covered with lemongrass and watered. They were placed near a charcoal stove to incubate for germination. On the third day, everyone began to sow the evenly sprouted rice seeds throughout the seedling field. After that, they were lightly covered with a thin layer of soil. Finally, the ditch was opened to flood the field with water. Sowing peanuts also had its rules. Each row was half a meter apart, and each plant was 15 centimeters apart. The sower held a bowl of peanuts in their left hand. In their right hand, they held a sharp wooden stick, 15 centimeters long. First, they used the stick to measure the distance, dug a small hole, dropped 2 peanuts in, and then covered it with soil. Then they planted the next seeds, repeating the process over and over. Finally, they watered everything all at once. Sowing chili seeds was similar to peanuts, with rows half a meter apart, and each plant 30 centimeters apart. Digging the hole, sowing the seed, covering with soil, and watering were all done in one fluid motion. During the entire sowing process, nearly 200 members of the Han tribe worked in the fields. Even Han Feng was no exception. With so many people, their strength was great, and 140 acres of land were finished in just half a day. No one even felt tired. The day after the sowing was finished, the tribe returned to its normal rhythm of life. Liu Zi continued to fire pottery, and Han Feng also chose a few sturdy children to become his apprentices. The fired pottery was not only to meet the needs of the new tribe members, but also had to be set aside for reserves. Later, it would also be used for trading with other tribes. Haozida, Shui de Mao, and Mao, the 4 of them focused on smelting bronze. Han Feng saw they were becoming more and more skilled and planned to add more manpower. He had been selecting people for the past few days. After their equipment was upgraded, the hunting team found hunting incredibly easy, bringing back more prey than they could possibly eat. But as the weather grew warmer, food was difficult to preserve, so the hunting team had to temporarily stop hunting and stay in the tribe. How could Han Feng let them be idle? One group was assigned to go to the back mountain to cut down all the saplings of the man-eating trees to make spears. These thorns could also be used to make arrowheads. They were also strategic materials that had to be stockpiled in large quantities. While they were at it, they also planted more man-eating trees. Another group was in charge of cutting down trees. The trunks were kept for building houses and crafting items, while the branches were dried for firewood. Yet another group went into the forest to catch chickens. Han Feng was determined to expand the scale of their poultry farming. Poultry feathers were the most suitable for fletching arrows, and they could not always have to go out and catch wild chickens every time they needed to make them. Therefore, they needed to establish sustainable farming. Near the tribe, there were quite a few species of birds that could be domesticated, such as quail, partridges, guinea fowl, and also the red-tailed chicken, which was Han Feng's favorite. Afterwards, he also marked out a plot of land next to the rabbit hutch. He used bricks, wooden sticks, and lemongrass to build a chicken coop surrounded by a fence as tall as a person for the captured chickens. Once their wing and tail feathers were plucked, they would not be able to fly away. For food, they could gather wild vegetables from the nearby meadow where alfalfa and rye grew very well. It was enough to feed the chickens and rabbits. On the third day after sowing early in the morning, Shu Fu and the elder, the 2 old men, gathered together excitedly. They were whispering to each other, and Han Feng saw them as soon as he stepped out of the enclosure. Then the elder called out, "Chief, come quickly and see. The rice you spoke of has sprouted." Han Feng, who was initially a bit drowsy, immediately perked up upon hearing this. He rushed out to the rice field. When he arrived, he saw that the seedling field was densely covered with green shoots. The seeds had germinated and sprouted. Han Feng's eyes welled up with tears, his voice choked with emotion. "This is great, they have really sprouted. I can eat rice again." The elder saw his reaction and asked puzzledly, "Chief, what is wrong?" Han Feng composed himself, turned his head, and said, "It is nothing, I am just overjoyed." "Oh, right. You 2 go tell all the tribe members not to walk in the fields. Anyone who tramples the seedlings will be punished with no food for 1 day. Tell the children to watch the livestock and the wolf pups and not let them into the fields. Any child who makes a mistake will be punished with no food for 1 day. Anyone who dares to damage the food source, I will punish by cutting their rations." Shu Fu, who was standing nearby, suggested, "Chief, how about we use branches to build a fence around it?" Han Feng waved his hand. "No need, that would take too much manpower. Just state the prohibition clearly to everyone and that will be enough." Sure enough, when they heard the prohibition, not a single person objected. They all knew these seedlings were the entire tribe's future food source. By the 7th day, the peanuts and chilies had also sprouted and emerged from the ground. The rice had grown its first leaves, and the field was a vibrant, lively green. The number of red-tailed chickens in the coop had also increased to more than 30, and the rabbits were about to give birth. Han Feng looked at the livestock in their pens and thought about the four-wheeled cart that was not yet finished. Metal production was the key factor, limiting the tribe's development. Previously, with few copper reserves, many plans had been shelved. Now that mineral resources were abundant, plans for things like wooden barrels could be restarted. Making saddles was not difficult and was very suitable for use on deer. After Han Feng finished a saddle, he eagerly led out a strong adult deer, put the saddle on and climbed onto its back. He rode it in circles around the meadow west of the tribe. This scene was chanced upon by new tribe members who were returning from catching chickens. Seeing this, they said admiringly, "The chief is amazing. I want to ride that deer too. It must be very fast." His companion whispered, "Of course the chief is incredible. He invented many of the things in our tribe. Firing pottery, smelting bronze, raising livestock, planting peanuts. I heard the chief even wants to start mining." Mining what? Can you even mine a mountain?" "I heard it is to mine for salt, that salty stuff we eat." "I do not know if it is true or not. You must not tell anyone else. Don't worry, I just want to see how he mines." "Look at the bows and arrows the elders are using. They are incredible. They can hit targets from very far away, and the chief invented them. I want one too. I heard the carpenter is making them." Han Feng rode the deer for a while before dismounting and leading it back to its pen. After that, he resumed making wooden barrels. The tribe lacked convenient containers for carrying water and transporting goods. Pottery was fragile and not well sealed, so they had to make wooden barrels. Making wooden barrels also had its rules. You could not just rely on fitting wooden planks tightly together. Han Feng planned the dimensions and selected the wood. Using the fir wood left over from boat building, he had Mu Dun and his team follow his instructed method. Just like that, wooden barrels of various sizes were created one after another in the Han tribe, some for transportation and some for daily use, including ones with handles no type was missing. The elder looked at the pile of barrels and could not help but ask, "Chief, why are we making so many of these?" Han Feng smiled and explained, "Naturally, they are for us to use. If we cannot use them all, we can trade them with other tribes. Wooden barrels are much more convenient for carrying water than pottery, so people will surely like them. But I will not agree to a trade for less than 10 strong men." With the matter of the wooden barrels settled, Han Feng focused all his attention on building the large cart. The most important part of the cart was the wheels. The manufacturing process was complex and required a high load capacity, so using the method for making wheelbarrows was definitely not an option. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng gave Mu Dun 2 sets of precise measurements and solemnly instructed, "Make 4 wheels according to these dimensions. 2 large and 2 small. The wood must be a very sturdy type." Mu Dun took the wooden plank, which was covered in figures. He took out a bronze ruler, carefully compared the figures, and nodded repeatedly. "No problem, Chief. You can rest assured." Making the large wheels was time-consuming, and Han Feng did not have time to wait. He turned to attend to other important matters. In the blink of an eye, the mud shell covering the pyrite iron ore had been roasting for 11 days, and the time was nearly up. Next, because he needed to prepare nitric acid and wanted to avoid any unnecessary danger, he decided to separate himself from the other tribe members. He would complete the remaining steps alone. Han Feng worked meticulously with all his might, and after 2 days, he finally succeeded. He obtained 2 large jars of sulfuric acid and over 10 kilograms of iron oxide crystals. These crystals were the iron powder that would be used for crafting ironware from now on. Now that he had sulfuric acid, preparing nitric acid was much simpler. Han Feng took out a brand new set of distillation equipment. He poured saltpeter and the refined sulfuric acid into the distillation pot. After distilling for a while, he obtained nitric acid. Seeing that he had enough concentrated nitric acid and glycerin, Han Feng still did not dare to be careless. This nitroglycerin was extremely explosive. Just a light touch or even a slight increase in temperature could cause it to explode instantly. To ensure safety, it was best to mix these 2 substances right before use to avoid any risks. Now everything was ready, lacking only the final crucial element. Han Feng turned and told Liu Zi to cast a batch of bronze arrowheads with a 5-to-2 copper-tin ratio. He specifically instructed him to make 1 round-headed arrowhead, which would be used later to safely and reliably detonate the charge from a distance with a bow. Early the next morning, Han Feng stood in the middle of the tribe and announced loudly, "Today the women will stay home and look after everything. The men, bring your tools and follow me. We are going to get salt." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became excited and rolled up their sleeves. Shufu heard this and hurried over, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Chief, can I go too? I also want to see it with my own eyes." Kubing, that quick-witted kid, also ran up, hugged Han Feng's leg, and shook it back and forth coaxingly. "Leader, I want to go too. I promise I'll be obedient." Han Feng looked down at Kubin. He thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Okay, you 2 go with them. The elder stays behind to watch the home." The elder readily and cheerfully agreed without a word, although he was very curious in his heart. After all, the tribe needed someone to watch over it. After hearing this, Kubin jumped for joy and hurriedly ran off. He was very restless. Soon, a mighty team of over 50 people majestically set out. At this moment, a team of over 50 people was advancing towards the cave. The cave of the Bald tribe. Nuke Bao and Hoi Sun led majestically at the front. Everyone carried bronze shovels and wore bows and arrows. They led oxen whose backs were laden with baskets and wooden barrels. Ku Bin rode Bon Bon, his small head looking around with a curious expression. Han Feng carefully carried 2 jars with both hands inside, which were nitric acid and glycerin. The team walked until about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Finally, they reached the mysterious cave of the former bald tribe. Han Feng waved his hand, telling everyone to rest and eat a little. Everyone successively removed their gear and ate hastily to replenish their strength. Half an hour later, Han Feng stood up and clapped his hands. He signaled for everyone to start working. Several brawny men immediately gathered at the cave entrance. Heave ho, they pushed away the large boulders blocking the entrance. Dailuk scratched his head and asked in confusion, "This salt cave is so small, how can we widen it? This rock is very hard. In the past, we didn't even dare to use this type of rock to grind stone pots." Han Feng narrowed his eyes to observe the cave entrance. He said in a low voice, "Use these 2 jars of mine. Everyone go outside first. Bring the bronze shovels and get ready to dig a pit later." Then he handed a torch to Dai Thu and pointed at the salt cave entrance. "You take this torch and stand right at the salt cave entrance. I'll go outside to find a position." Dai Thu took the torch and without a word, quickly went to the cave entrance to wait. Han Feng exited the cave, his eyes scanning the surroundings. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he found an ideal small mound about 80 meters from the cave entrance. From here he could clearly see the torch in Dai Thu's hand, meaning there was a direct line of sight to the salt cave entrance, very convenient for shooting an arrow. Han Feng broke a branch and stuck it firmly into the ground to mark the spot. He called out loudly, "Everyone come here. A few of you dig a pit here. Make it deep enough so that when you stand in it, it comes up to your waist. Pile the excavated earth towards the side closer to the cave and pat it down firmly with a shovel." Hearing the order, everyone immediately started digging. When the pit was almost finished, Han Feng instructed everyone to take all the oxen. Go to the mountainside and leave them 1 kilometer away. In a little while, there will be a loud explosion here and the ground will shake. Wait until there's no more movement, then come back to this pit to find me. Everyone nodded seriously, then led the oxen into the distance. Han Feng also hurriedly carried the 2 jars into the cave. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered, and the air was tense enough to be suffocating. Han Feng took a deep breath, slowly opened the lid of the jar containing concentrated glycerin, and carefully poured in the nitric acid little by little. Then he used a wooden stick to stir it gently and carefully. This process took more than 10 minutes. Every movement had to be extremely cautious. He was afraid that the slightest mistake would cause an explosion. Finally, he had a full jar of nitroglycerin. Han Feng carefully placed the jar right at the entrance of the salt cave. Then he used stones to secure it all around, ensuring absolute safety. Next, he bent down and went deeper into the cave. He lit a bonfire to provide light, making it convenient to observe the target from outside the cave. After finishing everything, Han Feng quickly went to the marked position. His heart pounded, and his forehead was beaded with sweat, although he was extremely tense inside. But his gaze remained steady. He stared intently at the earthenware jar placed in front of the firelight inside the cave. The pit was 80 meters from the cave entrance, and the salt cave entrance was 35 meters from the cave entrance. Thus, the blast point was only 15 meters away from him. Normally, shooting an arrow over this distance would not be a problem, but today this arrow would decide success or failure. Han Feng tried to calm himself. Seeing that everyone had almost completely retreated, he slowly drew his bow, knocked an arrow aimed at the target, and with a whoosh the bowstring snapped taut. The arrow shot forward like a flash of lightning. Han Feng didn't dare to hesitate, tossing the bow aside and quickly squatting down. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide and covered his 2 ears tightly with his hands. A second later, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking everything. The entire ground shook. The shockwave from the explosion spread out like a ferocious wave, creating an extremely strong gust of wind. Granite boulders as hard as steel shattered in an instant. The salt cave entrance was directly blown into a bottomless pit. Large salt blocks that were originally deep inside the cave were now exposed under the sun. The cave roof was blown open. Debris shot up like rain, falling several hundred meters away. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring the view. A blast of air spewed from the cave, carrying earth and rocks. Like a roaring demon, it blew away the layer of earth piled in front of the pit. Han Feng couldn't avoid it in time and was buried under the earth and rocks. The shockwave continued to sweep through a radius of 500 meters. Birds dropped dead from the sky in droves, and trees were broken and toppled. The wild animals in the forest panicked, screaming and fleeing madly, but many were still caught by the shockwave, which concussed them to death. At Bolai Mountain, 1 kilometer away, everyone from the Han tribe was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, a strong tremor hit. Lu Tu, who was leaning on a staff, staggered and almost fell. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion echoed. Everyone looked up in astonishment, only to see countless large and small rocks flying into the air like fireworks. Some rocks as large as millstones flew 400 to 500 meters away. Smaller stones even fell as far as Bolai Mountain. The herd of oxen panicked, struggling wildly, but they were tied tightly to the trees. Unable to escape, Bon Bon knelt in fear and lay flat on the ground. Nuke Bao and Hoi Sun also panicked and ran down the mountainside, covering their faces with their hands to find a hidden corner to hide. Dai Thu shouted loudly, Everyone get down quickly, avoid the falling rocks. Everyone came to their senses and quickly lay flat on the ground. Chuotlan stood stunned like a statue, unable to believe his eyes. The shockwave kicked up sand and dirt, creating a blinding dust storm that obscured the entire sky. A few minutes later, back at the Han tribe, the elder and everyone else also heard the loud explosion and saw birds flying in disarray in the distance. Then the elder excitedly waved his staff and shouted, "It's the leader, he has opened the mountain." The women and children who stayed behind heard this, and all cheered with joy. "That's great. We have salt to eat again." At the same time, on the east side of the river, Chief Mao Lat of the Lat tribe was leading a hunting party when suddenly the loud explosion sounded. Everyone turned their heads in shock to look. They only saw the sky to the west filled with dust. Mao Lat muttered doubtfully, "What happened over there? Are the gods angry?" A member of the hunting party said tremblingly, "It seems to be on the other side of the river." Mao Lat composed himself. "We should still go back and ask the shaman. The shaman can communicate with the gods. Perhaps he knows what happened." After saying this, he shouldered their prey and led the team to hurry back. The Du tribe in the forest south of the cave, more than 10 kilometers away. A team of over 50 people was on the move. This was the Du tribe. They were nomadic, moving between tribes, responsible for relaying messages and organizing gatherings. The leader was a strong young man, about 20 years old, named Du, holding a simple map in his hand. On it were marked the courses of rivers and the terrain of mountains. Suddenly, a loud explosion like rolling thunder rang out, startling everyone to a halt. Du's expression changed. He raised his hand to signal the team to stop, listen, and be vigilant. At the same time, his sharp eyes scanned all 4 directions. A member of the team asked worriedly, "Do this sound isn't normal. Could it be some monster appearing?" Du frowned and said in a low voice, "Don't panic. Listening to the sound, it seems to be coming from the northwest. With such a loud sound, it's definitely not something ordinary." After speaking, he quickly spread the map on the ground. His finger traced the mountain terrain, a glint of speculation in his eyes. The northwest is the western mountain range, which is normally, besides fierce beasts, there's nothing unusual. For it to be so noisy today, could it have been caused by some tribe? Everyone in the team whispered among themselves, all of them worried and suspicious. Du stood up, brushing the dust off himself. "Stop guessing. Let's go over there and take a look, but everyone must hold your weapons tightly." Everyone nodded hastily. They drew their stone axes and wooden clubs and cautiously advanced towards the source of the explosion. At this time, at the western cave, which had been half collapsed by the explosion, dust swirled like a thick fog that wouldn't dissipate. Han Feng was buried in the pit. He felt as if he was being crushed by earth and rocks, his chest tight and painful. Every breath was difficult. He tried to twist his body, his 2 hands digging frantically. There was only one thought in his mind: he had to get out quickly. A moment later, anxious calls were heard from outside. "Leader, leader, where are you?" It was the voice of Chuot Lan and the others. Han Feng felt a surge of strength. He used all his might to push upwards with his head, his 2 hands digging furiously, tossing dirt to the sides. Huff, huff! Han Feng's head finally broke through the surface of the ground. He greedily breathed in the fresh air. "I'm here," he shouted, his voice hoarse from inhaling dust. Chuot Lan and the others heard his voice and rushed over. Seeing Han Feng's miserable state, everyone's eyes turned red. Without a word, they threw down their bronze shovels and used their bare hands to frantically dig Han Feng out their mouths, murmuring nonstop. "Leader, we finally found you. You scared us to death. That explosion just now nearly scared the life out of us." With the help of the others, Han Feng came to his senses, stood up, brushed the dust off himself, and said with a smile that he was okay, then quickly led everyone to check the salt mine. Everyone walked towards the cave together, and Han Feng saw that the once small and narrow entrance had now become a pit as large as several houses. On the walls of the pit, layer upon layer of pure white rock salt was exposed, sparkling in the sunlight like a silver mountain. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded and speechless. Without hesitation, Han Feng quickly signaled for everyone to start mining the salt. Only then did the people snap out of their daze and eagerly get to work. Some led oxen to the edge of the pit, bringing wooden barrels and large baskets. Some people used bronze shovels to carefully knock large blocks of salt from the pit wall, then gently place them into the barrels. A few nimble people also wove simple ropes from vines to make transporting the salt easier. While everyone was busy, Han Feng glanced into the cave and saw several figures huddled on the ground. Startled, he approached for a closer look, and his expression immediately grew heavy. They were the desiccated corpses of several children. They were skin and bones, dressed in ragged clothes, huddled in a corner. It looked as though they had died in utter pain and despair. Han Feng's eyes stung and his heart twisted. He turned and said softly, "Go find some dry firewood. We will cremate these children to give them a proper send-off." Several tribesmen nodded silently. They turned to find firewood. A short while later, a pyre was built in the cave, its flickering flames illuminating the solemn faces of everyone. Han Feng led the way, gently placing the desiccated bodies onto the pyre, murmuring something under his breath. He prayed for the unfortunate children he had never met as the fire roared to life. The dried corpses gradually turned to ash, and white smoke drifted upwards, as if carrying the aggrieved souls of the children. When it was done and the smoke had slowly dissipated, Han Feng took a deep breath to compose himself and said loudly, "Everyone, let's push on. After we finish mining the salt, we'll head back to the tribe." Everyone cheered in agreement. Their movements grew swifter as they worked with fervor, and soon the wooden barrels and large baskets were all filled with salt. Seeing it was late afternoon, Han Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, let's pack up. We had a great harvest today. Let's return to the tribe and celebrate." Hearing this, everyone cheered happily, leading the salt-laden oxen back in a procession. But they had only gone a short way when from the south, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the forest, growing louder. Han Feng was instantly on guard, raising a hand to signal everyone to halt. He quickly drew his bow and arrow and hissed, "Silence, everyone on your guard." Hearing this, the people all tightened their grip on their weapons. They formed a defensive posture, their eyes fixed on the forest. In the blink of an eye, a group of strangers wearing animal skins and carrying crude weapons emerged from the forest in single file. The one in the lead was Chief Du of the Du tribe. He raised both his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. "We are people of the Du tribe just passing through." We heard a loud noise from this direction and wanted to see what was going on. Han Feng, however, remained vigilant. With an arrow still knocked on his bow, he asked coldly, "The Du tribe, I've never heard of you. What is your purpose for coming here?" Du hurriedly explained, "Our Du tribe is nomadic. We specialize in traveling between tribes to facilitate communication. We deliver news and organize gatherings. We just happened to be in the area today and got curious. Besides, I can see your people are finely equipped. You must be from a great tribe, so we wished to make friends." Han Feng narrowed his eyes as he studied Du, thinking to himself that their arrival was quite a coincidence. Although he claimed to have no ill will, Han Feng knew he couldn't let his guard down. He asked casually, "So you say you want to establish relations. What token of sincerity do you bring?" Du scratched his head, chuckling. "Sincerity? Well, we know a lot of interesting stories about the other tribes, and we also have news about where to find resources. We can share all of this with you. In addition, if you ever need someone to run errands for you in the future, we will definitely do our utmost to help." Han Feng snorted coldly. Words are cheap, who would believe them? Du's eyes shifted as if he just remembered something. "All right. A few days ago, we heard news about a very large spring festival. This festival is the annual gathering for all the tribes. All the surrounding tribes will gather there to trade supplies and compete in various skills. This information must be very useful to your tribe." Han Feng's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He knew that for the tribe to have long-term growth, it needed to have contact with the outside world. This spring festival was a wonderful opportunity to acquire more resources, but he maintained a calm expression. "It's just news about a spring festival. Who knows if it's true or not? And even if it is, you didn't just stop to tell us. I fear you have another purpose." Du gave an awkward laugh, rubbing his hands together. "To be honest with you, Chief, we wander everywhere. Our food has run out and now we're starving. If you could spare us some food, then about the spring festival, I promise I'll tell you everything, holding nothing back." Han Feng frowned, looking at his own party heavily laden with salt. He feigned a difficult expression. "We don't really have much food to spare right now. As you can see, we've just finished mining salt. Everyone is exhausted, and we're relying on this food to have enough energy to get back to our tribe." Du looked on covetously and pleaded without giving up. "Just a little bit would be fine. Even a few pieces of dried meat or a handful of wild vegetables would be enough to stave off our hunger for now. When we return to our tribe, I promise we will repay your kindness many times over." Han Feng thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "It's truly inconvenient right now. How about this? You can come with us back to our tribe, and when we arrive, we'll treat you to good food and wine. Then you can tell us all about the spring festival." Hearing this, Du's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful, thank you for your generosity, Chief. We will follow you." And so the two groups set off together toward the Han tribe. The sky grew progressively darker as night fell like a vast black silk cloth. The people of the Han tribe lit torches, making the entire convoy look like a fiery dragon shining in the dark night. The Du tribe's people looked at the bright torches with curiosity and admiration. Du couldn't resist approaching Han Feng to ask, "Chief, your torches are incredibly bright. How are they made? We normally have a miserable time traveling in the dark." Han Feng smiled, held up a torch, and began to explain. "It's not hard to make a torch. You find a thick stick, wrap one end with cloth or dried grass, then dip it in grease or fat and light it up." Du nodded along as he listened. "That's a clever method. I'll have my people try it when we return." Everyone continued walking and talking. Before long, they reached the Han tribe. The moment the people from the Du tribe entered, they were stunned by the sight before them. They saw a tall, sturdy wall encircling the settlement with flags fluttering atop it. Inside houses stood close together, teeming with people and livestock. The entire place was filled with life. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. "Your tribe is so large in scale, and it's so well appointed. This is truly the most impressive tribe I have ever seen." Han Feng smiled. He signaled for his people to arrange a place for the Du tribe to rest, and then had someone bring out hot food. Everyone gathered to eat and drink their fill in a lively and warm atmosphere. When he was tipsy, Du put down his bowl. He cleared his throat and said, "Chief, thank you for your hospitality. I should now keep my promise. The spring festival will be held in half a month. The location is at the Three River Fork to the east. When the time comes, 20 to 30 of the surrounding tribes will gather there. It gets very lively. Han Feng nodded, taking note of the information about the spring festival. So does this festival have any rules? What about for trading and the competitions? Tell me in detail. Du wiped his mouth and said carefully, there aren't too many regulations. To attend the spring festival, you must bring a characteristic item from your tribe, which serves as an entry ticket. Without it, you cannot enter the venue. Trading is mostly done by bartering with the two sides, negotiating a fair exchange value. The competitions include hunting and archery, as well as a handicraft exhibition. The winning tribe receives handsome rewards. Their reputation will also spread far and wide. Han Feng listened attentively, mentally calculating what his tribe needed to prepare. At this moment, Du seemed to gather his courage and asked tentatively, Chief, your tribe is so prosperous. Look at that large herd of livestock. I wonder if you could give us one ox. We will certainly repay you for it later. We'll serve your tribe with absolute loyalty. Hearing this, Han Feng's expression darkened. An ox is not possible. The tribe is still growing. We cannot be without draft power. We need both people and livestock right now. If you lack food, I can give you some of that. We can also negotiate if you want to trade for other things, but oxen are off the table. Du's disappointment was obvious, but he quickly composed himself. Then, Chief, what do you suggest we could trade for? Han Feng thought for a moment and said, Our tribe has a lot of pottery bows and arrows. If you need those, you can bring supplies of equal value to trade. Or if you have any rare items, we would also be willing to make an exchange. Du nodded repeatedly. I understand. After the meal, everyone went to rest. Du lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The more he thought, the more he realized the immense potential of the Han tribe. The issue with the ox still gnawed at him. Du mulled it over again and again. He got up, went to Han Feng's door, and knocked gently. Chief, are you asleep? There's something I wish to discuss with you further. Han Feng opened the door and frowned when he saw it was Du. It's this late, what else could there be? Du spoke imploringly. Chieftain, I've thought it over. My Yu tribe may not have much wealth, but we are very skilled at delivering messages and finding resources. We can contact other tribes and do all sorts of odd jobs. Anything is possible. Sir, could you perhaps reconsider the matter of the cow? Just state your conditions. As long as it's within our power, we will certainly give it our all. Han Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest. He sized up Yu, thinking to himself that this Yu tribe travels everywhere and must have a wide network. If he could win them over, it would be very beneficial. Han Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Since you are so sincere, I will be direct. Right now, what the tribe lacks most is clothing. The weather is gradually getting warmer, and the tribe's population has increased, so the current supply of clothes is not enough. If you can help find enough animal hides and materials for making clothes, or know a place where we can acquire 10, or trade for these materials, then I can consider giving you a cow. Yu's eyes lit up and he pounded his chest in assurance. Chieftain, rest assured. Leave this to us. We travel between tribes daily, so we are very familiar with the places that have animal hides and materials. In 3 days at most, I will definitely find enough materials for you. Han Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Good. I hope you don't go back on your word. If you succeed, you can take the cow immediately. If you fail, don't ever mention this matter again. Yu nodded repeatedly and left joyfully. Watching his departing figure, Han Feng was filled with hope. He knew this could be an opportunity for the Han tribe to reach a new level. On the third day, Yu returned with his people, just as promised, bringing many animal hides and clothing materials, but the place was very far from here. Even for someone with swift feet like him, it took a full day's journey to get there. But Han Feng just smiled without saying anything. He turned and led out an elk. Yu had seen this type of deer before, but he had never thought it could be so docile. It was obedient enough for people to ride. Seeing this, Han Feng patiently showed him how to control the elk to run and stop. Yu only needed one test ride to fall in love with this magical mode of transportation, and then asked Han Feng, Can this elk be added to our original deal? Hearing this, Han Feng refused outright. You can only choose one, the cow or the elk. The reward he offered was already very generous. Yu didn't press the matter further, but his heart was filled with even more anticipation for their next cooperation. Early on the morning of the third day, Han Feng and Yu each led 2 elks and set off. Before leaving, he instructed the tribespeople at home to clear the wasteland along the north bank of the man-made river, so they could directly plant the harvested hemp when he returned. The 2 rode their elks all the way to the northwest. A journey that would have taken a full day on foot was completed by the time the sun reached its zenith. They had arrived at the place Yu mentioned. It was a mountainside covered in the green of lush trees, and on the slope were many hemp plants. At a glance, it had to be over 2,000 acres wide, but there was no sign of any other type of plant. Han Feng frowned. This guy isn't a double-crosser, is he? This entire vast area was clearly planted by someone. If we get caught, I'm afraid we'll be beaten to a pulp. Chieftain Han, aren't you looking for this type of grass? You pointed towards the vast expanse of hemp plants on the mountainside. It is the grass I need. But this patch of grass already has an owner, doesn't it? Is there any tribe nearby? There is a Bian tribe here, but they don't welcome outsiders, so we rarely came here before. Damn you, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Isn't this just tricking me? But since we're already here, we obviously can't return empty-handed. We can only secretly harvest a little and then flee quickly. Thinking this, Han Feng took from the back of his elk a large basket and began to harvest frantically. Seeing this, Yu also took up his bone knife and started to help. But just as the two were engrossed in harvesting, suddenly the sound of gongs echoed all around. Han Feng was startled. Damn it, we've been exposed. We've been caught in the act, before he could even react. They were surrounded by many people from all directions. At a glance, there were at least 30 to 40 people, and they were all adult men. Without a second thought, Han Feng and Yu mounted their elks, intending to break through the encirclement and escape. But the crowd suddenly threw out several ropes, blocking the two's escape route. Immediately after, the two were caught under two large nets woven from hemp rope like catching pigs. They were carried away towards the mountainside. The 4 elks were also led along, following closely behind. Han Feng's heart sank. Getting caught red-handed while stealing is so humiliating. He glanced ahead. He saw that the leader was a young woman. She wore a triumphant smile, her long black hair flowing down her back. A piece of hemp cloth was wrapped around her waist as a skirt. The girl was very beautiful, but Han Feng was in no mood to notice. He turned his head and glared at Yu, who was also being carried. Damn it, this is all your fault. Before long, the two were carried back to the tribe's residential area. The chieftain of the Bian tribe had also come before them. What surprised Han Feng was that their chieftain was a woman. She wore a cloak also made of hemp cloth, the same type as the leading girl's skirt, but with an added hood. The girl from before also ran up to Han Feng. She excitedly said to the female chieftain mother, "I was the first one to spot him when he arrived at the hemp field. You have to reward him to me." It was the first time the girl had seen someone riding on the back of a large beast, galloping so fast. Moreover, Han Feng was also very handsome. So when she discovered him, her first thought was to keep him as her husband. The Bian tribe was a matriarchal tribe. Throughout the entire tribe, women held the highest power. Their chieftain was a woman over 30 years old named Chang, and the girl in front of him was Chang's daughter named Xiaodie. Xiaodie was 12 years old this year and had just come of age. For the past few days, they had received news about the spring festival and were thinking about what kind of man she should find. They never expected someone to deliver himself to their doorstep. Chang walked up to Han Feng, observing him from head to toe, then said to Xiaodie, "This young man is indeed very special. You said he rode this horned beast to get here." "That's right, both of them rode elks here. Mother, you have to reward him to me as my husband. I don't want to go to the spring festival anymore, but I don't think he's an ordinary person." Chang's gaze swept over Han Feng, especially the bronze helmet on his head. She had never seen such a shiny golden object before. Such a luxurious piece of adornment could absolutely not be worn by an ordinary person. It seemed he was either a tribal chieftain or the son of a chieftain. Forcibly keeping such a person here would be very troublesome and could even start a war between the two tribes. At this moment, a man from the tribe handed Chang Han Feng's bow, arrow, and spear. "Chieftain, these are also theirs." Chang took the bronze spear from the tribesman's hand. The spear was golden and its tip was sharp. She thought to herself, if their tribe is entirely equipped with weapons like this, then we definitely can't keep him. Then she picked up the bow and examined it for a while, but she didn't know what it was used for. So Xiaodie snatched the bow from her mother's hand and plucked the bowstring repeatedly as if she were playing an instrument. It seemed she thought it was some kind of musical instrument. Seeing this, Han Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He knew that dry firing a bow without an arrow is very harmful to the bow's body. Meanwhile, Chang took an arrow out of the quiver, looking at the feathers attached to the tail and the equally sharp bronze arrowhead. She could confirm this was also a weapon, but she didn't know how this small spear was used. Although Han Feng couldn't understand what she was muttering, seeing the mother and daughter pair fumbling with it for half a day without figuring it out, he didn't need to think to know what she was talking about. He hurriedly shouted, "Let me go and I'll tell you how to use it." Chang didn't understand what Han Feng said either, but she knew he wanted to get out. She turned and took a handful of hemp from the large basket and said to Han Feng, "Why did you steal our tribe's hemp?" Just then you spoke up from the other net. "We didn't know this was your property, but you'd better release us. We are both tribal chieftains." The people of the Bian tribe were all stunned when they heard this. "How can you speak our tribe's language?" Looking at the guy next to him who got him captured yet was able to converse with their captors, Han Feng wanted to both punch him and admire him. How could this guy know so many tribal languages? I am the chieftain of the Du tribe, and we often trade with other tribes, so we have to learn the languages of the tribes. Thuong thought for a moment and remembered that a Du tribe had indeed visited before. So she confirmed Du's identity, but she was still suspicious about Han Feng. "What about him? Why do you say he is also a chieftain?" "His tribe is even more formidable. Their population is no smaller than yours, and they also have many powerful weapons. It would be best if you don't keep him, otherwise your tribe will be in big trouble." After hearing this, Thuong was inclined to release Han Feng. Two tribes with similar populations fighting would most likely result in mutual destruction, which was not something she wanted. But upon hearing this, Xiao Deep refused. We're not afraid of him. Could there be a weapon more powerful than a spear? That short spear can't even be thrown far. You're lying to me, I must keep him. Du looked at Xiao Deep's stubborn expression. He just smiled without saying anything. Actually, he didn't know how to use that weapon either, only that it was very powerful. Seeing Du's dismissive smile, Xiao Deep got angry. You're lying to me. You're lying, I must keep him. Unlike Xiao Deep, Thuong did not act so recklessly. Although she didn't know what a bow and arrow was, just looking at the sharp bronze arrowhead, she could tell how deadly it was. Good weapons meant no shortage of food, and no shortage of food meant the population would surely be large. Moreover, the bronze helmet on Han Feng's head made her certain that he was the chieftain of a large tribe. Thuong pulled Xiao Deep back and said, You may go, but you have damaged much of our tribe's hemp grass. How do you intend to compensate us for this, hearing that her mother was going to let them go? Xiao Deep panicked. Mother, you can't let them go. I want to keep him as my husband. But Thuong, as the chieftain, naturally understood the situation and refused immediately. He is the chieftain of another tribe. We cannot keep him. At this point, Du couldn't hold back any longer. What exactly do you want for compensation? Just take it and let us go, Thuong thought for a moment. She pointed to Han Feng's bow arrows and his golden spear, then pointed to the deer. We want these weapons. And those moose as well. Du refused without a second thought. Impossible, those are not my things. And he won't give them to you either. Seeing Thuong point at his weapons and deer, Han Feng confusedly asked Du. What does she want? Du explained. She says we have ruined their hemp field. She wants to keep the weapons and the deer as compensation. Hearing this, Han Feng's face turned purple with rage. Isn't this just blatant extortion? I only cut the stalks, I didn't uproot them. How can she say they're ruined? And even if compensation is due, it shouldn't be this much. But suddenly he felt something was off. She said we ruined their hemp field. Could it be they only harvest it once a year? Du didn't understand what Han Feng was saying, but translated anyway. Chieftain Han asks, do you only harvest the hemp grass once a year? Hearing this question, Thuong was also stunned. Isn't hemp grass supposed to be harvested only once a year? Just by looking at Thuong's expression? Han Feng knew at once they knew nothing about the growth characteristics of the hemp plant. So he calmly told Du to tell her. He won't give away the weapons and the deer, and he will continue to harvest the hemp grass. However, he can teach them how to harvest it 5 times a year. After Du translated, the people of the border tribe were all stunned. Harvest hemp grass 5 times a year. Doesn't that mean the yield would increase 5-fold? This method was truly valuable. You see, the border tribe cultivated these hemp plants, not only for their own use, but they also used the hemp cloth and ropes, woven from the hemp plants, to trade with other tribes, sometimes in exchange for food. Therefore, the yield of the hemp grass could be said to determine the development of the border tribe. If what Han Feng said was true, the border tribe would never be short of hemp grass again. This was an incredibly tempting offer for them. Thuong's eyes lit up and she hastily waved for her tribesmen to release the 2 men. Hearing the command, the men quickly untied the 2 of them. Han Feng stood up and adjusted his animal hide skirt. He extended his hand toward Thuong, then pointed to his weapons, gesturing for her to return them. Although Thuong hesitated for a moment, seeing the determined and cold look in Han Feng's eyes that exuded a royal aura, she quickly told Xiao Deep to return his weapons. But Xiao Deep, who hadn't wanted to let Han Feng go and was now sulking, wouldn't return them so easily and turned away abruptly. With a huff, she said, Fine, I'll give them back, but you have to teach me how to use them first. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded and picked up the bow. He then drew an arrow and looked around for a suitable target. Suddenly, he saw a small wild boar still alive, caught in a net about 30 meters away. He immediately drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and released it almost without aiming. With a whoosh, the sharp bronze arrowhead easily pierced the hide on the wild boar's flank, flying straight through its body, embedding itself with a thud into the wooden post behind it. The wild boar let out a piercing squeal as 2 small streams of blood spurted from its sides. Its body thrashed wildly before quickly going limp. The people of the border tribe were all too stunned to speak. A chill ran down their spines. They never imagined the weapon could be so powerful. It was a good thing their chieftain had agreed to let them go. Otherwise, if they fought the Han tribe, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. But Xiao Deep, seeing the dead boar, showed no fear at all. On the contrary, she cheered at the weapon's incredible power. So that's how you use it. It's amazing. Thuong was also deeply astonished. She never imagined the weapon was so powerful. If that wild boar had been a person, she dared not think about it any further. Moreover, that was the power of just 1 arrow. Han Feng still had dozens more in his quiver. That seemed to be more arrows than there were men in her tribe. Thuong began to feel a sense of dread. Just how terrifying was this weapon? She must not make an enemy of the Han tribe. Han Feng secretly glanced at the group, seeing their shocked and frightened expressions. He was inwardly delighted. Let's see if you dare to treat me like a pig to be captured now. Then he retrieved the arrow and put it back in his quiver. Then he turned, took his deer, and led everyone toward the hemp field. Once there, he calmly pointed at the hemp plants on the ground and taught them the proper harvesting method. 1, you don't pull the whole plant out. You just need to cut across the stalk right where I'm pointing. The plant will grow back soon after. Before the snow falls, you can harvest like this at least 5 or 6 times. Du stood by and dutifully translated for everyone. The people of the border tribe were amazed. They had always pulled out the entire plant before. They had no idea it could be done this way. Zhao Deep asked in amazement, "How do you know all this? Have you grown hemp grass before?" Han Feng casually fabricated a reason. "I used to grow it when I was a child." "Then why did you come to cut our hemp grass? To take it back to plant and weave into cloth?" Zhao Deep was a little surprised by what Han Feng said. "You know how to weave cloth too? Of course. I can weave cloth that is much better, wider and thicker than yours." As he spoke, he glanced at the hemp cloth on their bodies, which was as sparse as a sieve and barely covered anything. Thuong didn't doubt Han Feng's words. His weapons were proof enough that his tribe possessed more advanced production skills. Although he had just been released, Han Feng didn't miss the chance to be shrewd. "I can't. I only teach my own tribe's people. Unless you join my tribe." Joining another tribe, especially a patriarchal one, was something Thuong had never even considered. So she refused outright. Han Feng hadn't expected her to agree immediately. He just wanted to plant a seed of an idea. A seed of curiosity in her mind. He then acted nonchalantly and told Du to get back to harvesting the hemp grass. Thuong remained silent. After all, this had already been agreed upon. But she had another idea, hoping to trade with the Han tribe in the future. Han Feng turned to look at her, then at the border tribe's people behind her, and told her that a trade was possible. But he only wanted children and men. Thuong nodded, having no objection. Han Feng said no more. He and Du continued to harvest the hemp grass. 30 minutes later, 4 large baskets were full. He tied them to the deer's back and prepared to leave. Just then, Zhao Deep, who was standing nearby, suddenly grabbed the reins. "Can you please not go?" After Du translated, Han Feng blushed but still shook his head firmly. "I have my own people. I cannot stay here." With tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Deep pouted pitifully and asked, "Then can you at least tell me your name?" Han Feng didn't answer. He squeezed the deer with his 2 legs, then drew an arrow and shot it into a spot 2 meters away from Zhao Deep. Zhao Deep ran over and pulled out the arrow. She looked at it twice, and finally noticed 2 neat characters at the end of the shaft. On one side was Han, and on the other was Feng. "Mother, this symbol is exactly the same as the one on his helmet." The girl held up the arrow for her to see. "Keep it safe and don't damage it. Let's see if we can create a weapon just like it." Du and Han Feng rode their deer as if flying, only returning to the Han tribe as dusk fell. At that moment, on the north bank of the man-made river, the people of the 2 tribes, Han and Du, had cleared a small plot of land about 5 mu in size. Han Feng used a shovel to draw a boundary on the ground, telling everyone to plant these hemp stalks in the earth and then water them. Chuot Vu and the elder approached Han Feng. "Chief, what are we planting this for?" "It's for making clothes, the very things we wear on our bodies." "Clothes made from this plant are very thin and will be very cool to wear in the summer." Everyone nodded. After hearing this, they had learned a new word. Clothes are the things worn on the body. Now that Du's task was complete, he came to find Han Feng to claim his reward. Although there had been some trouble along the way, Han Feng did not go back on his word. As requested, he gave him the moose. In addition, he also gave him a clay pot and 10 bowls. As for the matter of the 2 of them being captured by the Bien tribe, they both tactfully avoided mentioning it. After all, they were both tribal chiefs. It was truly too embarrassing. Early the next morning, Du led his tribespeople to bid farewell to Han Feng, promising to meet again at the spring gathering valley. Han Feng watched as the Du tribe's procession gradually disappeared in the distance. His gaze was a bit distant. He himself also really wanted to go exploring like the Du tribe. Just then, the elder came up behind him and called out, "Chief, what should we do next?" Han Feng turned his head to look at the elder. Thinking that the rice seeds had been soaking for a day, it was time to transplant the seedlings. No sooner said than done. He immediately told the elder to gather all the strong young men of the tribe. First, he told the men to open all the irrigation ditches to clear the water flow. Although the elder didn't understand what transplanting seedlings was, he still followed the orders. He knew that listening to the chief was never wrong. Before long, the men carrying bronze shovels went to each ditch and dug out the blockages. River water surged into the rice paddies. Meanwhile, Han Feng led the women to start pulling up the seedlings, dividing them into small bundles and setting them aside. He also told Lu Tu to cut small wooden sticks 40 centimeters long. These would be used to measure the distance when transplanting. When all the preparatory work was done, everyone gathered to learn how to transplant the seedlings from Han Feng. Use 2 fingers to hold the base of the seedling and plant it straight into the mud, then use the wooden stick to measure the distance for the next plant. Everyone seemed to understand, but a man from the Black Rat tribe asked doubtfully, "Chief, can this grass really be eaten?" As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Han Feng. Clearly, this was a common question that no one else had dared to ask. Everyone had seen the animal husbandry and peanut farming with their own eyes, but as for the crop Han Feng was talking about, they had never seen it before and felt it was a waste of time to plant paddy rice. Han Feng wasn't angry. He patiently explained, "This grass indeed cannot be eaten directly. We eat its seeds." Saying that, he told Thatch Dao to bring out the remaining 22 caddies of rice seeds for everyone to see. "Here, these are the seeds of the rice plant called paddy. Peeling off this husk reveals the rice that we will eat. This rice is very hard and must be cooked in a pot to be edible." Everyone still seemed to be confused. Han Feng decided to cook a pot of rice from the remaining seeds for everyone to try. The elder and Chu Fu were old and weak and couldn't bend over to transplant seedlings, so they also followed to watch him cook. First, Han Feng found a thick urn. He used a stick to pound the patty in the urn. Soon the husks came off and the patty inside turned into brown rice. Then he put the brown rice into a clay pot, washed it clean, and added water according to a rice-to-water ratio of 1 to 1.2. He put it on the stove to cook. Chu Fu looked at the amount of rice which barely covered the bottom of the pot and wondered, "Chief, how can such a small amount of rice be enough to eat?" Han Feng smiled and explained, "When cooked with water, the rice will expand. By then, the water in the pot will have been completely absorbed. Only the soft, expanded rice will be left." "Rice can expand," the elder and Chu Fu exclaimed in unison, astonished. They had never heard of any food that could expand when cooked. The children of the tribe also crowded around the pot. Before long, the fragrant aroma of cooked rice spread, making the children gulp down their saliva. Han Feng himself was also very moved. What a familiar smell. It had been a long, long time since he had eaten rice. While he was cooking the rice, the several hundred tribespeople had finished transplanting the seedlings. Now they all stood around the pot, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the rice. Very quickly, a pot of fragrant, soft white rice was cooked. Han Feng told each tribesperson to get their bowl and chopsticks and line up, because the amount was limited. Each person would only get a small bite to taste. The first few tribespeople in line who received the rice eagerly put it in their mouths. While chewing, they clicked their tongues in appreciation. "This rice is so delicious, it's soft and fragrant, and if you chew it well, it even has a sweet taste. It's so good." Hearing this, those who hadn't eaten yet became even more impatient, urging the people in front of them to hurry up. Soon the entire tribe was filled with the sound of slurping. They were used to eating meat, so eating this soft, fragrant rice was both a novelty and a delight to their palate. Now no one in the tribe doubted Han Feng anymore. On the contrary, because he had discovered patty rice, his prestige in everyone's hearts grew even higher. After the busy period, Han Feng began to arrange work for everyone again. The men would chop trees, catch chickens, hunt animals, smelt bronze, make pottery, and do woodwork. The women would fire bricks, catch fish, and raise livestock. They also refined rock salt. The method for refining rock salt was similar to making saltpeter. First, impurities were removed from the rock salt. Then it was boiled with clean water, and finally the water was evaporated to crystallize the salt. The white salt produced was not only for their own tribe's use, but also for trading with others. With the spring gathering approaching, they had to prepare a lot of salt and pottery. These were all essential items for other tribes. There was no worry about not being able to sell them. In addition, he also had to prepare a large cart to transport so many goods. Getting to a distant place would depend on it. He then called Mukdan over to ask about the progress of making the wooden cart. Mukdan didn't say much. He directly led a team of more than 10 carpenters pushing a four-wheeled cart in front of Han Feng. Upon seeing it, Han Feng couldn't help but be astonished. He never expected Mukdan to be so resourceful. Previously, he had only told him to make a simple two-wheeled pushcart. Yet now the thing before his eyes already had the shape of a horse-drawn carriage. At the back was a very large cargo bed. Although it had no canopy in the future, they could just set up a tent made of animal hide on top. It would certainly be no worse than a carriage. Furthermore, at the front of the cart there was a flat plank that could seat 2 people. In the future, they would just need to hitch 2 oxen to pull it, and the person sitting on the seat could drive the cart. Han Feng praised Mukdan profusely. Then he offered some suggestions for modifications. Mukdan was very happy, and led his team of carpenters to get to work right away. This time, with Han Feng's guidance and everyone's cooperation, the first ox cart in human history was born in just 3 days. Now this cart was exactly as Han Feng had envisioned. It was not only beautiful and elegant, but also very practical and highly efficient. In the blink of an eye, the first month of spring was almost over. For nearly a month now, the harvest had been very plentiful. The Han tribe plowed fields, planted crops, mined salt, and even went through a battle to subdue the Black Rat tribe. They also successfully lured the Bien tribe into planting hemp. The lives of the tribespeople were getting better and better. The only shortcoming was the city that Han Feng had designed. It still hadn't gotten anywhere. Building a city required a lot of manpower, and the Han tribe currently had just over 350 people in total. Now was the time to use pottery and white salt to poach people at the spring gathering. To facilitate transportation, Han Feng told Lu Tu to urgently make a batch of flat-bottomed flared-rim clay pots with wooden lids. They could be stacked on top of each other to save space. The salt was packed directly into large wooden barrels, with the lids tied down securely with ropes. Han Feng continuously directed the tribespeople to load the goods onto the cart. Today was the 6th day before the spring gathering began. To avoid being rushed, he planned to set off early. Then he called Dai Thu over to give instructions. During the days he was away, Dai Thu would manage the tribe in his place. He had to protect the tribespeople and the young seedlings well. Dai Thu felt Han Feng's trust and beat his chest resoundingly, guaranteeing that he would protect every single member of the tribe. Next, he turned to look at Chuot Lan standing beside him and placed a pre-prepared tin helmet on his head. In the days I'm absent, you must be responsible for leading the hunting party to hunt. You must also lead the newly joined tribespeople in daily practice with bows, arrows, and spears. The great rat was initially resentful that the great tree was given such a great responsibility, but then he saw that Han Feng had prepared a helmet for him identical to Dai Thu's. That little bit of resentment immediately vanished. He cherished the tin helmet in his hands. Finally, Han Feng instructed the elder and Chuot Vu to go to the rice paddies every day to check on them. The fields must always have water. It must be submerged at least a hand's depth. Although the two old men were advanced in age, they also wanted to contribute to the tribe. Now that they too had been given a task, they happily accepted. After arranging everything, Han Feng immediately called for the team to prepare for departure. This time for the trip to the spring gathering, he only brought a few adult men including Dai Luk Dok, Nai Thu Nha, Thach Dao Vu Mao, and Thu Tru. A total of 6 people. In addition, there were 20 newly adult youths led by Hao Tu Dai, Tui Dai Mao, and Nai Mao. Thu Tru was in charge of driving the ox cart. Han Feng and the 5 other veteran warriors rode moose. The remaining 20 youths rode on 10 moose. A formidable cavalry of 27 people began to head towards the spring gathering valley in the southwest. The path was mainly sparse forests, grasslands, and hills, so the group traveled with ease. By evening, everyone found a clearing to set up camp. They lit several large bonfires. Han Feng arranged for everyone to take turns on watch and then prepared to rest. But just as he lay down, he heard Thu Nha calling him, "Chief, wake up quickly. Another group of people is approaching from behind, and it seems they're also heading to the spring festival." Hearing this, Han Feng rubbed his eyes and sat up looking towards the specks of fire that were slowly approaching. He waited until the other party drew near. He then discovered that the leader of this group was Tuong, a person wrapped in burlap. It turned out to be the Bian tribe. Tuong led more people than Han Feng with 10 adult men and 20 young women. With 20 young men plus herself, they totaled 51 people. They also brought their goods including thorn ropes, thorn nets, burlap, and even large bone clubs. At this moment, Zhao Deep was sulking. "Mother, I'm so thirsty. There was no water to drink on the way, and I don't want to go to the Spring Festival Valley to find a man anymore." As the girl's mother, how could Thuong not understand her daughter's thoughts? She immediately exposed Zhao Deep's true intentions. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. That man is the chief of another tribe and he won't be coming to our tribe. Give it up." At that moment, an adult man hurried over to the two of them. "Chief, there's a group from another tribe camped up ahead. Should we go over there?" As soon as Zhao Deep heard there were people ahead, she immediately tugged on Thuong's arm and whined, "Mother, let's go over and see. I'm so thirsty." Thuong turned her head to look at her tribespeople who had also gone half a day without water. Everyone's throat was parched, so she nodded in agreement. Zhao Deep went ahead and soon recognized the distinctive hairstyle of the Han tribe. She joyfully exclaimed, "Mother, look, it's the people from the Han tribe. Let's hurry over and ask them for some water." Thuong glanced at the girl and muttered under her breath, "Their tribe is even farther away than ours. Who knows if they have any water left?" At that moment, Han Feng walked over recognizing the newcomers as Thuong and Zhao Deep. "Chief Han, do you have any drinking water? We've run out of water. Can we trade for some water?" Thuong gestured to ask Han Feng. Han Feng frowned. Forget about trading for water. Among their pile of miscellaneous items, he saw nothing of value besides the people. He waved his hand, gesturing that a trade wasn't necessary, and told them to follow him. He led them to the back of the ox cart, climbed on, and took out a large porcelain bowl, leaving the people of the Bian tribe completely stunned. "What in the world is this? When did they start bringing their whole house along? And that bowl the chief is holding, could it be the legendary stone basin? They have a whole cart full of stone basins, but where's the water basins alone are useless." Then they saw Han Feng walk to the back of the ox cart. He lifted a wooden plank, revealing a large wooden barrel underneath. He twisted the wooden plug on the barrel and water flowed out. A young man gaped in astonishment. Is this a water barrel? It's so big it could probably fit a whole person inside." Han Feng paid him no mind and directly handed the full bowl of water to Thuong. "Drink up. No trade needed." Thuong placed her right hand on her chest and bowed towards Han Feng to show her gratitude. Then she and Zhao Deep took turns drinking the entire bowl of water. Seeing the people behind them still waiting for water, Han Feng gave the bowl to Dai Zi and told him to fetch water for everyone. "Chief Han, you're also going to the spring festival, aren't you? How about our two tribes travel together?" Seeing that Han Feng didn't object, Thuong boldly made the suggestion. After all, traveling with Han Feng meant there would at least be no shortage of drinking water. Afterwards, the people of the Bian tribe set up their campfire right next to them, and some fell fast asleep. Others curiously watched the people of his tribe and all their various belongings whispering quietly amongst themselves. Early the next morning, a fragrant smell of roasted meat wafted through the campsite. The Han tribe's breakfast was ready, consisting of wild rabbit and field mice. They were what the night watch had shot with bows and arrows the previous evening. The people of the Bian tribe were also awakened by this aroma. They took out their dried meat to roast over the fire. Han Feng was also sitting by a bonfire, skewering a rabbit liver and sprinkling it with both salt and chili as it roasted. A moment later, the unique fragrant aroma attracted Zhao Deep. She stared intently at the roasted skewer in Han Feng's hand, constantly swallowing her saliva. When the rabbit liver was cooked, Han Feng used a small knife to cut it in half and gave one half to Zhao Deep. After all, she was practically drooling over it. Zhao Deep smiled brightly as she accepted the piece of liver. She took a bite, and after just a few chews, her face turned bright red. She opened her mouth, fanning it continuously with her hand, but she couldn't bear to spit out the food. Han Feng burst out laughing when he saw this. But he didn't want to tease the girl any longer, so he handed her a bowl of cool water. She took 2 large gulps and started to feel a bit better. What is this flavor? It's so intense, but I really like it. Han Feng told her, that's chili. The flavor is called spicy. Then Xiao Deep pointed to a nearby pouch of white grains and asked, and what is this white stuff? Han Feng pinched a little salt and gave it to her. This is white salt. It has a salty taste. Eating it will give you the strength to travel farther and do more work without getting tired. Xiao Deep tasted a little, and her eyes immediately lit up. She ran to give her mother a taste, knowing it was something her tribe desperately needed. Just as Thuong was about to ask what it was, Xiao Deep put a little white salt into her mouth. The salty taste made her frown, but she managed to swallow it. She hurriedly asked Xiao Deep, where did you get this? The chief of the Han tribe gave it to me. He has a lot more, Xiao Deep said as she pulled Thuong over to Han Feng. At this moment, no one noticed the cunning smile playing on Han Feng's lips. The fish had taken the bait. He thought to himself, then generously handed the snakeskin pouch of white salt to Thuong. Thuong accepted the pouch of salt. She dipped her finger in to taste a little, smacking her lips with great delight at the pure salty flavor. Then she excitedly asked Han Feng, Chief Han, where does this white salt come from? Can we trade for some? Our tribe makes this ourselves. We can trade. 1 bowl of white salt for 1 man, Thuong thought. After all, those children were meant to be traded anyway, so she agreed immediately. She just wanted to trade all 20 children at once. She hoped Han Feng might give them more salt. Han Feng pretended to hesitate, but finally nodded and led her to the back of the ox cart. When Han Feng lifted the animal hide, the people of the Bian tribe were stunned. They saw that on the cart, besides being filled with clay pots, there were also several very large wooden barrels, with so many containers just taking any one of them could likely be traded for at least 1 person. The Han tribe is so wealthy, but when Han Feng deliberately opened the lids of a few wooden barrels, they could no longer remain calm. These large wooden barrels were completely full of white salt. Thuong suddenly felt that this couldn't be real. One had to understand that salt was a priceless and scarce commodity, let alone this kind of pure white salt. Yet the Han tribe possessed so much of it. At this moment, her resolve not to join any other tribe began to waver. If it was a tribe as wealthy as the Han tribe, it was actually worth considering. At that moment, Thuong saw that the large wooden barrels on the ox cart were all filled with white salt. Her resolve not to join other tribes began to waver. If it was a tribe as wealthy as the Han tribe, it was actually something to consider. He measured out a bowl of salt that seemed to weigh about 3 caddies. To use so much for just 1 person? I can't give any more than this. You'll have to find your own bags to carry it. Thuong, having come back to her senses, hurriedly told Xiao Deep to get some animal hide bags from their tribespeople. In the end, they filled 2 large bags which were to be carried by the 2 strongest men of the Bian tribe. The 20 youths from the Bian tribe now belonged to the Han tribe. The group, which started with 27 people, had now grown to 47. This made him very happy. He had made a great deal before even reaching the spring festival, which was truly a good omen for the year. Very quickly, the group set off again, but this time their pace was a bit slower, mainly because of the Bian tribe's members. Except for Thuong and Xiao Deep, who rode on the ox cart, everyone else had to walk. As for the 20 newly joined youths, they took turns riding the deer with Han Feng's 20 youths. After traveling southwest like this for another 2 days, they encountered other groups. Among them was Du, also riding a moose and holding his 2 sons, who were about 3 to 4 years old. His tribespeople followed alongside him. Traveling with them was another tribe, the Snake tribe. Their group consisted of 31 people, including 10 seasoned warriors. The remainder consisted of 10 young men and 10 young women. Their leader was an old man with white hair and a white beard, who was also the most peculiar person he had ever met, since he had transmigrated into this world. This was because the old man was sitting on a litter carried by 4 people. He had a relaxed expression on his face and was playing with a large green snake. Du was very happy to see Han Feng. He took the initiative to greet him. Chief Han, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Let me introduce you. This is the Serpent King of the Snake tribe. The snake on him is their tribe's serpent god. Their serpent god is very miraculous, no matter what kind of venomous snake bites you. You just need to let the serpent god bite you once to be cured. When I was a child, I was bitten by a venomous snake, and it was my father who brought me to the serpent god for treatment. Du boasted proudly to Han Feng. It seemed he had a very good relationship with the snake tribe. However, as for this so-called serpent god, he certainly wouldn't believe in it. But the ability to cure snake bites was probably real. In his past life, he had heard that. In ancient times, there were wandering healers who raised snakes for medicinal purposes, most of which were highly venomous snakes. Trained since childhood to treat venomous snake bites, facing a primitive medicine man like this required the necessary respect. Han Feng placed his right hand on his chest and nodded slightly at the snake shaman. The snake shaman nodded back in return, but the old man's eyes were fixed on his ox cart. He had never seen such a sophisticated mode of transport before. Compared to his own litter, it was truly a world of difference. And so the party set off again. The total number of people had grown to nearly 160. Du saw the more than 10 cavalrymen in the rear. Du was incredibly envious. How wonderful it would be if his Du tribe could also ride deer like that. So he asked Han Feng again, Chief Han, do you have any more tasks for us to do? I still want to get more moose. To be honest, he really didn't want to trade with livestock anymore. After all, his tribe didn't have that many to spare. He then told him that for the time being, moose would not be used for trade for future tasks. Only other things would be used for payment. After hearing this, although Du was very disappointed, his clever mind quickly came up with an idea. What I want is just a mode of transportation. Why must it be a moose? An ox cart would be fine too. Chief Han, can you give me an ox cart like that? I'll do anything for you. This guy was truly daydreaming. An ox cart was so difficult and time-consuming to build, how could it possibly be used for trade? However, a handcart was possible, but it would have to be exchanged for 50 adults. If he wanted an ox, it would be another 10 people. He told him his thoughts directly. I'm guessing your tribe probably doesn't have that many people. But I'm sure you have a way to find people. Hearing this, Du looked very confident. That's right, I can find you at least 100 people. But I want that big 4-wheeled cart, and it must have 2 oxen to pull it. He didn't immediately refuse, but on the contrary was very curious. Where did he get such a confidence? The chief of a tribe with fewer than 50 people dared to say he could find over 100 people. Adults! If it's by kidnapping, then I don't want them. No, of course I wouldn't do that. The people I find are all wildlings. Wildlings. Hearing this word, he was stunned. Damn it, in your eyes, we are the wildlings. Could there really be people even more savage? Seeing that he seemed skeptical, Du explained who these people he called wildlings were. In reality, they were solitary wanderers. Most were disabled people abandoned by their tribes, and some had committed misdeeds and were exiled. He thought for a moment and then agreed. His tribe had plenty of work, so there was no shortage of a place for them. The disabled could go with Liu Zi, and the stubborn ones could be put to work. He wasn't afraid they wouldn't obey. However, he set a time limit. He wanted him to bring the people to the Han tribe before the second full moon. Du happily agreed. After that, he decided not to go to the spring gathering and immediately led his tribesmen back. After all, he had to visit many places. Team 5 now, with over 100 people, continued their journey heading southwest toward Wan Station. While passing a gentle hillside, he and Du were scouting ahead when they suddenly discovered 3 terror birds. They were adults, and their nest was nearby. He immediately told Du to return and call for more people, while he himself stayed behind to keep watch. The 3 terror birds were pecking at food beside their nest, seeming to enjoy their meal and paying him no attention. A while later, the main party arrived. In addition to the Han tribe members, there were also 6 warriors from the Snake and Bian tribes. This made him frown. There were only 3 prey in total. Why did so many people come? Chief, I told them, but the other 2 tribes insisted on joining. They said we've hunted all the prey on our path, and they're running out of food. Tell them we'll give them one of these 3 terror birds. But the feathers must belong to us. Tell them to gather firewood. From our people, we only need 16 men. The rest will guard the ox carts. Du then relayed the message to the 2 tribes, and they all went to the hilltop to observe. Next, he let out a loud shout. He led the charge straight forward. The remaining 15 cavalrymen split into 2 columns and followed closely behind. The 3 eating terror birds were stunned for a moment. They had never witnessed such a scene before, and hastily craned their necks, letting out bizarre cries in an attempt to drive away the people in front of them. But he was aiming for them. How could he return empty-handed? He immediately ordered his tribesmen to use their spears to block the terror birds' retreat. The terror birds saw that these people were not only unafraid, but were charging fiercely at them. With no escape route left, they had no choice but to charge desperately towards him. As the distance closed, he crouched down slightly. His spear thrust straight forward. In the moment of impact with the terror bird, the spear pierced its chest. The powerful momentum drove the spearhead straight through its body. He lightly pulled the reins, steering his deer past the terror bird. In an instant, he violently pulled out the spear protruding from the terror bird's back. With just a single attack, the terror bird collapsed on the spot. The other 2 were also taken down in succession. One was struck in the neck and back by Mao and Da Shui, working together, dying on the spot. The fiercest one, while clashing with Shoya, even opened its beak intending to peck him. As a result, Shoya simply had to raise the tip of his spear slightly to pierce its throat, killing it instantly. Xiao Deep, seeing this from the ox cart, jumped up and shouted, "Mother, the Han tribe's chief is so incredible." Chang also couldn't help but marvel to herself. The Han tribe not only has a strong chief, they are not only wealthy, but also possess mighty warriors. A tribe like this is one we must forge a good relationship with. After thinking for a moment, she asked her daughter, "Diep, what do you think of the Han tribe's chief? If I let you go with him, would you be willing?" Hearing this, Xiao Deep was stunned for a moment, then hastily nodded. "But the women in our tribe have always only accepted husbands, never married our daughters away." Although the girl liked him, she had never considered marrying into the Han tribe. She couldn't bear to leave her mother. Chung also felt helpless. The other party was a chief. He couldn't possibly join their tribe. They could only go home and think about it then. As everyone dragged the 3 terror birds back, they decided to set up camp and stay the night. All the feathers from the 3 birds belonged to the Han tribe, while the meat was shared with everyone. They all gathered to eat and drink around a campfire. Zhao Deep occasionally stole several glances at him, which made Han Feng, a man of steel, feel a little unnatural. He had to go to the edge of the campsite for some fresh air. The night breeze was gentle and the clear night sky, sparkling with stars, was extremely pleasant. He turned his head to look southwest in the direction of the Dream Valley. Not far off, a low mountain was faintly visible. It looked as if there were many fireflies on the other side of the slope. Just then, the snake shaman came to his side, looked in the direction he was gazing, and mumbled, "Dream Valley is a very beautiful place. There are glowing insects there and even plants that light up at night. Even the lake water glows. It's an ideal place for young couples to confide in each other." He mumbled on, but he couldn't understand a single word. But he could clearly hear the hissing of the man's sacred snake. He knew he had to get away from this peculiar old man quickly. One must know that it was an extremely poisonous snake. The next morning, Team 5 set off again under the guidance of the snake shaman. Everyone took a winding path and finally reached Dream Valley at around 2 in the afternoon. Dream Valley was a valley with a freshwater lake of 3,000 to 4,000 acres in its center, whose water could spout upwards. Fresh flowers grew all around, and swarms of hand-sized butterflies fluttered about. The most abundant tree in the valley was a type of willow that he had never seen before. Its branches were white and its leaves were a light pink. Countless willow branches swayed in the wind, like the long dancing hair of a maiden teasing the hearts of many young men. Seeing such a beautiful sight, the young women couldn't resist playing in the sea of flowers, chasing colorful butterflies and weaving beautiful wreaths. The vigorous young men were staring so intently they looked like dazed geese. He went up and slapped their rears. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen women before? Hurry up and unload the goods. With such fine things, are you afraid you won't be able to find a partner?" The youths laughed awkwardly, scratching their heads, and started to clear the campsite, tying all the livestock to the nearby willow trees. There was lush green grass here, allowing them to eat their fill. More than 10 people worked together to carry a large stone slab. They arranged various pottery and white salt on it. The Bian tribe also set up their camp beside the Han tribe. They hung hammocks between 2 trees and displayed various jute cloths, and grass ropes, creating a small stall. The snake tribe also set up camp on the other side of the Han tribe. Their merchandise consisted mainly of snakeskins and some types of herbs. It seemed the snake tribe was very skilled at healing. In just one afternoon, many other tribes had arrived in succession. This was a real eye-opener for him, as he had never seen so many people together in this world. The people from the Vine tribe wore outfits made of leaves. They had strong limbs and were excellent climbers, especially at swinging on vines. They could spend an entire day without touching the ground. The Jade tribe brought raisins and brown sugar. They had learned how to dry grapes and how to use grape juice to cook brown sugar. The Turtle Shell tribe consisted of people who wore giant turtle shells on their backs. They looked like turtle warriors. There was also the Trident tribe, where everyone carried a 3-pronged spear. They were experts at using these tridents to fish. And the Coon tribe, whose people were covered in junglefowl feathers, but they were not skilled at singing and dancing, but at catching junglefowl. Many other tribes also gradually arrived, and by the time the sun set, there were a total of about 20 tribes with nearly 1,000 people. As soon as the last ray of twilight disappeared, all the young people in the valley were stunned and then cheered in unison. At this moment, the entire valley suddenly lit up, making people feel as if they had entered a mesmerizing and captivating dreamscape, the lake surface in the valley shimmering with a pale blue light, making the lake water become crystal clear and bright, and countless flowers also bloomed in full splendor, emitting a shimmering mystical light. The tall white willow trees became even more brilliant than during the day, like luminous ribbons swaying in the wind. Even the butterflies that looked colorful during the day now resembled fireflies twinkling with a brilliant light. Beautiful, yet also a bit strange and enchanting. All the young men and women standing on the shore of the lake were dumbfounded. Stunned by this dreamlike scenery, the calmest were the elders who had been here many times. They called out to their tribesmen to start preparing for the activities of this year's spring festival, which was actually like a market or a temple fair. Everyone displayed their tribe's specialty products for sale, and while strolling, if they saw something their tribe needed, they could propose a trade. If a girl saw a young man she liked, she could use a lock of her hair to tie it to the young man's weapon. If the young man agreed, he would bring betrothal gifts to the leader of the girl's tribe to propose marriage. Then he could take the girl home. If a young man noticed a beautiful girl, he had to catch a glowing butterfly in the valley to give to the girl if the girl accepted the young man. He also had to bring betrothal gifts to the leader of the girl's tribe to propose if 2 young men were interested in the same girl. They had to use a duel to win the right to choose a mate. Neither side could use weapons as long as no casualties were caused. The final winner could take the girl home. These rules were told to him by Chang from the Bian tribe. This made him the chieftain a little embarrassed. He feigned a few dry coughs to hide his awkwardness, and then said to his tribesmen, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch some butterflies!" Immediately, 40 young men shouted and rushed towards the butterflies. The other tribes were not idle either. Some started to stroll around. Some went to flirt with the girls, and some began to trade. As for him, he was cooking. The large beast meat from yesterday was not yet finished. He cut the meat into small pieces. skewered them on bamboo sticks, and grilled them over the fire. While turning the meat skewers over the fire, he sprinkled salt and chili powder. Shitu even placed a flat stone next to the lake, on which he fried fish. The fresh and delicious fish were cleaned and then fried to a golden brown on the stone slab. Shuya also used stones to build 2 stoves, placed pots on them, and cooked fish soup soon. The aroma of the grilled meat attracted the surrounding girls. They gathered around to see the Han tribe's novel way of cooking. They were also curious about the Han tribe's special attire. The men all had their hair tied up with sparkling ornaments in their hair. Everyone looked clean and dapper. Some people were also curiously looking at the Han tribe's belongings. They had never seen so many stone pots before. The young men who were catching butterflies suddenly realized something was wrong. It seemed there was no need to catch butterflies anymore. The girls had already taken the initiative to approach their tribe's stall. So the group of young men shouted again and rushed back. In fact, the thing that attracted the girls here was not just the Han tribe's delicious food, but the ox cart alone, which looked like a small house, was attractive enough. Moreover, on the surrounding willow trees, there were more than 10 deer and cattle tied up. One must know that for people to be able to raise so many live animals without eating them, this proved that their tribe was certainly very powerful. They basically had no shortage of food. Who wouldn't want to marry into such a tribe? The girls stood in groups looking at the young men of the Han tribe, who had just returned from catching butterflies, assessing their appearance, physique, and weapons. A young woman from the Yi tribe, after observing for a while, stopped next to Da Shui and cut a lock of her hair, tying it to his bronze spear. Da Shui froze and then grinned foolishly. His friends who were with him gave him a push, and he staggered and embraced the girl. His face flushed red with embarrassment, unable to speak a word. The girl was not shy at all. She gave Da Shui a light kiss on the cheek and then quickly ran back to her tribe's stall. Da Shui stood there dumbfounded like a statue, not knowing what to do. Mao anxiously urged him, "What are you standing there for? Go and propose." Only then did Da Shui come to his senses. But he was worried because he hadn't prepared a proposal gift. Mao, being quick-witted, immediately offered a plan, telling him to go ask the chieftain. And asked the chieftain to think of a way. After hearing this, Da Shui thought it made sense, and immediately ran to him to ask for his opinion. He looked at his anxious expression and teased, "Take this small bowl, add half a bowl of white salt, I guarantee you'll bring her home." After hearing this, Da Shui was overjoyed and excitedly carried half a bowl of white salt and ran to the Yi tribe's stall. First, he very politely placed his hand on his chest, bowed to the chieftain of the Yi tribe, and then presented the half bowl of white salt before him. The Yi chieftain first looked at the bowl, thinking to himself that although it was a bit small, it was a sincere enough gesture. But when he saw the white powder in the bowl, he was stunned because he didn't know what it was. He took the bowl and first smelled it with his nose. But he couldn't smell anything. Then he pointed into the bowl and asked, "What is this? What is it used for?" Although Da Shui didn't understand, he could sense the Yi chieftain's suspicion. He pointed into the bowl, said white salt, and then used his hand to dip a little and put it in his mouth. The Yi chieftain also followed suit, pinching a little and putting it in his mouth. Immediately, the characteristic salty taste of salt spread throughout his mouth. The Yi chieftain almost choked, his eyes widening. But he still managed to swallow that bit of salt. Then he hurriedly asked, "Does your tribe have a lot of this? Are you willing to trade?" Da Shui was bewildered upon hearing this, not understanding what was happening. Looking at the Yi chieftain's tense and anxious expression, he thought he was dissatisfied. So he tried pointing at the girl. The Yi chieftain paused, only then remembering Da Shui's purpose. Then he nodded his head repeatedly and led the girl to Da Shui's side. Da Shui took the girl's hand, smiled foolishly, and then led the girl back with his friends. The Yi chieftain turned around and gave the half bowl of white salt to a warrior of the tribe, instructing him to store it carefully. And then he also followed Da Shui to the Han tribe's stall, only to see that on the Han tribe's stall there were many pottery items displayed, and there was also a pot of white salt. The Yi chieftain said nothing, stood in the crowd, and observed the Han tribe closely, thinking to himself, "It seems this tribe has never come before. Why did they appear here?" But when he glanced around, he saw 2 familiar figures. One was Du-Er, who had a scar on his face. The other was Shu-Ya, who wore 2 tiger fangs. These 2 people had very distinctive appearances and were very easy to recognize. It's just, why is their chieftain so young in the crowd? There were also a few chieftains from other tribes who had stopped, observing, such as the Dan tribe, a tribe that could use animal sinew to make slingshots, and the Jew tribe, a tribe specializing in brewing wine. Their tribe normally also made soup, but not with clay pots, but with animal skins. They would fold an animal skin into a bag, put water and food inside, and then drop heated stones into the bag. The water and food inside would be cooked a very primitive method, and the chieftain of the Dan tribe was precisely attracted by the pot of soup. The fish soup had captivated him. He had noticed that clay pot that could be used to cook soup directly. Besides them, there was also the Yu tribe, which specialized in using grape juice to make brown sugar. They also needed items that could be heated directly. In addition, there was the Xiang tribe, which specialized in distinguishing types of mushrooms, and the Mai tribe, who wore turtle shells and liked to use large turtle shells as shields. The Kang tribe skilled at digging pits, the Ya tribe, all of whose warriors wore earrings made of animal teeth. The Fei Shi tribe, very skilled with slings and throwing stones. The chieftains of these tribes were purely attracted by the Han tribe's cattle, deer, and ox cart. The rest, like the chieftains of the Xiang Hu Wen, Lian Huo Teng, and Ci tribes, did not come over. They were still watching over their own stalls. but some of their tribesmen were gathered around here. A group of people watched the few people who were cooking and even sprinkled some white sand on the food. They couldn't help but be curious because that white sand, when sprinkled on the fried fish and grilled meat, quickly dissolved. This made them even more curious. They chattered amongst themselves, wondering what it was everyone watched for a while. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. It was the chieftain of the Ya tribe. The man wearing 2 animal teeth pointed to the pot of white salt and asked, "What is this? Is it edible?" He smiled, took a skewer of cooked grilled meat, handed it to him, and then pointed to the clay pot and said 2 words, "white salt." The Ya chieftain took the skewer of grilled meat, and while repeating the 2 words, "white salt," in the common tongue, he took a bite of the meat. The spicy, salty, and savory taste of the grilled meat immediately conquered his taste buds. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this meat is so delicious." But he felt that something was strange, so he took another bite, chewing it carefully to savor the taste. He pinched a little white salt and gave it to him, gesturing for him to taste it, and then took a handful, and shared it with the few chieftains around to taste as well. The Ya chieftain put the pinch of salt in his mouth, frowning as he felt the saltiness. The surrounding chieftains, seeing the Fang chieftain eat the white salt without any issue, also followed suit. As soon as they put the white salt in their mouths, an explosion of pure salty flavor made the chieftains gasp in unison. They had all eaten salty things before, but this was the first time they had ever tasted white salt so pure. The chieftains couldn't help but swallow and asked in unison, "How do we trade for this white salt?" Seeing his goal was achieved, he stopped being coy, picked up a small bowl, measured out 1 bowl full of white salt, and gestured that this much was for 1 young boy. The chieftains were all shocked, finding the price a bit steep, but then they reconsidered. Who knew how the Han tribe managed to produce such fine white salt? If it was that difficult to produce, then trading a man for it was understandable, yet the Fang chieftain still wanted to haggle. He picked up a larger bowl, filled it to the brim with white salt, and gestured that this much should be enough for 1 young boy. He took the large bowl and poured its contents into his small one, until it was piled high like a little mountain, indicating only this amount would trade for 1 young boy. "No more," he said, having already added a bit more than his original offer, which made the Fang chieftain feel he had saved face. He glanced at the pot, which had little salt left, and thought he must buy a lot as his tribe had over 200 people. He had brought 17 young boys this time, so he gritted his teeth, held up both hands, and said, "I want to trade 10 men for white salt." He nodded and told the chieftain to bring his own bag as he had no container to offer him. The Fang chieftain turned to signal a nearby warrior, who quickly ran off and returned a short while later. He led 10 teenagers wearing beast tooth earrings and carried 2 snakeskin bags, and he personally measured out each bowl of white salt, pouring it into the bags. The 10 teenagers lined up behind him one by one, and seeing the salt pot was nearly empty, the other tribal chieftains became anxious. They all clamored to trade next, with some offering 20 people, others 10, and even the smaller tribes offering 5. The sight before him made him secretly rejoice. "Ha ha, I've struck it rich, but he kept a calm exterior. He turned to whisper a few words to Thu Nha, who nodded, and then turned to instruct several veteran warriors. Then he had 2 men bring over 2 large wooden barrels of salt, while Dai Luke led 10 youths from the Han tribe armed with bronze spears to guard him and the stall. Dak Nai led another 10 men to guard the ox carts and livestock, while Vumao, Thach Dao, and Thu Tru were responsible for receiving the new tribespeople. They tied their hair with hemp ropes to distinguish them from other tribespeople. The other chieftains, seeing the salt pot was nearly empty, anxiously urged their people to hurry, but just then, they saw men carrying 2 enormous wooden barrels approach, and the number of guards also increased as he poured the remaining half-barrel of salt into the pot. He used a wooden mallet to smash open the lid of another barrel, showing them the salt inside, and the surrounding chieftains stared at the smooth round barrel. They were stunned, having never seen such a large, beautiful, and perfectly round barrel before, which even had a lid that could be sealed. This was too sophisticated. Only when they saw him pour another full pot of white salt from the barrel did they finally feel at ease. As boy after boy with tied hair lined up behind him, his half-barrel of salt was quickly used up, so he opened another full barrel and poured more salt into the pot for them to measure. The crowd surrounding the Han tribe's stall grew ever larger, including chieftains from various tribes. The Han tribe's stall had become the focal point of the entire spring gathering, drawing in even those who hadn't approached before. Even the young women originally searching for potential partners crowded around because the Han tribe had the most men, but soon an incident occurred. A large brawny man with a flame tattooed on his chest, the chieftain of the Fire tribe, approached him. He first sized up the members of the Han tribe, then looked over their goods, and finally, he directly offered 30 young men to trade for white salt, which was all the youths the Fire tribe had brought with them. The remaining 10 men in his tribe were all powerful warriors. He thought to himself, you people are numerous and certainly willing to spend, he thought, but since you've come to me, I won't refuse, and he promptly measured out the white salt for him. It was considered equivalent to the others, and then traded for a person, and so it went on until nobody had anyone left to trade. The trading finally concluded. In total, 18 tribes had participated in the spring gathering, and 17 of them had traded with the Han tribe. On average, each tribe traded over 10 people, and adding the 20 from the border tribe earlier, the Han tribe's population grew by a staggering 215 people, and the cost was merely a few hundred pounds of salt, a massive profit for this trip. However, due to the Han tribe's frenzied acquisition of men, many young women from other tribes were unable to find partners. In the end, they had no choice but to come to the Han tribe to select husbands, especially since some young men and women had already fancied each other before the trading began. When those young men were sold to the Han tribe, the women who had already found their partners had no choice but to follow their loves and join the Han tribe as well. At this point, some chieftains protested, feeling the Han tribe was profiting too much, as one bowl of white salt didn't just get them a young boy. It sometimes came with one or two of their women as well, which was a great loss, so they clamored for compensation, and he wasn't stingy. Depending on their requests, he used the bowl to measure out more salt for them. The Jade tribe was even gifted a large wooden salt barrel ostensibly for storing grape juice, and he accepted 10 of their women in return. He just didn't know if they would actually use the wooden barrel to ferment grape wine or not. After a period of exchange, the goods brought by the Han tribe were almost gone, and their population had increased at a dizzying rate. The number of young women who married directly into the Han tribe reached 343, meaning on average each young man got 1 or 2 wives, mostly because the Han tribe was perceived as being extremely wealthy. Many young women wanted to marry into the Han tribe, and the total number of new members reached 558, even more than the Han tribe's original population. Of course, not every woman was pleased with this arrangement. One must understand that the young men the tribes traded to the Han tribe were their weakest. The strongest and most elite youths were kept by their own chieftains, and to put it bluntly, whoever appeared weakest was the first to be sold off to the Han tribe. Therefore, some women chose to marry into other tribes, wedding men they deemed to be strong, and this time the tribe that suffered the most was the border tribe. They had come to the spring gathering, hoping to find sons-in-law, but because the Han tribe went on a buying spree for men, they ended up with none. Their chieftainess Thuong wanted to trade hemp nets and cloth for men, but unfortunately other tribes were not interested. Compared to hemp cloth, white salt was clearly more important, and if they had any more young men to spare, they would naturally trade them for salt. Therefore, the border tribe was ultimately left out, and their chieftainess Thuong felt utterly powerless. Compared to the Han tribe's white salt, their hemp nets and cloth had no appeal at all. Helpless Thuong turned to her daughter. Diep, what are your thoughts? Do you want to join the Han tribe and take their chieftain as your husband? Tio Diep deflected. Mother, so many women have married into the Han tribe today. Why didn't their chieftain choose anyone for himself? Does he not like women? I also feel like he isn't interested in me. In reality, many women had noticed him that day as the Han tribe was incredibly wealthy, and besides, he was handsome, and the chieftain of a tribe with hundreds of people. He was the ideal match for many women, and one bold girl even took a lock of her own hair intending to tie it to his weapon. But she discovered that he, a dignified chieftain, carried no weapon at all, which left the women baffled, wondering to themselves, did he really have to be so careful? Could he perhaps prefer men? In reality, his orientation was perfectly normal. It was simply that none of those women had caught his fancy while he was busy measuring salt for people. A maiden from the bear tribe approached him with a lock of hair, startling him so much that his hand trembled and he spilled some salt. The chieftain who was buying the salt nearly exploded with anger, demanding, "Did you do that on purpose? Why did you spill my salt?" How could he know what he saw? The girl from the bear tribe was as brawny and unrefined as a troll, yet she was trying to act alluringly. When she flexed an arm to show off her bulging muscles, he was so horrified he just wanted to smash the bowl of salt in her face. At this moment, Thuong was also uncertain. Perhaps he hasn't reached adulthood yet, so he's not looking for a mate so soon. Or perhaps he just hasn't met the right person, Tio Diep asked uncertainly. So do you think he might like me? He paid no mind to any of the other women today, Thuong said gently. Why don't you try and see? After a moment's thought, as if having made a decision, Tio Diep whispered, Okay, I will try. Tio Diep then took a lock of her own hair, wove it into a small braid, and cut it off with a stone knife. Hiding it in her hand behind her back, she walked toward him as he sat in front of his stall eating roasted meat, and she suddenly approached from his side. She took out her small braid and tied it directly onto his wrist, making a tight knot which startled Han Feng. He turned to look at the young woman who wanted to claim him as a husband, and asked, What are you doing? Tio Diep declared proudly, You are your own weapon. After saying this, she waited expectantly for his reaction, but unfortunately neither of them understood a word the other said. Han Feng looked at Tio Diep with a serious expression. He thought back to the monstrous women from earlier, and compared her to them. It seemed this girl was actually quite pleasant to look at. But according to Han Feng's aesthetic taste, Xiao Di should at least score 70 points, although of course she currently has a bare face. Unlike the beauties from his previous life who couldn't even unlock their phones after removing their makeup, this was a primitive society after all. There was no need for such high standards, but acceptance was one thing, and there was one point he still couldn't agree with. He shook his head, signaling to the girl that he would not follow her back to her tribe unless she joined his. Only then would he agree, but Xiao Di understood his meaning and immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at grain. Then she returned to the Bian tribe to report the situation to her mother, carrying a clay pot full of white salt that he had given her. At midnight, the tribes gradually returned to their camps to rest, as everyone who had arrived early to start all sorts of trades was now exhausted. Only some young men and women full of energy with no other outlet hid in the flower bushes to fool around. The next morning after breakfast, Han Feng also took Xiao Di for a stroll around the other stalls, Since arriving, he had been busy selling things, and hadn't had time to see what specialties the other tribes had brought. At the snake tribe's stall, there were only snakeskins and various herbs according to the snake shaman. He mentioned a type that specialized in treating external wounds, stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation, which was a plant with a rhizome resembling ginger. It had all been dried now and needed to be pounded or ground into a powder before being applied to a wound. As soon as Han Feng heard this, he knew it was good stuff, a natural medicine for stopping bleeding and treating external injuries, so he bought all of it. All. He also chose a very beautiful golden snakeskin, ultimately trading 3 clay pots for it at the Dan tribe's stall. They displayed only wooden forks and animal sinews, and he wasn't interested in the wooden forks, but the animal sinews were an excellent material for making composite bows, so he immediately used 2 clay pots and 4 large bowls to trade for all of the sinew. At the Niao tribe's stall, they were selling small, exquisite-looking turtle shells, which he bought with 1 large bowl. Next, he strolled around the other stalls in Dream Valley, going on a wild shopping spree. Some things were very important, like medicine, while others were just nice to have. For example, animal hides and food, while Zhao Di held his hand and trotted along behind as the two of them spent money like water. They had used up almost all the clay pots they brought, and naturally his goal was also achieved, as the chieftains watched him lavishly buy their goods. They were all very pleased in their hearts, for although most tribes had already traded people for white salt, they also really liked pottery. It was just that they had no more people to trade, and seeing that the Han tribe had so much pottery, countless people were secretly green with envy. Now that he personally brought pottery to their doorsteps, although it wasn't much, each tribe got a few pieces, and their initial envy was greatly reduced. Their goodwill towards this generous young chieftain also increased, and at this point, the purpose of the spring gathering had been fulfilled. Some tribes began to leave one after another, and it was also time for the Han tribe to return, so he told everyone to pack up their things. Preparing to go home, the Snake tribe and the Bian tribe were on the same route as the Han tribe, so they would travel together on the way back. The 558 young men and women were temporarily organized into 20 teams, each led by a youth from the Han tribe with Du-Er and Yu Mao riding moose up front to clear the way. Shuju drove the ox cart in the middle of the formation with the snake shaman and Thuong sitting on it, while the people of the Bian and Snake tribes traveled in the middle of the formation. Dali and Shi Tu rode deer at the very back on guard, and when Zhao Di saw that he wasn't taking her with him, she stood in front of him and pulled on his reins. Seeing this, he bent down and extended his hand towards Zhao Die, saying, "What are you standing there for? Get up here and come home with me." Hearing that, Zhao Die joyfully took his hand and was pulled up by him to sit in front the two of them, riding a single deer at the rear. A spring breeze carrying the scent of flowers blew past, causing Zhao Di's long waist-length hair to flutter against his face. Coupled with the sight of her fair bare back visible behind her bodice, he, a man who had lived 2 lives, felt a little stirred. To distract himself, he began to teach Zhao Di to speak the common tongue, pointing to everything he saw along the way. He would say their names in the common tongue and have Zhao Di repeat after him until they set up camp in the evening. Dali and Thu Nha brought a leg of wild boar, while Zhao Di went to pull grass to feed the deer, and Han Feng had already started a bonfire. Seeing Dali and Thu Nha arrive, he immediately asked, "So I told you to keep an eye on that group. Were there any movements?" Thu Nha reported his observations, "Chieftain, among the 30 people from the Fire Tribe, 6 of them are leaving signs along the way." Everything was within Han Feng's expectations that Fire Chieftain was indeed no good. The very act of them trading away all their youths showed they had bad intentions, but he wasn't afraid. If he wanted to play, then he would teach him a lesson he'd never forget. But Dali asked impatiently, "Chieftain, so what do we do now? Destroy all those signs and then kill all those youths from the Fire Tribe?" Han Feng broke into a sinister smile. "Why kill them when we've suddenly got free hard labor? Why would I be stupid enough not to use it since they don't want to live a decent life with us? Then they can all go dig rivers and carry bricks for me." But Shi Tu asked again, "So what about those signs? Are we just going to leave them there? What if they follow us?" Han Feng calmly explained that them leaving signs proves they won't attack immediately. It's just to guide those who come later. They definitely have to return to their tribe to gather forces before following the signs in pursuit. But according to their calculations by then, they will coordinate from the inside and out, hoping to deal us a fatal blow. For now, we'll just ignore those signs and leave them there. But we cannot go directly back to the tribe. We have to take a detour to ancient Waterfall Mountain. But when Dali wondered why we had to take a detour, Han Feng didn't answer. He turned to instruct Thu Nha to relay his orders to Du-Er, while Dali would be in charge of watching the 30 youths from the Fire Tribe. And when we get to ancient Waterfall Mountain, we will separate them into their own team. She too will travel with everyone for 2 more days. And after 2 days, you will ride a deer straight back to the tribe to report, telling Da Shu to lead the hunting party to ancient Waterfall Mountain. They are to set up camp first and wait for us. And when we arrive at ancient Waterfall Mountain, we must immediately restrain the 30 guys from the Fire Tribe and set up an ambush all around, waiting for the Fire Tribe to walk right into the trap. Then we'll catch them all in one go." But Dali was still confused and asked, "Chieftain, how do you know the Fire Tribe will come to ancient Waterfall Mountain? What if they don't go there and attack our tribe directly instead?" Thuna, who had already understood Han Feng's plan, turned to explain to Dali, "You're really dense. Aren't there people leaving signs for them? If we take the ones leaving the signs to ancient Waterfall Mountain, then the ones following the signs will surely go there too." Only then did Dali have a sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. The chieftain's plan is truly brilliant. Han Feng continued to instruct them that from now on they must keep it a secret. Absolutely no careless talk, and instruct the team leaders that at night they must be vigilant, and all teams must assign people to take turns on watch. Everyone answered, understood in unison, and after speaking he turned back to grill meat with Zhao Di, and the next day the group continued on their journey. They traveled peacefully like that for 2 days, and then the Snake Tribe's party had to separate from the Han tribe, so the Snake Shaman led his tribesmen to say goodbye to Han Feng. Chieftain of Han, we must part ways here. I hope we can meet again in the future, although Han Feng didn't understand what he was saying. He could guess the general meaning, so he placed a hand on his chest and bowed in return, and after the Snake Tribe left, Shu Tu rode his moose over to Han Feng's side, and he told him to return to the tribe ahead of them and tell Da Shu to organize the tribespeople. They needed to build houses for the newcomers, and then he was to join Da Shu in leading the hunting party to camp at Ancient Waterfall Mountain, remembering to bring plenty of arrows and several jars of fat. Shi Tu received his orders and set off immediately, and at the same time the Fire Tribe had also returned to their home and were now preparing their manpower and resources to attack the Han tribe. For the Fire Tribe was a large tribe of nearly 2,000 people, but their demographic structure was very unbalanced. There were only about 300 adult men, a little over 500 adult women, and only 100 or 200 older children. There were more than 700 children under the age of 5, and furthermore there wasn't a single baby girl among them, and the reason for this imbalance was due to the current chieftain of the Fire Tribe, whose name was Li Yan, and who was only 19 years old this year. 6 years ago, the Fire Tribe actually had fewer than 300 people, and at that time Li Yan was not yet the chieftain, but since he was a child he had loved to play with fire. He even had a large burn scar on his chest, and that year when Li Yan was 11 years old on one summer day, when his parents were not home, he was playing with fire inside their thatched hut, as this child was extremely fascinated by flames. He especially loved to watch the flickering orange flames and listen to the crackling of the burning wood, feeling it was a great pleasure. As a result, while this child was enjoying himself, an ember flew out and caught onto the thatched hut, causing the entire hut to go up in flames. The dry thatched hut burned very quickly, the fire erupting fiercely, and Li Yan stared at the flames as if mesmerized. It was as if he saw a deity within them, and the tribe's shaman who was staying behind to watch over the tribe saw the fire. He rushed over and despite the fierce flames charged in to pull the dazed Li Yan out. This child had a large burn on his chest, but didn't cry out in pain, still staring blankly at the fire. The shaman had just pulled Le Diem out of the fire, and before he could scold him, heard a tragic scream from inside the thatched hut. It was the cry of Le Diem's little sister, who was not yet 3 years old, and the shaman was about to rush in to save her. But how could a thatched hut made of wood and grass withstand the flames? Before the shaman could even take a step, he heard a loud crash. The thatched hut had collapsed. When Le Diem's parents returned in the afternoon, they saw the hut they lived in every day. It had turned into a pile of ashes. Their daughter, not yet 3 years old, had also become a pile of black charcoal. Le Diem's mother hugged the pile of black charcoal and cried until she fainted, while his father took a rattan cane and beat him half to death. From then on, Le Diem was bullied by his friends every day, who cursed him for burning his own sister to death. His parents also treated him coldly, giving him very little food, but Le Diem never changed his ways and remained fascinated by fire every time he was beaten by his friends. He would sneak off somewhere else to continue playing with fire. It seemed only the flames could warm his heart. Due to the lack of food and clothing, Le Diem started hunting to feed himself, but he was young and couldn't catch any prey. Then one time, he accidentally caught a large long-haired brown rat. This rat was slow, nearly blind, and quite fat. It ran very slowly. Le Diem tied it up and threw it directly into the fire, burning it alive. The rat writhed madly in the flames, screeching horribly. Le Diem sat beside it, watching with fascination, waiting for the rat to be cooked, but he waited and the rat was still burning. After many cruel experiments, he finally discovered the reason: the fur of the large rat was very durable. A large rat could burn for a very long time, so Le Diem named this large rat species the fire rat. The discovery of the fire rat made Le Diem even more crazed. He even built a stone tank himself to raise fire rats in it, just so he could burn 2 of them to death each day, both to fill his stomach and to satisfy his morbid pleasure. As Le Diem grew up, he directly killed the previous chief and took the position of leader. Those who did not submit were killed by him one by one. Because Le Diem had endured much bullying and neglect since childhood, his personality became extremely brutal and cruel. He began to lead his forces to attack other tribes, killing all resisting men and children under 6 years old. He seized all the women to use as breeding tools. The next time he attacked other tribes, Le Diem forced the captured male prisoners to charge ahead. Anyone who disobeyed, he would use their women to threaten them, or he would burn their older children alive as a warning. The prisoners gradually broke down mentally and were forced to join the attacking army. As they conquered one tribe after another after experiencing bloodbaths and seeing many spoils of war and women, these prisoners also gradually became crazed, losing all humanity and willingly becoming henchmen for Le Diem. And those who stubbornly refused to submit were all burned alive by him. Just like that, under Le Diem's leadership, the Fire Tribe rapidly expanded. The number of warriors grew, and the number of captured women at one point exceeded 1,000. They were all imprisoned in a damp, dark cave within the Fire Tribe's living area. The captured women were all forced to bear children. If they gave birth to a boy, they could be released from the cave. If a girl was born, the baby girl would be killed immediately because daughters could not produce children for the tribe. Raising them was just a waste of food. Many captured women taken at a young age could not endure the cruel torture and died right away. There were also those who, due to the terrible living conditions in the cave, lost both mother and child during pregnancy. And then there were those who became numb, losing all emotion. They ceaselessly bore children for the fire tribe, only to eventually die from exhaustion and illness due to constant childbirth. Furthermore, in this era there was no medical technology, so people often died from difficult births and hemorrhages. Therefore, the mortality rate of the captured women was very high. From a peak of over 1,000 people, only a little over 500 remained. Among these, more than 500 people. More than half were currently pregnant. The women, given no rest to recover, would all eventually die from excessive childbirth, or for one reason or another. There were also women who had borne children for the fire tribe and tried to escape, but if caught, the consequences were horrific. Lidiem would burn the escaped women alive in front of everyone. This terrified the other women. They no longer dared to think about escaping, and could only resign themselves to their fate, becoming childbearing slaves for the fire tribe. It was precisely for this reason that the fire tribe had such a severely imbalanced population structure. Over 700 children under the age of 5 were all born in recent years. That's not even counting the several hundred baby girls who, as soon as they were born, were killed. After the spring festival ended, Lidiem led 10 warriors back to the fire tribe. He had to gather more warriors and prepare more supplies to attack the Han tribe. This year's spring festival had opened Lidiem's eyes. He and Han Feng were both fanatics when it came to seizing population. Han Feng used white salt and pottery to make people willingly join the Han tribe, while he used brutality and bloodshed to force prisoners to become warriors and to force women to bear their children. Comparing these two methods, Han Feng's method had opened a new door for Lidiem. It turned out that capturing people could be done this way. In the fire tribe, someone questioned Lidiem. Since they were about to attack the Han tribe, and the Han tribe was so populous, could they really win? Lidiem responded with contempt, saying that although the Han tribe had many people this time, they had brought back mostly women and children. These people had basically no fighting strength. Moreover, the chief of the Han tribe was nothing more than a wet-behind-the-ears kid. He planned to send about 200 men first to set the Han tribe's settlement on fire. Wait for the fire to grow large, then take advantage of the chaos to rush in and seize all the women's stone pots, white salt and moose of the Han tribe. Someone worried that the Han tribe's settlement was large, and the fire might not burn it all. Lidiem said, "I have already made arrangements. I have sent 30 men ahead. As soon as I give the signal, they will set fires everywhere in the tribe. At that time, the Han tribe will naturally fall into chaos, ripe for us to slaughter," Lidiem added smugly. He recounted the trade with Han Feng at the spring festival, mocking his reaction at the time, as if in his eyes Han Feng was just a fool. Seeing this, his underlings scrambled to flatter Lidiem. Lidiem then told them to quickly prepare their things, especially to bring many fire rat skins, because this stuff is the best for setting fires. Lidiem didn't forget to promise his underlings, saying that this time they would capture many young women. "Once they are captured, I will let you all have your fun with them." Following this, everyone in the fire tribe busied themselves preparing for war. They crafted a mace-like weapon by tying a stone to one end of a stick, and then wrapping it in a layer of long-haired fire rat skin. In battle, they just needed to light it and throw it at the enemy. This way it could both cause injury and start fires. At this moment, 2 men were carrying a corpse of a woman towards the burial ground. As they passed through the residential area, the pregnant women could only stare at the corpse lifelessly, their faces showing no expression like the living dead, while the men crafting weapons laughed and talked cheerfully, paying no mind. But just as these 2 men threw the corpse down at the burial ground, disaster struck. From the tall grass by the roadside, a dark figure suddenly lunged out. One of the 2 men was instantly stunned. Immediately after, he heard a whistling sound behind his neck. The 2 men quickly turned their heads to see what was happening. However, just as one of them turned, he heard a whoosh by his ear and saw a club as thick as a forearm smashing straight into his head. His head immediately burst open, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The other man, terrified, turned and fled. He ran screaming for help, but before he had taken 2 steps, the whooshing sound echoed behind his ear again. The next second, he too collapsed to the ground. The dark figure retrieved the 2-meter-long straight wooden staff, plunging it into the grass with a thud, then calmly cut off the heads of the 2 men. He used his large staff to string the 2 heads together, slung them over his back, and then bent down again. He lifted the woman's corpse from the ground onto his shoulder and moved swiftly towards the deep forest. Back in the fire tribe's residential area, some men were gathered making flint tools. One suddenly asked, "Did you guys hear something?" Another was a bit uncertain. "I think I did," he said. "It sounded like someone crying for help." Then someone else noticed that the 2 who went to dump the corpse had not yet returned. They were all stunned, looked at each other, and went to check. When the men cautiously reached the burial ground, what they saw were only 2 headless bodies. The woman's corpse that had just been thrown there had also vanished without a trace. Everyone was startled. "Quick, go back and report to the chief." By the time they carried the 2 headless bodies before him, Lidiem angrily smashed the bowl in his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, it's that guy again." When I catch him, I'll definitely carve every piece of flesh from his body and eat it raw in front of him. On the fourth day after the spring festival ended, Chief Chang of the Bian tribe led his people to bid farewell to Han Feng as the Bian tribe's settlement was nearby. Therefore, they could no longer travel with the Han tribe's 5th team. Han Feng, leading the moose, stood there quietly watching Xiao Di and Chang embrace in farewell. Finally, Chang bowed to Han Feng again, then led the Bian tribe's people away. Xiao Di stood beside Han Feng, holding his hand, watching the departing figures of the Bian tribe and silently shedding tears. Han Feng gently squeezed Xiao Di's hand and said to her, "In the future, if you miss your mother, I can take you back to the Bian tribe to visit her." Hearing this, Xiao Di threw her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. "You're so good to me." Afterward, the 5th team continued on their journey, traveling straight until dusk. They finally reached the slope of Waterfall Mountain. At this moment, Dali and Big Mouse also rode their moose up beside Han Feng. He nodded to both of them and said, "Start from the back." The 2 men nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Di sat in front of Han Feng. Seeing this, she felt confused and asked, "Where are those 2 going? What are they going to do?" Han Feng didn't answer. He just led the moose towards the grave of the Thunder Beast and stopped there. Confused, Xiao Di turned her head to look at him, then looked forward again. At that moment, Dali and Big Mouse, along with the hunting party, approached in formation. They called the youths of the Fire tribe out of the formation, confiscated their weapons, and told them to help carry the pre-sawn round logs on the roadside. The other young men and women in the formation were secretly relieved they weren't called out to work. But they had no idea what was about to happen to those dozens of people. Groups of youths carried the round logs to a place out of sight. Then they saw nearly 100 people, both men and women, holding spears, bows and arrows and ropes, waiting and looking at them coldly. The youths of the Fire tribe carrying the logs immediately felt that something was wrong. They threw down the logs and tried to run, but they were surrounded by the hunting party, which had already been prepared. Using spear shafts and clubs, they gave them a vicious beating. The youths of the Fire tribe tried to fight back, but their weapons had been confiscated, and after carrying heavy logs for a long distance, they were too out of breath to have any strength left to resist. After the brutal beating, they were all forced to the ground and tied up. In the chaos, one very large youth from the Fire tribe, who was strong and healthy, almost escaped, but Big Mouse punched him in the face, knocking out 3 of his front teeth. Bloodied and battered, he was pushed to the ground and given another beating before finally being tied up. Xiao Di covered her mouth in shock, staring at the scene. She was stunned for a moment and in disbelief turned to ask him, "Why are you capturing them?" Han Feng said nothing, just pulled the reins, turning the moose's head, and went back a short distance along the path the 5th team had just traveled. He pointed out to her several places on the roadside trees and in the bushes where there were symbols. These things all had one point in common. They all pointed in the direction of the Han tribe's movement. Xiao Di's jaw dropped in astonishment. She had also realized the purpose of these symbols. They were to mark the trail. Han Feng explained to Xiao Di, "They want to lead their tribe's people here to kill our people and to steal our women pottery and white salt." But Xiao Di was clearly frightened by Han Feng's words. She had never experienced anything like this, nor had she ever heard of another tribe coming to kill people, to steal things, and even wanting to steal her away. A little scared, Xiao Di asked him, "So what should we do? Should we go to the Bian tribe? Mother will surely have a way." Han Feng shook his head and told her, "There's no need. You go back to the tribe. I'll stay here and kill them." Xiao Di immediately shook her head and said resolutely, "I'm not going. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I want to be with you." Xiao Di's words couldn't help but move Han Feng. Although she wasn't as beautiful as the women he had met in his past life, this unwavering loyalty was all the more precious.